The images shown in this video are not AI generated. They are scanned reproductions of History of the Jews in Russia and Poland, Book 2 by Simon Dubnow. This volume was originally published before 1923 and is now in the public domain. The version presented here is a scanned copy of the original printed edition. As such, it may contain occasional imperfections, including missing or blurred pages, faint print, errant marks, marginal notations, uneven contrast, or other minor defects. These imperfections may have been part of the original historical artifact or introduced during the scanning process. We believe this work is culturally and historically significant. Despite any visual imperfections, it has been preserved and shared as part of the ongoing effort to protect and make accessible important printed works from the past. We appreciate your understanding regarding any imperfections in the preservation process and hope you enjoy this valuable historical volume. Source: Original Publisher / Public Domain Archive. This is a summary of the previous chapter. Chapter 9, The Accession of Alexander III and the Inauguration of Pogroms, marks a violent rupture in the story, when political reaction and popular fury converge and turn long-standing prejudice into open catastrophe. In the early 1880s, the shock following the assassination of Alexander II is answered not with restraint, but with suspicion and fear. Rumors spread, scapegoats are named, and the Jewish population is quickly cast as a convenient enemy in a time of national trauma. What have been pressure and discrimination now bursts into something far more brutal. Beginning in 1881, waves of pogroms roll through towns and cities in the southwest of the empire. Homes are looted, shops are destroyed, families are beaten and driven into the streets. The violence is not a single explosion, but a chain reaction, moving from place to place, fed by local hatred, official indifference, and the sense that no real protection will come. For many communities, this is the moment when fear becomes a permanent companion and insecurity a daily condition. The chapter shows how these outbreaks are not accidents of chaos, but symptoms of a deeper change in the political climate. Under the new reign, the language of order and nationalism hardens, and the state's silence, or hesitation, speaks loudly. The fragile hopes nurtured during the Reform era collapse almost overnight. Trust in the future is replaced by a growing awareness that Jewish life in the empire has entered a far more dangerous phase. Beyond the physical destruction, the psychological impact is just as severe. The pogroms shatter any remaining illusion that gradual integration alone can guarantee safety. Communities begin to think in new terms, about self-defense, about protest, and about immigration. The ground is shifting, and everyone can feel it. With this grim turning point established, the narrative moves from violence in the streets to decisions in the corridors of power. Chapter 10, The Anti-Jewish Policies of Nikolai Ignatieff, examines how the new political course is translated into official measures, giving legal form to the hostility that has already shown its face in blood and fire. Chapter 10, The Anti-Jewish Policies of Ignatieff. In the opening days of May in the year 1881, as violence continued to ripple across the southern provinces of the Russian Empire, a decisive change occurred at the summit of imperial power. Emperor Alexander III appointed a new minister of the interior, Nicholas Pavlovich Ignatieff. Ignatieff was no obscure bureaucrat. He was a seasoned diplomat, once ambassador to the Ottoman capital of Constantinople, and a fervent adherent of pan-Slavism, a political movement that sought to unite all Slavic peoples under Russian leadership and to strengthen the cultural and political dominance of Russia in Eastern Europe and the Balkans. In foreign affairs, he had earned a reputation for intrigue and manipulation. His methods were subtle, secretive, and often deceptive. Within political circles, he had acquired an unflattering nickname, Father of Lies. Now, this man of diplomatic maneuver was entrusted with the internal security of shaken empire. On May 6, In the year 1881, Ignatieff issued a circular that defined the new direction of government policy. The principal task of the authorities, he declared, was the extirpation of sedition. By this he meant not only the suppression of revolutionary conspiracies, such as those that had culminated in the assassination of Emperor Alexander II in March of that same year, but also the stamping out of liberal thought in general. Reformist ideas, demands for constitutional limits, calls for civil rights, all were to be treated as threats to order. Within this document, Ignatieff addressed the anti-Jewish outbreaks that had convulsed the southern provinces. His words were carefully framed. The disturbances, he stated, were a sad example of how men otherwise loyal to throne and fatherland could be misled by ill-minded agitators who inflamed the passions of the masses. These misguided citizens, he suggested, had yielded to mob rule without understanding that they were serving the designs of anarchists. Such violations of public order, he insisted, must be suppressed decisively and forestalled in advance, for it was the government's sacred duty to protect the population from violence. These phrases revealed the theory that had taken hold in the highest circles of St. Petersburg. According to this view, the pogroms were not primarily expressions of popular hostility toward Jews. Rather, they were believed to have been engineered by revolutionary agitators, by members of radical movements often labeled nihilists or anarchists, who sought to destabilize the empire, by directing peasant resentment toward Jewish merchants. So the theory ran, these revolutionaries hoped to widen the circle of hatred, eventually turning the masses against Russian merchants, landowners, and capitalists of every kind. The Jews, in this interpretation, were merely the first target in a broader campaign of social upheaval. Whether or not this theory reflected reality, it certainly reflected fear. The imperial government dreaded the possibility that revolutionary propaganda might attach itself to spontaneous violence and transform scattered riots into a general social rebellion. Even observers outside government shared the apprehension that anti-Jewish unrest could evolve into a wider movement against wealth, property, and authority itself. On May 4, in the year 1881, 2 days before Ignatieff's circular, Baron Horace Gunzburg, one of the most prominent representatives of the Jewish community in St. Petersburg, sought an audience with Grand Duke Vladimir Alexandrovich, brother of the emperor. Baron Gunzburg was a member of a wealthy and influential banking family and served as a spokesman for Jewish interests at the imperial court. During this meeting, the Grand Duke expressed the opinion that the disorders were not exclusively the result of resentment against Jews. Rather, he suggested, they were part of a broader attempt to disturb public peace. This interpretation was repeated at an even higher level a week later. A Jewish deputation was granted an audience with Emperor Alexander III himself. The delegation consisted of Baron Horace Gunzburg, a prominent banker named Sack, 2 lawyers, Passover and Bank, and the learned Hebraeus Berlin, a scholar of Hebrew language and literature. They approached the imperial palace at Gatchina with profound anxiety. They saw from the sovereign a clear and authoritative pronouncement concerning the calamity that had overtaken Jewish communities. On May 11, in the year 1881, the audience took place. Baron Gunzburg, speaking on behalf of the delegation, expressed boundless gratitude for the measures supposedly adopted to safeguard the Jewish population. His language was cautious, almost deferential. He added that one more imperial word, clearly spoken, would suffice to end the disturbances. The emperor responded in measured tones. All his subjects, he declared, were equal before him. As for the criminal disorders in the south of Russia, he expressed the assurance that the Jews were merely serving as a pretext and that anarchists were the true culprits behind the unrest. Thus, at the highest level of imperial authority, the pogroms were officially interpreted not as a spontaneous eruption of deep-seated hostility toward Jews, nor as a failure of local administration, but as the calculated work of revolutionary enemies seeking to undermine the state. The tone was one of paternal calm, of confidence that order would prevail, yet beneath the formal words lay a tension that would soon shape policy in ways few could yet foresee. The reassuring words spoken by the emperor were the only part of his reply that the newspapers were permitted to print. Across the vast lands of the Russian Empire, readers were allowed to see a portrait of a sovereign calm and impartial, a ruler who declared that all his subjects stood equal before him, and that the recent violence was the work of hidden revolutionaries. That was the image presented to the public. What the public was not told was far more troubling. Behind the closed doors of the palace at Gachina, Emperor Alexander III, who had ascended the throne after the assassination of his father, Emperor Alexander II, gave voice to a darker conviction. He suggested that the hostility toward the Jews sprang from what he described as their economic domination and exploitation of the surrounding population. These words revealed a shift in perspective. The Jews were no longer portrayed merely as innocent victims of agitators. They were now depicted as a social and economic problem. Among the Jewish deputies present at that audience was a gifted advocate named Samuel Passover, a lawyer known for his eloquence and sharp reasoning. Together with the other representatives, he attempted to refute the accusations that Jewish economic activity was oppressive. They argued that Jewish merchants and artisans operated within the laws imposed upon them, often under severe restrictions, and that they were themselves burdened by limitations unknown to most other groups within the empire. The emperor listened, but his response was brief and decisive. He instructed them to present their arguments in a special memorandum. The deputies obeyed. They prepared a carefully reasoned document, setting forth facts, explanations, and appeals for justice. It was meant to defend an entire people against the charge that they were the cause of popular misery. Yet the memorandum never reached the emperor's hands. Within only a few months, the official attitude toward what was called the Jewish question hardened. The earlier theory, which blamed revolutionary conspirators for orchestrating the riots known as pogroms, was quietly abandoned. In its place rose the notion that Jewish economic influence had provoked the anger of the masses. This new interpretation served a practical purpose. It provided a justification not only for the violence that had already taken place, but also for restrictive measures that were now being contemplated. Nicholas Pavlovich Ignatiev, the Minister of the Interior, who was responsible for internal security and administration throughout the empire, did not permit the memorandum defending the Jews to be submitted. To do so would have contradicted the direction in which policy was turning. There is reason to believe that the soothing portion of the imperial reply, the one published in the press, was also intended for foreign eyes. In the year 1881, public opinion in Western Europe still carried influence in the diplomatic calculations of the Russian bureaucracy. The Russian Empire sought recognition as a great European power, and its rulers were sensitive to criticism from abroad. Just days before the audience at Gachina, the issue of violence against Jews in southern Russia was debated in the Parliament of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, the constitutional monarchy that prided itself on civil liberties and parliamentary government. In the House of Commons, the elected lower chamber of Parliament, two Jewish members, Baron Henry de Worms and Sir Henry Drummond Wolff, raised pointed questions. They referred to the case of an English Jew who had been expelled from the city of St. Petersburg, the imperial capital of Russia. They asked Sir Charles Wentworth Dilke, who served as Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, whether Her Majesty Queen Victoria's government had made formal representations to the authorities in St. Petersburg regarding what they called atrocious outrages committed against the Jewish population in southern Russia. Sir Charles Dilke answered cautiously. He stated that the British government was uncertain whether a protest would prove effective. The reply was diplomatic, restrained, and noncommittal. It reflected the delicate balance of international relations, where moral concern often bowed to political calculation. A similar scene unfolded shortly afterward. On the 13th day of May in the year 1881, according to the European calendar, a joint delegation of the Anglo-Jewish Association and the Board of Deputies of British Jews was received by Lord Granville, the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs of the United Kingdom. These two organizations were among the leading representative bodies of British Jewry, devoted to defending Jewish rights at home and abroad. The delegates appealed for intervention, urging the British government to act in defense of their persecuted brethren in Russia. Lord Granville expressed sympathy, yet he advised against direct interference. He pointed out that the Russian government itself claimed to be taking measures against the disorders and referred to the recent cordial reception granted by the emperor to a Jewish deputation. In diplomatic language, he signaled reluctance to challenge another sovereign state openly. Thus, European concern remained largely verbal. Meanwhile, events within the Russian Empire revealed the true direction of policy. The public observed a striking contrast. When fires ravaged towns or floods swept through provinces, the imperial authorities were known to grant financial assistance to the victims. Such aid had both practical and symbolic value. It alleviated suffering and demonstrated the paternal care of the monarch. In previous disasters, the emperor himself had often contributed generously from his private funds, reinforcing the image of a compassionate ruler. Yet when Jewish homes were looted, shops destroyed, and families left destitute by pogroms, no such assistance was forthcoming. The state treasury remained closed. No imperial donation was announced. The silence spoke loudly. Even more telling was the refusal to permit relief efforts organized by Jews themselves. In St. Petersburg, Jews were forbidden to conduct a public collection for the benefit of those who had suffered in the riots. In the port city of Odessa, located on the Black Sea and home to a large and vibrant Jewish community, the governor-general declined to accept a substantial sum offered by wealthy Jews for the relief of victims. Charity itself was obstructed, and beyond this indifference lay active hostility. The violence of the streets was followed by what might be called administrative violence. In the month of May, in the year 1881, the police in the ancient city of Kiev began to search systematically for Jews who were residing there without legal authorization. Under the laws of the Russian Empire, Jewish residence was severely restricted. Most Jews were confined to a vast region known as the Pale of Settlement, stretching across parts of present-day Poland, Lithuania, Belarus, and Ukraine. Only certain categories of Jews were permitted to live outside this zone. These included merchants registered in the First Guild, meaning those who paid high commercial taxes, graduates of institutions of higher learning, and recognized artisans. In Kiev, the authorities examined documents, scrutinized permits, and expelled thousands who did not meet these narrow criteria. Families were uprooted with little warning. Similar expulsions took place in Moscow, the ancient capital, in Oryol, a provincial city, and in other towns beyond the Pale of Settlement. The message was unmistakable. The state would not merely fail to protect its Jewish subjects from mob violence. It would tighten the legal boundaries that confined them. These measures were presented as the enforcement of existing law, as lessons in order and religious toleration. Yet to many observers, they appeared as an endorsement of the very hostility that had erupted in the streets. The Russian masses, who had recently demonstrated how easily they could violate Jewish homes and businesses, now saw that the machinery of administration moved in the same direction. The line between popular fury and official policy grew ever thinner, and the tension in the empire deepened with each passing week. One hope still remained to the Jewish population. The courts of law, which were supposed to be the voice of the public conscience of the Russian Empire, ought to have condemned the men who had led the pogroms. Many believed that judges, bound by law and duty, would finally speak with clarity and severity. But this hope also proved to be an illusion. In most cases, Judges treated open robbery and brutal attacks on life and body as if they were nothing more than minor street quarrels, as mere disturbances of public order. They imposed laughably light punishments, sometimes only 3 months of imprisonment, and even these mild sentences were often given not only to the attackers, but also to Jews who had tried to defend themselves, as happened in the port city of Odessa. When the terrible pogrom in Kiev came before the local military circuit court, the public prosecutor, Strelnikov, a man known for his harsh and reactionary views and who would later be killed by revolutionaries, delivered a speech on the 18th day of May that sounded less like an accusation against the rioters and more like an accusation against the Jewish victims. He claimed that the violence had been caused entirely by what he called the exploitation practiced by Jews, whom he said had seized the main economic positions in the province. During the questioning of Jewish witnesses, he spoke in the same hostile spirit. When one witness answered that the growing economic struggle was the result of the artificial overcrowding of Jews inside the restricted Pale of Settlement, the prosecutor shouted that if the eastern frontier was closed to the Jews, the western frontier was open, and asked why they did not leave. This call to abandon the country, spoken by a man whose duty was to protect the law, struck like a blow. It came at a moment when many Jewish families, terrified by the pogroms, were already thinking of flight. The effect was devastating. The last ray of hope, the hope for justice in the courts, went out. The courts had become another weapon in the hands of those who led the campaign against the Jews. The brief feeling of safety that had followed the published part of the imperial reply at the audience of the 11th day of May faded quickly. Fear returned to Jewish homes, while the instigators of violence grew bolder and decided that the time had come to continue their interrupted work in the streets. The first days of July marked the beginning of a second wave of riots, later remembered as the summer pogroms. The new outbreak began in the town of Pereyaslav, in the province of Poltava, a region that had not forgotten its old traditions of hostility toward Jews inherited from Cossack times. At that moment, Pereyaslav had taken in many refugees who had escaped from the spring pogroms in Kiev. The sudden increase in the Jewish population angered many local Christian residents. 420 Christian townsmen of Pereyaslav, people who publicly called themselves believers in the teachings of the Gospels that command compassion for those who suffer, passed a resolution demanding that the Jews be expelled from their town. While waiting for this demand to become law, they decided to teach the Jews what they called a lesson by their own hands. On the 30th day of June and the 1st day of July, Pereyaslav became the scene of another pogrom, carried out with all the familiar rituals of destruction, though this time without the shedding of many lives. The aftermath had a grim irony of its own. A committee was formed to investigate the causes of the violence. The sound of gunfire and the sight of fallen men did not immediately end the madness. Instead, a terrible cry rose from the crowd. "Christian blood is flowing, beat the Jews." With that shout, the riot reignited with even greater intensity. The attackers now felt both enraged and justified. The destruction continued until the 3rd day, when exhaustion and firm military pressure finally crushed the outbreak. By these last violent explosions, the energy of the July riots burned itself out. The roaming bands of attackers slowly understood that the authorities were no longer pretending, no longer hesitating. Police and soldiers were now acting with real force. That realization broke the spell of impunity. The intoxication of violence faded. Toward the end of July, the wave of vandalism subsided. Yet the hatred did not simply disappear. In many cities it changed form. When rioters could no longer plunder freely, they turned to fire. Jewish neighborhoods were set ablaze under cover of darkness. Flames did what looters could not. Houses, workshops, and stores were reduced to ashes. This pattern appeared especially in the northwestern regions of the empire, in the lands known as Lithuania and White Russia, where local authorities had from the beginning taken a harder line against open mob attacks. Prevented from robbing, criminals chose burning. Across the spring and summer of that year, more than 100 towns and settlements with Jewish populations suffered direct attacks. Most of the destruction fell upon the southern regions of the Russian Empire. But the fear spread much farther than the violence itself. Panic traveled along roads, through letters, by word of mouth. The entire Jewish population of the empire lived under a shadow of expectation and dread. Every rumor of hoofbeats or shouting could signal another attack. In moments like this, history seemed to echo older centuries. In the medieval past, when Jewish suffering reached unbearable heights, whole communities chose exile rather than terror. Now, again, the question of mass emigration rose with urgency. Families asked each other not how to rebuild, but where to flee. In a strange twist of historical memory, help was offered from a land that centuries earlier had driven out its own Jewish population. The government of Spain announced its willingness to receive Jewish refugees from Russia. In the year 1492, Spain had expelled its Jews in one of the most famous expulsions in European history. Now, in the late 19th century, that same Catholic kingdom extended an official gesture of shelter to victims of violence coming from the Greek Orthodox Russian Empire. The symbolism was powerful, but in practical terms the offer had little effect. Distance, poverty, and political realities made large-scale settlement there unlikely. Jewish thinkers and writers debated passionately. Where should the refugees go? One path led across the ocean to the United States of America, a rapidly growing republic promising work, civil freedom, and legal equality. The other path pointed toward Palestine, the ancient homeland tied to Jewish history and faith, offering not wealth, but spiritual restoration and national rebirth. While intellectuals argued, events on the ground made the decision for most people. The overwhelming majority of refugees from southern Russia moved westward toward Atlantic ports, aiming for America. The movement surged forward like a natural force, without central organization, without planning, driven by fear and desperation. By the autumn of that same year, around 10,000 impoverished Jewish refugees had gathered in the frontier city of Brody, located near the border between the Russian Empire and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. They arrived exhausted, hungry, and uncertain, drawn by rumors that aid would be provided there for travel overseas. Many believed that representatives of a major international Jewish relief organization based in France would finance their passage. That organization was the Alliance Israélite Universelle, founded in the city of Paris to defend Jewish rights and assist persecuted communities around the world. Its Central Committee had not expected a human flood of this size. Suddenly confronted with thousands of stranded refugees, it struggled to respond. Urgent warnings were sent out, advising Jews not to converge on Brody without preparation or guaranteed support. The warnings came too late. When the Alliance delegates, including the well-known Jewish activist Charles Netter, reached Brody, they found a heartbreaking scene. Streets and squares were packed with displaced families. Men and women sat on bundles of belongings. Children cried from hunger and fatigue. Clothing was torn. Faces were hollow. From early morning until late at night, crowds surrounded the delegates, begging for help. Mothers pushed forward, placing their weak children at the feet of the visitors, pleading for rescue from starvation. The delegates distributed what aid they could gather. They arranged departures where possible. But the numbers kept growing, and the machinery of emigration moved painfully slowly. Ships, permits, funds, and routes could not be created overnight. This great outward movement of Russian Jews was driven not only by the recent attacks and the terror they created. New pressures were also descending from the government itself, through fresh restrictive measures introduced by the powerful imperial minister Nikolai Ignatieff, whose policies were about to deepen the crisis even further. In the turbulent months following the pogroms of the year 1881, the imperial government of Russia stood at a crossroads. The violence that had swept through the southern provinces had shocked Europe and stained the reputation of the empire. At the center of power in St. Petersburg stood Count Nikolai Pavlovich Ignatiev, Minister of the Interior under Emperor Alexander III, a statesman known for his nationalism and his hostility toward liberal reform. His government, already inclined toward anti-Jewish policies, now faced a crucial decision: how to interpret and how to justify the wave of bloodshed. At first, the highest circles of authority wavered. The assassination of Emperor Alexander II on the first day of March 1881 had created an atmosphere of fear and instability. Revolutionary propaganda had been blamed for much unrest across the empire. It was tempting to attribute the pogroms to the chaos unleashed by radical agitators. But such an explanation would not serve the reactionary program that was now consolidating under the new emperor, nor would it conveniently absolve the authorities of responsibility for failing to prevent the massacres. Gradually, a different theory emerged, one that shifted the burden of guilt away from the state and onto the victims themselves. The Russian government advanced what it presented as an economic explanation for the violence. It claimed that the pogroms were not acts of lawless brutality, but the spontaneous expression of popular resentment against Jewish exploitation of the native population. This quasi-economic doctrine rested upon two assertions, which, though logically contradictory, were presented side by side without embarrassment. First, it was argued that the Jews, being predominantly engaged in trade and commerce, performed what was termed unproductive labor. In the language of that era, agricultural work and manual production were considered inherently productive, while commerce and mediation were viewed with suspicion. According to this reasoning, Jewish merchants and middlemen stood between the peasantry and the market, profiting from transactions without contributing tangible labor. Thus, they were said to exploit the productive Christian classes, particularly the peasants. Second, the theory asserted that the Jews had captured commerce and industry. Here, the argument tacitly admitted that Jews were in fact deeply involved in handicrafts, manufacturing, and urban trades. But this participation was reinterpreted as illegitimate competition. By occupying economic positions in towns and cities, Jews were said to interfere with Christian burghers in their own pursuit of profit. In other words, Jews were accused simultaneously of being unproductive parasites and of being dangerously competitive industrial rivals. The intellectual foundation of this theory was fragile. It reflected primitive economic notions typical of societies in transition, when older systems of natural, self-sufficient production gave way to the complexities of capitalism. In such periods, the role of merchants and financiers is often misunderstood and resented. Yet the Russian government was not troubled by the inconsistency or crudity of the argument, nor was it troubled by the implication that state power might be used to regulate economic competition in favor of one nationality over another. In a police state, the occupation of certain professions by a minority group could be labeled a capture, and repression could be justified as a defense of the dominant people. What the government required was a narrative. It needed to persuade Europe that the pogroms were not the result of official negligence or covert encouragement, but the outcry of an oppressed populace. The violence, it was claimed, was the vengeance of peasants ruined by exploitation or of Russian townsmen thwarted in their economic ambitions. To lend authority to this interpretation, Emperor Alexander III dispatched Count Pavel Kutuzov to South Russia to investigate the causes of the disturbances. Kutuzov's report reflected the new line of reasoning. Yet even he could not entirely ignore its contradictions. He acknowledged that the Russian masses were themselves subject to exploitation by powerful Russian commercial interests. Moreover, he struggled to explain why pogroms had been directed against Jewish agricultural colonists, families engaged in farming, who by the government's own definition should have been counted among the productive classes rather than among exploiters. Nevertheless, Count Ignatiev seized upon the economic thesis and elaborated it in a comprehensive report submitted to the Tsar on the 22nd day of August in the year 1881. In that document, Ignatiev criticized the policies of the preceding 2 decades during the reign of Emperor Alexander II. For 20 years, he argued, the government had attempted to bring about the fusion of the Jews with the rest of the population. It had gradually expanded their civil rights and reduced certain restrictions, moving toward a partial equalization of status between Jews and what official language called the original inhabitants of the empire. According to Ignatiev, the recent pogroms proved the futility of that liberal approach. The harmful influence of the Jews, he claimed, could not be neutralized by granting them greater rights. In his report, Ignatiev insisted that the pogrom movement, though deplorable in its forms, had an exclusively economic origin. Over the preceding 20 years, he wrote, Jews had gradually managed to dominate commerce and industry. They had also acquired significant amounts of land through purchase and lease. Owing to what he described as their clannishness and solidarity, they had allegedly directed their efforts not towards strengthening the productive forces of the country, but toward exploiting the original inhabitants, particularly the poorest strata of the population. This exploitation, Ignatiev contended, had provoked a protest from the people, which manifested itself in violent and regrettable forms. Having taken energetic measures to suppress mob rule and to shield the Jews from further violence, the government now claimed it was equally justified in adopting energetic measures to remove what it termed the abnormal relations between Jews and the native population. The state, Ignatiev argued, must protect the Russian people against harmful Jewish activity, which local information had identified as the root cause of the disturbances. Thus, through official reports and carefully framed language, the narrative was reversed. The pogroms, once a scandal threatening the moral standing of the empire, were transformed into evidence of popular grievance. The victims were recast as instigators, and under the guise of restoring balance and justice, preparations were laid for a new phase of restrictive legislation that would profoundly reshape Jewish life in the Russian Empire. Emperor Alexander III, newly seated upon the throne of the Russian Empire after the violent death of his father, did not hesitate. When his Minister of the Interior, Nicholas Pavlovich Ignatiev, presented his interpretation of the unrest, the emperor signaled his agreement with remarkable speed. Ignatiev assured the sovereign that energetic measures had already been taken to suppress the pogroms, the outbreaks of mob violence directed against Jewish communities. In truth, such decisive intervention had occurred in only a handful of cases. In many towns and provinces, the violence had burned itself out without serious resistance from the authorities. Yet, while the emperor accepted assurances that order was being restored, he also granted Ignatiev permission to undertake what were described as energetic measures of a different kind. These new measures would not be directed against the rioters who had looted shops and destroyed homes. Instead, they would be directed against the very population that had just endured ruin. On the 22nd day of August in the year 1881, an imperial decree, known in Russian as an ukase, was published. This document spoke of what it called abnormal relations between the original population of several provinces of the empire and the Jews who lived among them. The phrase original population referred primarily to the Christian inhabitants, peasants and townspeople alike, who were presented as the natural foundation of Russian society. To address these so-called abnormal relations, the decree ordered the creation of special commissions in provinces where the Jewish population was numerous. These commissions were to consist of representatives of the local estates and communes. In the Russian imperial system, Estates meant legally defined social categories, such as the nobility, the urban dwellers, and the peasantry. Communes referred especially to the rural village assemblies that governed peasant life. Each commission would be presided over by the provincial governor, the chief administrative officer appointed by the central government. The task assigned to these bodies was revealing. They were instructed to determine which aspects of Jewish economic activity had exerted an injurious influence upon the life of the original population. Furthermore, they were to recommend legislative and administrative measures designed to weaken that influence. The goal was not concealed. The commissions were to investigate, define, and confirm the supposed harmful impact of Jews upon the economic life of the empire. 3 days later, on the 25th day of August in the same year, Ignatiev issued a circular to the governors general, the high officials who oversaw large regions of the empire. In this circular, he repeated the essence of his report to the emperor. He firmly established what now became official doctrine, that the economic activity of the Jews had harmful consequences for the Christian population, that Jews maintained racial separatism, and that they were driven by religious fanaticism. These were sweeping accusations, presented not as hypotheses, but as established truths. Thus unfolded a spectacle at once extraordinary and tragic. The Jewish population, which had recently suffered destruction of property and loss of livelihood, which had every reason to demand protection from the state, now found itself placed on trial. Instead of the government being called to account for failing to safeguard its subjects, the victims themselves were summoned before tribunals designed to examine their alleged wrongdoing. The judges in this peculiar proceeding were the very agents of authority. Provincial governors presided over the commissions. Some of these men have been accused of turning a blind eye to the pogroms, or of responding with delay and indifference. Alongside them sat representatives of the Christian estates, both urban and rural. These members were, in most cases, selected or approved by the same governors who presided over the sessions. The composition of the commissions reflected the existing hierarchy of power. Each commission was allotted 2 Jewish representatives. Yet these men were not granted equal standing. They were included as experts, permitted to provide information and clarification, but denied the right to vote. In effect, they occupied the position of defendants in a court where they had no decisive voice. They were compelled to listen as accusation followed accusation, and to respond as best they could within strict limits. In total, 16 such commissions were established. One was formed in each of the 15 provinces of the Pale of Settlement, the vast region to which most Jews in the Russian Empire were confined. The Kingdom of Poland, though part of the empire, was excluded from this arrangement. In addition, a commission was created in the province of Kharkov, beyond the formal boundaries of the Pale. These bodies were given 2 months to complete their work and submit their findings to the Minister of the Interior. During the months of September and October in the year 1881, the sessions of these provincial commissions took place almost simultaneously. Across the breadth of the western provinces of the empire, similar scenes unfolded behind closed doors. At the opening session of each commission, the ministerial circular of the 25th of August was read aloud. The effect was immediate and powerful, but not in the same way for all who listened. Among the peasant members and other Christian representatives, the reading of the circular reinforced a clear impression. They understood that the government regarded the Jews with hostility and viewed them as responsible for the unrest. Ignatiev's assertion that the disorders were due exclusively to Jewish exploitation of the original inhabitants signaled that the state placed the blame upon the Jewish population. The peasants drew their conclusions. They perceived leniency toward those who had instigated violence and severity toward those who had suffered from it. When these members returned to their rural communes, they carried with them the conviction that the government itself endorsed the accusations. For the Jewish representatives, the experience was profoundly different. As they sat in those chambers, they felt that not merely their own persons, but the entire Jewish population of the empire, numbering nearly 3 million souls, stood at the bar of judgment. One segment of the population was being tried before another. Yet this was no court composed of deputies freely elected by all socialist states. It was a gathering of administrative officials, bureaucratic office holders who owed their positions to the central authority and were subordinate to it. The proceedings were conducted in secrecy. There was no open public debate, no independent press to report the arguments in full, no panel of impartial jurors. The Jewish representatives had no sufficient counsel. From the outset, many believed that the verdict had already been decided. The tone of the sessions deepened this sense of foregone conclusion. The presiding governors often adopted a stern and unsympathetic attitude. The majority of members were openly hostile. Their speeches were marked by harsh attacks, mocking remarks, and subtle insults. Each accusation struck like a blow. The Jewish representatives were subjected to moral torment, forced to defend their community against generalizations and charges that painted an entire people as exploiters and fanatics. In many commissions, their attempts to speak were curtailed. Their voices were interrupted or overshadowed by the dominant majority. Gradually, hope of achieving a balanced and impartial examination of the question faded. The Jewish members found themselves compelled, as a final recourse, to submit written memoranda and separate opinions in defense of their coreligionists. These documents sought to present facts, statistics, and reasoned arguments. Yet even here, frustration prevailed. In only a few instances were these memoranda read aloud during the sessions. Often they were received, recorded, and set aside without discussion. The trial proceeded, and the weight of accusation continued to fall, while those most directly affected struggled to make themselves heard within a system that seemed determined not to listen. Given this situation, it was hardly surprising that the investigative commissions delivered their verdicts in the very spirit that had been dictated by the authorities. The officials who were hostile to Jews displayed what they called learning by offering crude and ignorant judgments about what they described as the spirit of Judaism about the Talmud, and about what they called the national separatism of the Jewish people. They proposed to uproot all of these influences through a policy of cultural repression. Their program included the destruction of the self-governing rights of Jewish communities, the closing of all special Jewish schools, and the placing of every aspect of Jewish inner life under direct government supervision. At the same time, representatives of Russian townspeople and peasants, many of whom had only recently cooperated with or openly sympathized with the attackers in the pogroms, tried to prove what they called the economic harmfulness of the Jews. They demanded that Jews be restricted in their work in towns and in the countryside, and also in their right to live outside the cities. In spite of this hostile atmosphere, 5 of these commissions dared to express an opinion that, from the point of view of the government, sounded like open heresy. They declared that it was necessary to grant Jews the right to live throughout the empire, in order to relieve the crushing overcrowding of the Jewish population inside the Pale of Settlement. While these provincial commissions, dominated in every sense by the governors, were holding their meetings, the highest regional rulers of the Pale, the governors general, were busy sending their own opinions to St. Petersburg. The governor general of Kiev, Drinteln, who himself could have been prosecuted for allowing a pogrom to rage for 2 days in the very city where he lived, condemned the entire Jewish people in harsh and sweeping language. He demanded measures that would, as he said, protect the Christian population from what he called an arrogant tribe that refused, on religious grounds, to have close contact with Christians. In his view, legal repression was necessary in order to counter what he described as the intellectual superiority of the Jews, which he claimed allowed them to win in the struggle for survival. Similar denunciations of Judaism came from the governors general of Odessa, Vilna, and Kharkov, although they disagreed about how far this repression should go. Totleban, the ruler of the Vilna province, who had refused to tolerate pogroms in Lithuania, nevertheless agreed that Jews should from now on be forbidden to settle in villages. At the same time, he added that it seemed somewhat inconvenient to deprive an entire nation of the possibility of earning its bread by honest labor. The general impression was that militant hatred of Jews was determined to take from them even the right to survive. The government knew in advance that the work of the provincial commissions would produce conclusions pleasing to it. For that reason, it did not even wait for their final reports. On the 19th day of October, it created in St. Petersburg a new body called the Central Committee for the Revision of the Jewish Question. This committee was attached to the Ministry of the Interior and was made up of several officials under the chairmanship of Gotov Sev. These officials quickly began drafting what they called temporary measures in the spirit of their political patron, Ignatiev. As reports from the provincial commissions arrived, they used them to strengthen the foundations for the laws they planned to introduce. By the month of January in the year 1882, the entire administrative machine for the production of new restrictions against Jews was working at full speed. This organized campaign by the enemies of Judaism, who were preparing what many called administrative pogroms to follow the street pogroms, met with no united resistance from Russian Jewry. A small and secret meeting of Jewish notables in St. Petersburg, held in the month of September, offered a sad picture of weakness and confusion. Guests from the provinces, invited by Baron Gunsberg, discussed questions such as emigration and the fight against the anti-Jewish press. After they were presented to Ignatiev, who assured them in careful and diplomatic words of the benevolent intentions of the government, they returned home without having achieved anything. The only organized social force left in Jewish life was the press, especially three periodicals published in the Russian language, Razviet, Ruski Yevry, and Voskad. But even these journals showed how uncertain and divided the situation had become and how unclear the path forward still was. At this moment in history, organized Jewish political movements inside the Russian Empire were still only in their earliest stage of formation. They existed more as scattered ideas and small circles than as powerful parties. Their real rise would come later. For now, the main organized voice of Jewish defense was the Russian Jewish press. Jewish newspapers and journals worked tirelessly, writing articles, publishing testimonies, and arguing for equal rights and legal protection. Editors and writers believed that reason, law, and public conscience could still prevail. But their voices struggled to travel beyond their own readership. In the powerful centers of Russian opinion, where fear and hostility toward Jews were rapidly spreading, these appeals were barely heard. Instead, public mood was shaped by large, influential newspapers that reached government officials, educated elites, and the urban middle class. Among the most important of these was Novoye Vremya, meaning the New Time, a semi-official newspaper closely aligned with reactionary government circles. Another was Rus, a pan-Slavic nationalist newspaper published in Moscow. From their pages flowed a steady stream of suspicion, accusation, and hostility toward Jewish communities. During the very months when violent attacks against Jews were spreading across towns and villages, these newspapers did not call for calm. Instead, they sharpened the tone. The New Time presented the so-called Jewish question in a theatrical and chilling way, borrowing a famous line from the tragedy Hamlet by William Shakespeare, "To beat or not to beat." The newspaper treated this not as a moral horror, but as a policy choice. Its answer was brutal in logic. Yes, the Jews must be beaten, it argued, but not by uncontrolled mobs. Russia, it said, was a monarchy built on order and conservative authority. Therefore, repression should be carried out not by crowds in the streets, but by the state itself, through laws, restrictions, and administrative force. Legal persecution, in this view, would be more efficient than riot. One of the loudest voices in this campaign came from the editor of the Moscow newspaper Rus, the influential publicist Ivan Aksakov. He attacked the liberal Russian newspapers that expressed sympathy for Jewish victims. He accused them of betraying the Russian people. According to him, when peasants and townspeople destroyed Jewish homes and shops, they were acting out of righteous anger. He did not explain why this so-called righteous anger so often included theft, looting, and the assault of defenseless women. Instead, he constructed a sweeping accusation, drawing arguments from medieval church hostility toward Judaism and from modern anti-Jewish theories, then circulating in Germany. He declared that Judaism stood in opposition to Christian civilization. He warned that Jews were striving for world domination through financial influence and economic networks. These ideas did not remain limited to conservative and religious circles. Hostility toward Jews also seeped into parts of the radical and revolutionary intelligentsia, the educated activist class that opposed the monarchy. Among the revolutionary populists who idealized the Russian peasantry as morally pure and historically destined to create a just society, it became fashionable to describe the Jew as an economic exploiter. These radicals usually placed Jewish traders and moneylenders into the same category as Russian factory owners and wealthy merchants. But this simplification created a dangerous misunderstanding. It ignored the legal restrictions and poverty affecting most Jewish communities and instead turned them into symbols of oppression in the revolutionary imagination. Within one revolutionary organization, this confusion produced a dark and reckless idea. A faction among southern Russian revolutionaries belonging to the underground party called Narodnaya Volya, meaning the people's freedom or the people's will, began to speculate about redirecting mob violence. This secret organization, founded in the year 1879, had already chosen terrorism as a political weapon and would become known for assassinating the Emperor Alexander II. Some of its members reasoned that if peasants and workers were already attacking Jews, whom they wrongly viewed as representatives of non-Russian wealth, then perhaps this anger could be redirected toward all wealthy classes, including Russian nobles and state officials. During the spring and summer outbreaks of anti-Jewish violence, mysterious agitators appeared in some places. They spread rumors, distributed leaflets, and whispered messages, urging crowds not only to attack Jews, but also to turn against landowners and government representatives. At the end of August in the year 1881, a group within the Executive Committee of the People's Freedom Organization, then operating from Moscow, issued a secret appeal. It declared that the emperor had enslaved the free Ukrainian people and had handed over their land to nobles and officials. It claimed that these rulers protected the Jews and shared profits with them. Therefore, the appeal urged the people to rise against Jews, landlords, and the emperor's officials all at once. It called on laborers to avenge themselves, to plunder Jewish property, and to kill government authorities. This explosive document did not represent the entire leadership of the revolutionary organization. Other members refused to approve it. They feared, correctly, that such a message would morally corrupt the movement and politically destroy it. After a limited number of copies had circulated, the appeal was withdrawn and destroyed. Yet for a time, some revolutionary theorists continued to argue that anti-Jewish unrest could be tactically used to ignite a broader social revolution. Events soon proved how deeply mistaken this idea was. The anti-Jewish movement did not weaken despotism. It strengthened the most reactionary forces in the empire. Hostility toward Jews became a convenient tool in the hands of hardline officials and extremist monarchists. By encouraging or tolerating violence against a vulnerable minority, they diverted popular anger away from the real source of oppression, the autocratic political system, and redirected it toward those who were themselves among its most restricted and defenseless subjects. In the summer of the year 1881, when the violent outbreaks against Jewish communities in the southern regions of the Russian Empire seemed at last to subside, many believed that the storm had passed. The fires had burned themselves out. The shattered windows had been boarded up. The wounded had begun to heal. Across the vast lands ruled by Emperor Alexander III, a heavy silence settled, as though the empire itself were catching its breath. No one expected that the violence would rise again before the year was done. Least of all did anyone expect it in Warsaw, the great capital of the Kingdom of Poland, a land that had been absorbed into the Russian Empire, but still retained its distinct Polish character, its language, its Catholic faith, and its proud memory of lost independence. Warsaw in the late 19th century was a city of contrasts. Poles and Jews lived side by side. Tensions existed, certainly, but they had not yet hardened into the open hostility that would scar later decades. Jewish merchants traded in the bustling streets. Polish craftsmen labored in workshops. Church bells rang over neighborhoods where synagogues stood only a few streets away. Life was uneasy, but it was shared. Then came December of the year 1881. It was the day of the Catholic Christmas celebration, a sacred feast in the Roman Catholic Church, which was the faith of the overwhelming majority of the Polish population. In the very center of Warsaw stood the Church of the Holy Cross, a grand and revered house of worship. On that holy day, it was filled to overflowing. Worshippers pressed shoulder to shoulder, candles flickering, incense heavy in the air, prayers rising toward the vaulted ceiling. Suddenly, a single cry shattered the solemnity. Fire! Panic erupted in an instant. In a crowded building, fear spreads faster than flame. The congregation surged toward the doors. Mothers clutched children. Men pushed forward in terror. The narrow exits became deadly traps. Bodies fell. Others stumbled over them. In the chaos, 29 people were crushed to death. Many more were left maimed, their limbs broken, their lives forever altered. And yet there was no fire. When the smoke of panic cleared, there was no sign of flame, no scent of burning wood. It soon became clear that the alarm had been false. In Warsaw, as in many great cities, pickpockets were notorious. They sometimes used false alarms to create confusion, robbing the frightened crowd in the chaos. Many assumed that such criminals had again employed this cruel trick. But while the bodies of the dead were still being carried out of the church, and grieving families gathered in horror before its doors, another rumor began to move through the crowd. 2 Jewish pickpockets had been caught inside. The claim was whispered first, then spoken aloud, then repeated with growing certainty. It would later prove unfounded. But in that moment of grief and fury, truth mattered little. The suggestion was enough. Then, suddenly, piercing whistles cut through the winter air. No one knew who blew them. No one could say from where they came. But to those who had witnessed earlier outbreaks of violence in the empire, the meaning was unmistakable. The whistles were signals. The mob turned. Jewish passers-by were seized and beaten. Stones crashed through shop windows. Doors were forced open. As if following a rehearsed plan, the attackers moved from street to street, targeting Jewish stores, Jewish taverns, Jewish homes, Jewish houses of prayer. The violence did not appear entirely spontaneous. Among the rioters were known thieves, men familiar to the police. There were also strangers, men who spoke Russian rather than Polish. From time to time, whistles sounded again, guiding the mob into this street or that, as though someone unseen directed the chaos like a conductor leading a dark orchestra. The police and soldiers were present, but in small numbers. When authority itself was not directly threatened, intervention came slowly. The thin line of uniformed men did little to halt the destruction. In some cases, their very inaction emboldened the rioters. On the second day, the violence spread further. It touched both the heart of Warsaw and its outer districts. Only in those streets densely populated by Jews, where organized resistance might be expected, did the attackers hesitate. In certain places, Jewish residents defended themselves with courage and desperation. Fights broke out. Blood was shed on both sides. Arrests were made. Rioters were seized and dragged to police stations. Yet for reasons never fully explained, the authorities did not act decisively to disperse the crowds. Again and again, destruction unfolded within sight of those charged with maintaining public order. It was as though an invisible signal had declared that the lesson had been delivered. On December 15th, the Governor-General of Warsaw, a high imperial official named Albudinsky, issued a formal order. The city was divided into 4 districts. Each district was placed under the command of a regimental chief of the Imperial Russian Army. Troops were stationed in the streets with explicit instructions to break up all gatherings. With that, the riots ceased almost at once. But the damage had already been done. Approximately 1,500 Jewish residences, businesses, and houses of prayer had been looted or destroyed. 24 Jews were reported wounded. The financial losses reached into the millions of rubles, a staggering sum in that era. More than 3,000 rioters were arrested. Among them, many youths barely old enough to understand the forces they had been swept into. The majority of those arrested came from the poorest and most marginalized layers of the Polish population. Yet observers noted something unsettling. Among the rioters were men who spoke Russian, not Polish. In the newspaper Novoye Vremya, a prominent publication in the Russian Empire known for its nationalist tone, remarked upon a curious detail. The Polish hooligans had shown a friendly attitude toward Russians, especially toward officers and soldiers of the Imperial Army. This friendliness was strange. The Polish people had long harbored deep resentment toward Russian rule. The military and official classes of the empire were often viewed as symbols of oppression. And yet, during these days of violence, hostility toward Jews seemed to eclipse hostility toward imperial authority. There were even reports that some soldiers, instead of restoring order, drank heavily in the smashed Jewish taverns and joined in the looting. Thus, in the capital of Poland, under the watchful gaze of the Russian Empire, a tragedy unfolded not from fire, but from rumor, not from accident, but from tension carefully inflamed. And as winter deepened over Warsaw, the echoes of whistles and shattering glass lingered in the frozen streets, while the greater drama of imperial policy and social hatred continued to gather force. When the violence reached Warsaw, the historic capital of Poland, the shock was profound. Warsaw was not merely another provincial city within the vast Russian Empire. It was the heart of a nation with its own proud history, its own culture, and its own long memory of struggle. Though Poland had been partitioned at the end of the 18th century and much of its territory absorbed into the Russian Empire, the Polish upper classes, the landowners, scholars, lawyers, and writers, still cherished a strong sense of national dignity. For many among these Polish patriots, the outbreak of a pogrom in Warsaw felt like an insult layered upon tragedy. The word pogrom referred to organized mob violence directed against Jewish communities, marked by looting, destruction of property, and terror. Such scenes had already unfolded in cities such as Kyiv and Odessa. To see similar brutality erupt in Warsaw seemed to them an attempt to import what they regarded as a barbarous practice into a city that prided itself on refinement and European connections. On the second day of the violence, representatives of the Polish intellectual class issued a public appeal. These were men of education and influence, individuals who shaped opinion through newspapers, lectures, and civic engagement. In their address to the people, they condemned in emphatic language the disgraceful scenes that had stained the streets of the Polish capital. They called upon citizens to remember their traditions and to reject participation in acts of cruelty and lawlessness. The moral voice of the Roman Catholic Church in Warsaw also made itself heard. The Archbishop of Warsaw, the highest Catholic authority in the city and a figure of immense spiritual prestige, took a firm stand. He spoke out against the violence, aligning himself with those who sought to restore peace. Catholic priests, clothed in their clerical garments, were seen walking through the troubled streets with crosses raised in their hands. The cross, symbol of Christian faith and redemption, became a visible plea for restraint. The priests admonished the crowds, urging them to disperse and to cease from destruction. These interventions revealed that many among the Polish population did not wish to be associated with the horrors that had scarred other parts of the empire. There were even practical proposals. A number of Polish citizens approached the Governor-General of Warsaw, the chief imperial official appointed by St. Petersburg to administer the region. They requested permission to organize a civil guard. This would have been a voluntary body of respectable townsmen who pledged to restore order swiftly, perhaps within a single day, by patrolling the streets and preventing further outbreaks. The Governor-General refused. His refusal astonished many observers. The offer had come from loyal and influential citizens who sought to calm the city. Yet their proposal was declined. The implication was difficult to ignore. It seemed as though the authorities were unwilling to allow any deviation from a pattern already established elsewhere. The disturbances were permitted to follow a certain grim routine. First came the looting and the destruction, lasting for days. Only afterward would order be restored by official force. It was as if an unspoken formula governed the proceedings. 2 days of plunder, then a day of rest. This pattern raised troubling suspicions. Some contemporaries believed that powerful interests desired Warsaw to repeat the grim spectacles of Kiev and Odessa. If violence against Jews could be shown to occur not only in Russian provincial towns, but also in the capital of Poland, a city regarded as comparatively cultivated and closely connected to Western Europe, then it could be argued that the phenomenon was not uniquely Russian. It would appear as a broader social eruption, not as a product of Russian administration alone. In this way, Europe might be persuaded that the pogrom was not exclusively a Russian creation, but spontaneous expression of popular feeling across different national groups within the empire. Yet the outcome did not unfold as some may have intended. The events in Warsaw, which marked the culmination of the wave of pogroms in the year 1881, reverberated far beyond the borders of the Russian Empire. Warsaw was a major commercial center. Its merchants maintained active trade with cities in Germany, in France, in Great Britain, and across the Atlantic Ocean. Goods moved in and out of its markets, and news traveled with them. The destruction of shops and warehouses in Warsaw disrupted commercial networks that extended deep into Europe. Business partners in Berlin, in Paris, and in London felt the consequences almost immediately. Reports of smashed storefronts, terrified families, and paralyzed trade reached foreign newspapers with alarming speed. The image of violence in a city so closely tied to the European market produced a shock far greater than that caused by earlier pogroms in more distant provinces. Thus the scenes in Warsaw, intended by some to blend into a pattern of unrest, instead magnified international attention. Europe and America watched with growing concern as the drama unfolded, and the capital of Poland became the final and most resonant act in the grim cycle of that turbulent year. This is a summary of the previous chapter. Chapter 10, The Anti-Jewish Policies of Nikolai Ignatieff, shows how the violence of the pogrom years is followed by something colder, quieter, and in many ways more dangerous. The transformation of hostility into state policy under the reign of Alexander III. In the early 1880s, the government begins to search not for ways to protect its Jewish subjects, but for ways to solve what it calls the Jewish question. The language is bureaucratic, but the intention is clear: to restrict, to confine, and to push Jewish life back into narrower and more fragile spaces. Committees are formed, reports are written, and behind closed doors, the future of millions is discussed as an administrative problem. What emerges is a program that blames the victims for the violence done to them. Instead of treating the pogroms as crimes to be punished, the authorities treat them as proof that Jews must be further limited in where they may live, how they may work, and how visible they may be in economic life. The idea of order becomes an excuse for exclusion. The chapter traces how Ignatiev's influence shapes this new course. Restrictions are proposed and prepared that aim to drive Jews out of villages, tighten controls in towns, and curb their participation in trade and public life. The spirit of the Reform era is now openly reversed. Where Alexander II's time had spoken, however imperfectly, of integration, this new period speaks the language of containment and rollback. Equally important is the mood that settles over Jewish society. The pogroms have already shaken confidence. Now official policy confirms the worst fears. The sense spreads that the state itself has chosen a path of hostility, and that this is not a passing storm, but a deliberate change of direction. Hope gives way to anxiety, and anxiety to a grim kind of clarity. By the end of the chapter, it is clear that persecution is no longer only a matter of mobs and riots. It is being written into regulations, prepared in offices, and justified in the name of stability. With this shift from violence to legislation, the story moves into its next phase. Chapter 11, New Measures of Oppression and Public Protests, follows how these policies are put into practice, and how Jewish society, joined at times by voices beyond it, begins to answer oppression not only with endurance, but with protest. The civil new year of the year 1882 dawned over the Russian Empire beneath a heavy sky. For the Jewish population, numbering nearly 3 million men, women, and children scattered across towns and villages within the pale of settlement and beyond, the turning of the calendar brought no renewal of hope. Instead, it deepened a mood of anxiety and grief. The memory of the violence in Warsaw still burned vividly. That city, long regarded as a center of Polish culture and European commerce, had been the final and most dramatic stage in the cycle of pogroms that had swept through the empire during the previous year. Jewish homes had been invaded, shops plundered, families humiliated and left destitute. News of those scenes had traveled quickly, stirring alarm not only in Russia, but across Europe and in the United States of America. Now, as the new year began, rumors circulated relentlessly. It was whispered in marketplaces and discussed in private gatherings that fresh measures of oppression were being prepared. Instead of calming the hostility directed against the Jews, the suffering they had endured seemed only to have hardened official attitudes. A cruel logic appeared to govern the minds of those in power. If violence had erupted against the Jews, then perhaps the Jews themselves must somehow be at fault. In other words, you are mistreated, therefore you are guilty. An official historian of that period, writing from within the imperial perspective, would later acknowledge with unusual candor that the government had felt burdened by what he described as the enforced role of defender of the Jews against the Russian population. The suppression of the riots by troops and police had not been experienced by the authorities as a moral duty gladly performed. It had weighed upon them as an uncomfortable obligation. This attitude was revealed in a telling moment. When Emperor Alexander III read the annual report of the Governor-General of Warsaw for the year 1882, he encountered a passage describing how military force had been used to suppress anti-Jewish excesses. In the margin of the document, the emperor wrote a brief comment in his own hand. He remarked that this was the sad thing in all these Jewish disorders. The sadness he expressed was not for the victims of violence, but for the fact that the state had been compelled to intervene on their behalf. Among the Jewish population, Those who could look beyond the immediate present quickly understood the significance of such sentiments. They sensed that the hostility of the ruling classes might soon take concrete form in new laws and restrictions. Others, less inclined to read between the lines, sought clarity directly from the government itself. In January of the year 1882, Dr. Orshansky, the brother of a well-known publicist and commentator on public affairs, approached Count Nicholas Pavlovich Ignatiev, the powerful minister of the Interior. Ignatiev held vast authority over internal administration, police, and local governance throughout the empire. Dr. Orshansky inquired about the future prospects of the Jews within Russia. Ignatiev authorized him to publish an official statement. The words were stark. The western frontier, the minister declared, stood open for the Jews. In other words, immigration to countries beyond the borders of the empire was not being obstructed. He added that the Jews had already taken advantage of this opportunity and that their departure had not been hindered. It should be remembered that under an old Russian law, leaving the country without special governmental permission could be treated as a criminal offense. Yet in practice, the authorities were not impeding Jewish immigration. As for the question of allowing Jews to settle more freely within the interior provinces of the Russian Empire, beyond the legally defined pale of settlement, Ignatiev spoke with caution and finality. The government, he said, would avoid anything that might further complicate relations between the Jews and what he called the original population, meaning the Christian majority. The pale of settlement would remain intact. Only in exceptional circumstances would the government consider permitting groups of Jews to settle in sparsely populated regions in need of colonization. These regions were described as thinly inhabited and requiring development. The implication was unmistakable. If Jews were to move beyond the pale, it would not be to thriving cities or prosperous agricultural districts. It would be to remote steppes of Central Asia or to the marshy expanses and severe climates of Siberia. Even then, such settlement would be allowed only if it could be achieved without injury to the original population. This statement, published as a special supplement to the Jewish weekly newspaper Razviat, spread rapidly among Jewish communities. Instead of calming fears, it intensified them. The message seemed clear. The government did not envision a future of integration or expanded rights. The one right openly acknowledged was the right to depart. Well-informed individuals possessed even more troubling knowledge. They were aware that a body known as the Jewish Committee, attached to the Ministry of the Interior, was deliberating plans that went beyond mere maintenance of the existing boundaries. According to reports circulating in informed circles, there was discussion of reducing the territory of the Pale of Settlement itself. One proposal under consideration involved expelling Jews from rural villages and forcing them into already overcrowded towns and cities. Such a measure would compress an immense population into urban centers ill-equipped to absorb them, deepening poverty and competition. Under these circumstances, despair settled upon the soul of Russian Jewry. Yet in a land where political freedom was severely restricted, where public protest against governmental policy could invite punishment, avenues for open resistance were almost non-existent. Newspapers were censored. Public meetings were controlled. Associations were closely watched. In the absence of political liberty, the Jewish people turned to a form of expression rooted in centuries of tradition. They chose to voice their anguish through religious observance. It was decided in many communities that the 18th day of January in the year 1882 would be observed as a day of national mourning. On that day, Jews would fast and gather in their synagogue for prayer. The observance was particularly striking in St. Petersburg, the imperial capital situated on the Neva River. This city, founded by Peter the Great as a window to Europe, was home to a relatively small but influential Jewish community. Among its members were numerous professionals: doctors, lawyers, merchants, scholars. On the appointed day, the synagogues of the capital filled to capacity. In the principal synagogue, the central house of Jewish worship in the city, men and women assembled in solemn silence. They recited the Selahot, ancient penitential hymns that had accompanied Jewish suffering for centuries. These prayers, born in times of exile and persecution, spoke of endurance, repentance, and hope amid affliction. Their melodies carried echoes of medieval trials and expulsions, now resonating within the walls of a modern imperial capital. The rabbi of the principal synagogue ascended the pulpit and delivered a discourse on the persecutions that had befallen his people. His words were measured, yet charged with emotion. He spoke of sorrow, of faith tested by hardship, of the need for unity and perseverance. Within that sacred space, denied the possibility of political demonstration, the Jewish community expressed its grief and its determination to endure, even as uncertainty about the future hung over them like a gathering storm. The scene inside the synagogue was one of indescribable anguish. An eyewitness recalls that as the preacher began to speak, his voice faltering with emotion while describing the current plight of the Jewish people, a sound erupted from the congregation, a long, trembling moan that seemed to rise from a single heart and yet came from every soul present. It filled the vast hall and rang off the walls. Old men, their faces lined with grief, wept silently beside trembling children. Paupers in long robes shivered with sorrow, while young men dressed in the latest fashions clutched each other in despair. Those who served in government offices, physicians, and students alike were overcome with grief. Even the women, often shielded by tradition from public expression, could not hold back their tears. For 2 or 3 minutes, the hall resounded with these heart-rending cries, a chorus of communal mourning that had been forged in centuries of suffering. The rabbi, standing upon the pulpit, covered his face with his hands and wept like a child, unable to continue his sermon. Similar scenes of mourning, solemn and politically charged, unfolded in other cities across the empire. In some communities, Jews observe a fast lasting 3 days, a ritual of penitence and solidarity. Even the college youth, who had long felt estranged from the traditions of Judaism, joined in this national mourning, sensing in their hearts that decades of sorrow and tears still lay ahead. Beyond the borders of Russia, the suffering of the Jewish people did not go unnoticed. Across the seas, in England, the Jewish communities, together with prominent political leaders, organized meetings of indignation to protest the horrors unfolding in Russia. Reports of the pogroms had already reached the English public. Shortly after the pogrom in Warsaw, the London Times published a series of articles titled "The Persecutions of the Jews in Russia," offering a heart-rending account of the violence in 1881 and exposing the anti-Jewish policies of the Russian rulers. These articles, written by Joseph Jacobs, caused a sensation, quickly reprinted in special editions that went through 3 successive printings and spread awareness far beyond the shores of England. Voices from across Europe and America began to demand diplomatic intervention on behalf of the oppressed Jewish population and to organize material aid for the victims of the pogroms. The Russian government, however, found itself in a state of great unease. Diplomats were alarmed by the international outcry, particularly in a country whose government, led at the time by William Ewart Gladstone, sought to maintain cordial relations with Russia. The official organ of Russian diplomacy, the Journal de St. Petersburg, published 2 articles attempting to refute the most shocking reports in the London Times, denying that cases of rape had occurred and claiming that murders were exceedingly rare. The articles went on to assert that the Russian government had begun considering new legislative measures regarding the Jewish population, though the reports omitted the critical fact that these measures were repressive in nature. The official publication even asked, in an irritated tone, whether the pro-Jewish agitators wished to sow discord between the Russian and English peoples, threatening the friendly relations that Gladstone's government had been carefully nurturing, reversing the policies of Benjamin Disraeli, Lord Beaconsfield. Despite these diplomatic arguments, the English political leaders pressed forward with their planned demonstrations. A whole series of protest meetings convened across cities in England, culminating in a large mass gathering at the Mansion House, London, on the first day of February, 1882. The meeting was presided over by the Lord Mayor of London. The elite of England was present, members of the Parliament of the United Kingdom, high-ranking clergy of the Church of England, the titled aristocracy, and scholars and men of learning. Those who could not attend sent letters expressing their deep sympathy, including the poet laureate Alfred, Lord Tennyson, the scientist and politician Sir John Lubbock, and others of prominence. The first speaker, the Earl of Shaftesbury, emphasized that the English people did not intend to interfere directly in the internal affairs of Russia, but sought to exert moral pressure in the spirit of international solidarity. He dismissed the official Russian denials, remarking that even if only a tenth of the reports were accurate, it was sufficient to provoke the indignation of the world. He called for direct appeal to the Tsar, asking him to act as a protector of the Jewish people, invoking the imagery of Cyrus the Great, who had allowed the Jewish people to return to their homeland, rather than becoming like Antiochus Epiphanes, a tyrant who had oppressed them. The voice of England had risen, carrying across the seas a plea for justice, an echo of the moans that had filled the synagogues of Russia, and a warning that the world was watching. In the winter of the year 1882, while reports of anti-Jewish violence and persecution in the Russian Empire were spreading across Europe, a dramatic public gathering took place in the city of London. It brought together leading religious authorities, politicians, scholars, and civic figures. The atmosphere was heavy with moral urgency. Speaker after speaker rose to condemn the suffering of the Jews and to appeal to conscience, faith, and international responsibility. One of the first major voices was the Bishop of London, a senior leader of the Church of England, speaking in place of the Archbishop of Canterbury, who is the highest-ranking bishop and spiritual head of the Anglican Church. The Anglican Church is the established Christian church in England, closely connected with the British state and crown. Addressing the audience, the bishop reminded them of a recent memory that still burned in the British conscience. Only a few years earlier, Europe had been shocked by atrocities committed in the Balkans by irregular Ottoman military bands known as Bolsheviks, who had carried out brutal attacks against Bulgarian Christian civilians. At that time, Russia had presented itself as the defender of the Bulgarians and had gained sympathy in Britain for opposing Ottoman Muslim rule. Now, the bishop declared, moral consistency demanded that Britain protest against abuses committed in Christian Russia just as firmly as it had protested against abuses committed in Muslim-ruled Turkey. Justice, he insisted, could not have two standards. Then came one of the most powerful moments of the meeting. The audience listened intently as Cardinal Henry Edward Manning rose to speak. He was one of the most famous Catholic leaders in Britain, a cardinal of the Roman Catholic Church known for his eloquence and moral passion. His voice carried both authority and compassion. He explained that the Jews in the Russian Empire were not only suffering from sudden outbreaks of mob violence, but were also living every day under a system of humiliating and restrictive laws. These laws, he said, spoke to the Jew like a jailer giving orders. You may not cross this boundary. You must not live within a certain distance of the frontier. You are forbidden to settle in this town. You are confined to that province. He described how entire communities were fenced in by geography and regulation. The cardinal then quoted words from a circular issued by the Russian Minister of the Interior, Nikolai Ignatieff, who had recently organized special provincial commissions after the outbreaks of violence. In that official document, the minister, while discussing atrocities committed against Jews expressed sorrow not for the Jewish victims, but for what he called the sad condition of the Christian inhabitants of the southern provinces. When this quotation was read aloud, the audience reacted with bitter laughter at the cold inversion of sympathy. Cardinal Manning then lifted his speech to a solemn and prophetic tone. He reminded his listeners that both Jews and Christians share the sacred scriptures that Christians call the Old Testament. That book, he said, is a bond between the two faiths. In it, the people of Israel appear as the most ancient, continuous people on earth. Compared with that long history, he declared, modern empires such as Russia, Austria, and even England are young. The Jewish people, scattered across continents, had survived conquest, exile, and oppression. They had been trampled down many times, yet had never disappeared or dissolved. They remained alive, he said, as a witness and a warning to all nations. Other distinguished speakers followed. Among them was Canon Frederick William Farrar, a well-known Anglican preacher and writer, and James Bryce, a respected scholar and statesman who would later serve as British ambassador to the United States of America. After these speeches, the Assembly adopted a series of formal resolutions. The first resolution declared that the persecutions and violent outrages inflicted on Jews in many parts of the Russian Empire over recent months were an offense against Christian civilization and must be deeply condemned. The second resolution stated that the meeting did not claim the right to interfere directly in the internal affairs of another sovereign country and wished to preserve friendly relations between Britain and Russia. Yet it insisted on expressing the opinion that Russian laws concerning Jews degraded them in the eyes of the surrounding Christian population and exposed them to violent outbreaks fueled by ignorance and fanaticism. The third resolution requested that the Lord Mayor of London send these statements to William Ewart Gladstone, the Prime Minister of Great Britain, and to Granville Levison Gower, known as Earl Granville, who served as Foreign Secretary. The hope was that the British government, when an opportunity arose, might use friendly diplomatic influence with the Russian government in harmony with the spirit of these resolutions. The meeting also voted to establish a relief fund to aid the victims of the violent attacks and to support efforts to improve the condition of Jews in the Russian Empire, including assistance for those who chose to emigrate. A special committee was appointed to manage this fund. It included the Lord Mayor of London, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Cardinal Manning, the Bishop of London, and the prominent Jewish banker and public figure Nathaniel de Rothschild, along with other notable citizens. Only a few days after this great public assembly, the British government responded. In the British Parliament, specifically in the House of Commons, Prime Minister William Ewart Gladstone answered a formal question from a member of Parliament, Sir John Simon. Gladstone stated that reports about the persecution of Jews in the Russian Empire had indeed been received from British consular officials, and that these reports inspired feelings of deep pain and horror. However, he emphasized that the treatment of Jews by the Russian authorities was considered an internal matter of another state. Because of this principle, it could not become the subject of official diplomatic investigation or protest by Britain. Only informal and private representations might be possible. Any stronger action, he warned, might actually worsen the situation of the Jews by provoking resentment among the lower classes in Russia. His reply closely echoed a warning that had already been issued by Russian official channels, which argued that foreign intervention on behalf of Jewish subjects would be viewed as improper interference and might trigger even more hostility on the ground. And so, even as sympathy rose and voices spoke out, the machinery of governments moved cautiously, slowly, and with visible restraint. While the streets of the Russian Empire still trembled from violence, and while Jewish communities counted their dead and their ruined homes, the echo of these events did not remain confined within the borders of the empire. Across Europe and across the Atlantic Ocean, governments and citizens alike watched with growing unease. On February 14th, in the year 1882, a telegram was dispatched from the city of London, capital of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. The message reported a discussion that had taken place in the House of Commons, the lower chamber of the British Parliament, where elected representatives debated the policies and moral responsibilities of the British government. In that chamber stood William Ewart Gladstone, the Prime Minister of Great Britain, a towering figure in 19th-century British politics. Gladstone was known for his powerful oratory, his commitment to parliamentary government, and his reputation as a statesman guided by moral seriousness. He was responding to a question raised by Baron Henry de Worms, a member of Parliament who had expressed concern about the treatment of Jews in the Russian Empire. Baron de Worms had pressed for a parliamentary debate on the sufferings of Russian Jews, hoping that public discussion in the British Parliament would bring pressure upon the government of Emperor Alexander III of Russia. But Gladstone answered with caution. He declared that no humane purpose would be achieved by holding such debates in Parliament. On the contrary, he argued, open discussion in London might inflame hostility within Russia itself. Public condemnation by a foreign legislature, he suggested, could provoke resentment among certain segments of the Russian population and make conditions even worse for the Jews. Therefore, he announced, no day would be appointed for the requested debate. This decision effectively closed the matter within the British Parliament. The result was deeply satisfying to Russian diplomacy. The government in St. Petersburg, capital of the Russian Empire, had no desire to see its internal policies subjected to formal denunciation by a major European power. By declining to debate the issue, Gladstone's cabinet spared Russia the embarrassment of official parliamentary censure. The British public and many members of the British government did not hide their feelings. There were meetings, there were speeches. Expressions of disgust were voiced at what was widely described as the barbarous treatment of Jews in Russia. Newspapers reported on the pogroms, the organized attacks on Jewish homes and businesses, and the restrictive laws imposed upon Jewish communities. Yet expressions of disgust were not the same as diplomatic action. Gladstone's cabinet made no immediate formal representations to St. Petersburg. There was no official protest delivered with the full weight of British power. For similar reasons, the Prime Minister refused to forward a petition addressed directly to the Russian government by the Jews of England. That petition had been organized under the leadership of Baron Lionel de Rothschild, a member of the prominent Rothschild banking family and one of the most influential Jewish figures in Britain. The petitioners had hoped that the British government would act as intermediary and transmit their appeal to the Russian authorities. Gladstone declined. In St. Petersburg, Count Nikolai Pavlovich Ignatiev, the Russian Minister of the Interior and a central architect of the empire's anti-Jewish policies, had little cause for alarm. The brief misunderstanding with what Russia considered a friendly government had been resolved without consequence. Fiery protests in British meeting halls might. John Watson Foster, acting under these instructions, raised the Jewish question in conversations with leading Russian officials. Among those with whom he spoke was Nikolai Karlovich de Geers, the Russian Minister for Foreign Affairs, responsible for the empire's relations with other nations. He also conversed with Count Mikhail Teryalovich Loris Melikov, the Minister of the Interior for a time during the final years of Emperor Alexander II, and with the official referred to as the Minister of Worship, who oversaw religious affairs within the empire. Foster reported these discussions in detail to Washington, describing the attitudes and justifications offered by Russian authorities. Concern in the United States did not remain confined to the executive branch of government. On May 22nd of the year 1880, the House of Representatives, one of the two chambers of the United States Congress, passed a resolution. It requested that the President lay before it all available information concerning cases in which American citizens of the Jewish faith had been expelled from Russia. The resolution also asked for all correspondence relating to what it called the proscription of Jews by the Russian government. The matter did not fade. On January 30th of the year 1882, the House of Representatives repeated its request for information. In response, President Chester Alan Arthur, who had assumed office after the assassination of President James Abram Garfield, submitted on May 22nd of that year a collection of diplomatic papers relating to the issue. These documents were printed as an official executive document of the United States government, making public the record of American representations to Russia. Years later, under President Benjamin Harrison, these papers were reprinted, ensuring that the record of concern and protest would remain part of the historical archive. Thus, while Count Ignatiev and his colleagues in St. Petersburg pressed forward with policies that tightened restrictions upon Jewish life, the question of Russian Jewry was no longer an internal affair alone. It had become a subject of debate in London and Washington, of petitions and parliamentary exchanges, of diplomatic dispatches and congressional resolutions. The tension between national sovereignty and international moral pressure was growing, and the story was far from finished. The wave of pogroms that swept through the Russian Empire during the year 1881 did not remain confined within its borders. Reports of burned homes, shattered shops, and terrified families crossed the Atlantic Ocean and stirred deep emotion in the United States of America. Newspapers carried detailed accounts. Letters from immigrants described the anguish of relatives left behind. Public meetings were convened in cities such as New York, Philadelphia, and Boston, where citizens expressed outrage at the persecution of Jewish communities. This rising indignation did not remain merely a matter of private sympathy. It began to influence official policy. On the 15th day of April in the year 1882, the newly appointed Secretary of State of the United States, Frederick Theodore Frelinghuysen, addressed a formal dispatch to the American minister in St. Petersburg, the diplomatic representative of the United States to the Russian Empire. In his message, Frelinghuysen acknowledged the powerful sentiment that had taken hold among the American people. He observed that in the modern age, prejudice based on race and religion ought to yield to the broader claims of common humanity. The citizens of the United States, he wrote, had heard with deep regret the stories of Jewish suffering in Russia. He instructed the American minister to convey to the imperial government the hope that means would be found to bring the persecution of these unfortunate beings to an end. The tone was measured and diplomatic, but the intent was clear. Friendship between the two nations did not preclude moral concern. Yet within the legislative branch of the American government, the language grew sharper and more impassioned. On the 31st day of July in the year 1882, Samuel Sullivan Cox, a representative from the state of New York, rose to speak in the House of Representatives of the United States Congress. The House of Representatives, as the lower chamber of the Congress, is composed of members elected directly by the people. Cox was known as an eloquent and experienced orator. On that day, he delivered a lengthy and forceful address condemning the policies of the Russian government toward the Jews. He did not treat the pogroms as isolated riots or as spontaneous explosions of popular anger. In his view, they were the predictable outcome of a system of legal disabilities and official discriminations imposed by the state itself. These restrictions, he argued, degraded Jews in the eyes of their fellow citizens and fostered resentment and hostility. Cox posed a pointed question. Was it to be said that the Russian peasantry alone bore responsibility for the violence? If the peasants were ignorant or morally degraded, he replied, they have been encouraged by the customs and laws of their own country. Russian legislation, he explained, marked Jews as separate. It confined them to certain territories within the empire, most notably the Pale of Settlement. It expelled them from other regions. It subjected their religious life to special regulation. It emphasized their isolation rather than their integration. When a peasant observed such authoritative discrimination practiced by his government against a particular race, Cox argued, his ignorance could be inflamed into fanaticism. Jealousy toward Jews as middlemen and traitors could then be added to this mixture, producing a combustible force. Such factors might explain the horrors that had occurred, though they could never justify them. In a phrase that resonated throughout his speech, Cox summarized what he saw as the tragic essence of the crisis: the extermination of 2.5 million human beings because they were Jews. The number he cited represented his estimate of the Jewish population within the Russian Empire. His words were meant to shock, to awaken conscience, and to stir action. After recounting in detail the outrages committed during the year 1881, he concluded with an appeal that rose above immediate politics into the realm of moral history. The Jewish people, he reminded his colleagues, were among the most ancient surviving civilizations of mankind, alongside the peoples of Egypt, China, and India. Their religious heritage, rooted in the revelation at Mount Sinai, had given the world lawgivers, prophets, and psalmists whose influence had shaped the ethical foundations of Western civilization. They had endured the rise and fall of empires, outliving the philosophies of ancient Greece and the power of imperial Rome. Now, he declared, this ancient and broken-hearted race stood at the mercy of the autocrat of the North, the emperor of all the Russias. To their long history of suffering was added the weight of new oppressions. Was there to be no word of protest from a republic founded upon liberty, struggling against adversities unmatched by any other people? Had they not continued to survive, like wine pressed from a crushed grape? Cox did more than speak. He introduced a formal resolution. In it, he asserted that the government of the United States should exercise its influence with the government of Russia to restrain the spirit of persecution directed against the Jews. The resolution also called for the protection of citizens of the United States who were residing in Russia and for redress in cases where injuries had already been inflicted. It urged that wise and enlightened administration be sought to secure both the Hebrew subjects of Russia and American citizens of Hebrew faith against future wrongs. Finally, it requested that the President of the United States, if consistent with the public interest, report to the House any further correspondence concerning the Jews in Russia that had not yet been communicated. Thus, the suffering of Jewish communities within the Russian Empire had become not only a domestic crisis for that empire, but also a matter of international diplomacy and public debate in the halls of the American Republic. In the United States of America, the anguish of the Russian Jews had begun to stir the conscience of the nation. On February 1st, 1882, the very day that the massive protest meeting had taken place at the Mansion House in London, a gathering was held in the city of New York, where the first refugees fleeing the terror of the Russian pogroms had begun to arrive. The hall was crowded with American citizens and Russian Jewish refugees alike, all united by outrage and sorrow. The chair of the meeting was occupied by William R. Grace, while the speakers included prominent judges and civic leaders who voiced the urgent call for intervention. Among them was Noah Davis, who rose amid the applause of the crowd and proclaimed in stirring tones the vision that burned in the hearts of so many: to welcome the entire 3 million Jews of Russia, to enfold them in the fertile valleys of the Mississippi, and to offer them homes of comfort, prosperity, and safety, far from the terrors of oppression and systematic persecution. He invoked the throne of Jehovah, beseeching divine aid for the escape of those whose lives had become intolerable under the laws of the Russian Empire. This outpouring of compassion found its reflection in the halls of the United States Congress. The United States House of Representatives, moved by the widespread public indignation, debated the situation with intensity. On February 23, 1883, a resolution was finally passed after being referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs. It formally protested the revival of medieval persecution in Russia and urged the government to press St. Petersburg diplomatically to protect the Jewish population. The voices of America and England so distant from the suffering lands of the Pale of Settlement, now thundered in unison, demanding justice and mercy. Back in Russia, the horrors that had inspired these foreign protests drove the creation of a new, urgent movement: emigration. Throughout the empire, a multitude of emigration societies emerged, dedicated to transferring Russian Jews to the United States, the land of freedom. These organizations, often formed in provincial towns and cities across the southern regions of the empire, sought to offer an escape from oppression. They relied upon assistance from well-established Jewish bodies abroad, such as the Alliance Israelite Universelle in Paris, and similar philanthropic and organizational networks in Europe and North America. The Russian Jewish press, responding to the statement of Count Nikolai Pavlovich Ignatiev, who had referred to the western frontier of the empire as the only viable escape route for the Jews, brimmed with reports from hundreds of towns and cities. Each report carried the same refrain: the poor had only one hope left, that of leaving the country. Headlines in provincial papers declared with stark frequency, "Emigration, America," a cry that became the rallying slogan of the oppressed. Some Russian Jewish intellectuals, inspired by idealism and practicality, dreamed of establishing agricultural colonies in the United States, where earlier groups of Jewish immigrants from the year 1881 had already begun to till the land and make a home for themselves. Meanwhile, a segment of Jewish youth became enchanted by the idea of returning to the ancestral homeland in Palestine, then part of the Ottoman Empire. They actively promoted this vision of national revival, engaging in propaganda campaigns among the refugees arriving from modern-day Egypt and other regions. There was an urgent need to unite these scattered emigration societies, to form central committees capable of coordinating what had already become a movement of elemental force, sweeping through the towns and villages of the Pale of Settlement with unstoppable momentum. Yet unity among Russian Jewish leaders was tragically lacking. The intellectuals who remained close to the people, such as Professor Mandelstam and influential sections of the Jewish press, particularly the Razviat, consistently called for the organization of emigration, seeing it as the most vital task for the Jewish community. The Jewish elite in St. Petersburg, however, feared that such a movement might expose them to accusations of disloyalty or a lack of patriotism. Others, voicing more radical opinions through the Voskhod, condemned the push for mass emigration as a concession to Count Ignatiev's government and as a betrayal of the ongoing struggle for Jewish emancipation within the Russian Empire itself. Amid these conflicts of strategy and conscience, the people themselves, the farmers, artisans, and laborers of the Jewish towns, remained gripped by the elemental impulse to flee. They were driven not only by fear of renewed pogroms, but by the relentless awareness that the empire offered them no refuge, no security, no justice. From the crowded streets of Kiev to the villages of Podolia, the whispers of escape grew into a roar, carrying the hopes of families who had known only oppression and the threat of violence all their lives. The clash between leadership indecision and popular necessity created a tension that crackled in every provincial town, and the fate of the Russian Jews now depended on the success of these scattered, fledgling emigration networks. In the spring of the year 1882, tension spread through Jewish communities across the Russian Empire like a gathering storm. Panic, rumor, and desperation moved faster than official orders. Violence in the previous year had already shaken hundreds of towns, and now a new and urgent question stood before Jewish leaders: how to organize mass emigration to safer lands. The pressure had grown so intense that a plan was made to call a conference of Jewish representatives from many provinces to gather in the imperial capital, the city of St. Petersburg. There, community leaders, scholars, and organizers would try to design a system to help families escape danger and rebuild their lives abroad. But before the delegates could even arrive, before discussions could begin, the the southern sky of the empire flashed again with violence. The town of Balta, a large and important Jewish population center in the southwestern region known as Podolia, suddenly became the stage for one of the most horrifying attacks yet. Not long before the disaster, local Jews had formed an emigration society, an organized group meant to help families prepare documents, gather funds, and plan routes of escape. It was a sign of foresight and fear. They sensed what might come. The timing was ominous. It was just before the Russian Orthodox Easter season, a period that in recent years had repeatedly coincided with outbreaks of anti-Jewish mob violence. At the end of March in that year, a strange and unsettling announcement appeared in a government newspaper known as the Imperial Messenger, an official publication used to circulate state information and directives. The notice declared that from now on, the paper would carefully report every case of what it called Jewish disorders, based on reports from provincial governors. The wording was chilling. It sounded less like a warning and more like preparation. The message suggested that the authorities expected new outbreaks in advance and were ready not to prevent them, but to record them. Another newspaper, the conservative Russian publication known as Moscow News, reacted with sharp sarcasm. It mocked the official announcement, saying that the government paper seemed to treat violent attacks on Jews as if they were normal daily events, requiring only proper scheduling and accurate reporting. The newspaper asked bitterly whether there truly was no way to stop this scandal of organized robbery and destruction. Events soon showed that the sarcasm cut close to the truth. In Balta, local officials had received warnings well ahead of time. From the middle of March, talk of an approaching attack spread openly through the town and nearby villages. Conversations in markets and taverns mentioned the coming violence as if it were a planned festival. Jewish residents, frightened by these rumors, went to the local police commissioner and reported their fears. They did not receive protection. They received vague, evasive answers. The Jewish population of Balta was actually 3 times larger than the Christian population. In pure numbers, they could have organized neighborhood defense groups. But under the laws of the Russian Empire, any independent armed organization by Jews was strictly forbidden and treated as rebellion. The consequences would have been severe: arrests, prison, exile. So instead of open defense, a few families made quiet private agreements to help each other if violence came. It was a fragile shield against the coming wave. The attack began on the second day of the Russian Orthodox Easter festival, which in that year fell on the 29th day of March, 1882. That date also corresponded to the 7th day of the Jewish Passover festival, a sacred time meant for remembrance and family gathering. Instead, it became a day of terror. What followed exceeded even the brutal riots of the previous year. According to a contemporary investigator who later gathered testimonies and physical evidence, the violence began with a clash between Jewish residents and an initial band of rioters. The Jews gathered quickly and managed, at first, to push the attackers back. The rioters retreated and hid inside the building of the local fire department. Then police officers and soldiers arrived on the scene. This was the critical moment when authority could have restored order. Instead, everything turned upside down. When the rioters emerged from their shelter, the police and soldiers did not disperse them. Instead, they began striking the Jewish defenders with rifle stocks and sword handles. Uniformed force fell not on the attackers, but on those trying to protect their homes. That blow from authority acted like a signal flare. An alarm bell rang out across the area. Hearing it, crowds began rushing toward the scene from multiple directions. The mob swelled in number and confidence. Because Jews were more numerous in that section of town, the crowd chose a different target. They crossed a bridge into a district known locally as the Turkish side, a quarter where fewer Jewish families lived and resistance would be weaker. Marching alongside the crowd were the military commander, the police commissioner, the town mayor, and part of a local army battalion. Their presence, did not restrain the destruction. It seemed only to escort it. As the mob passed along the main cathedral street, they smashed a Jewish shop and shattered the windows of the home of another Jewish resident who even served as a member of the town council. Position and respectability offered no protection. Once the rioters reached the Turkish side district, the authorities established military guard lines at all three bridges connecting that area to the rest of the town. Soldiers were ordered not to allow any Jews to cross out. The order was enforced strictly. Jewish residents were trapped inside the danger zone. Meanwhile, Christian residents from other parts of town and from the nearby village of Alexandrovka were allowed to cross freely and join the rioting crowd. With the area sealed and the victims contained, the destruction proceeded methodically for 3 to 4 hours. Homes were broken open. Property was looted. Interiors were wrecked. By about 1 o'clock after midnight, there was little left to destroy. During the night, police and military units carried out arrests. 24 rioters were taken into custody, but a much larger number of Jews were also arrested. Their offense was that they had remained near their own houses, trying to guard what little remained. The next morning revealed another injustice. The Christian rioters were released and allowed to return to the streets, where many rejoined the looting. The Jewish prisoners were kept behind bars until the arrival of the provincial governor on the following day. Only then were they set free. On March 30th, in the year 1882, at 4 o'clock in the morning, while darkness still lay heavy over the town of Balta in the province of Podolia, a movement began in the surrounding countryside. From the nearby villages, peasants poured onto the roads, summoned during the night. They came in large numbers, nearly 5,000 men, armed not with rifles but with heavy wooden clubs, farm tools, and whatever crude weapons they could seize. They had been called together by the Ispravnik, the head of the district police administration, the chief law enforcement officer of the county. In the structure of the Russian Empire, the Ispravnik held enormous local power. He supervised rural policing, maintained order in the villages, and acted as the arm of imperial authority in the countryside. When he summoned peasants, they came. As the mass of villagers approached Balta, word spread quickly through the Jewish quarter. At first, hope flickered. The Jews believed that reinforcements had been sent for their protection. Rumors had circulated of unrest. Perhaps, they thought, the authorities had finally decided to defend them against the hostile elements that had already shown signs of violence. But that hope died almost at once. The peasants declared openly why they had come. They had not been summoned to defend. They had been summoned to beat and plunder the Jews. At the same time, within the town itself, another gathering was forming. Around the central cathedral, the great church that symbolized the spiritual authority of the Greek Orthodox faith, crowds began to assemble. Local roughs, idlers, and men of violent temper clustered together, waiting. By 8 o'clock in the morning, signals were given to resume the pogrom, the organized attack against Jewish homes and lives. For a brief moment, the eruption was delayed. Officers of the local battalion of soldiers, part of the Imperial Russian army stationed in the town, ordered their men to form a cordon. The soldiers surrounded the mob and held it back for nearly an hour. During that tense pause, the Greek Orthodox bishop, Radzianovsky, stepped forward. A bishop in the Orthodox Church was a high ecclesiastical authority, entrusted with spiritual leadership over clergy and laity alike. He admonished the rioters. He warned them that violence, theft, and murder were contrary to the laws of both the church and the state. He appealed to conscience, to faith, to obedience. For an hour, it seemed that reason might prevail. Then the higher authorities arrived before the cathedral. The police commissioner of the town, responsible for urban law enforcement, the military chief, commanding the local garrison, the Ispravnik himself, who had summoned the peasants. And with their arrival, the military cordon was withdrawn. The barrier dissolved. The crowd was released. Like a flood bursting through a broken dam, the mob surged forward. Its first target was a nearby liquor store. The rioters smashed it open, shattered barrels, seized bottles, and drank deeply. Fueled by alcohol and hatred, they resumed their work of destruction. Now the peasants who had marched in from the villages joined them, and soldiers and policemen, instead of restraining the violence, assisted it. The pogrom became not merely an outbreak of mob fury, but an operation carried out with the cooperation, or at least the tolerance, of those entrusted with maintaining order. What followed were scenes of such savagery that even contemporary newspapers, restricted by the imperial censor, could not fully describe them. The official press was forbidden to report details that would shame the authorities or inflame public opinion. What appeared in print was only a pale shadow of the truth. From unpublished accounts and from later court proceedings, the fuller horror emerges. 1,250 Jewish houses and business establishments were demolished. Shops were stripped bare. Merchandise was destroyed or carried off. According to the local rabbi, every well-to-do Jewish family in Balta was reduced to beggary. More than 15,000 people were left without shelter or means of support, cast out into uncertainty. But material ruin was only part of the catastrophe. 40 Jews were killed or so severely wounded that their lives hung in the balance. 170 more suffered lighter wounds. Many men and women were beaten senseless in the streets. Terror shattered minds. Numerous Jewish women, overwhelmed by fear and humiliation, descended into insanity. There were more than 20 recorded cases of rape. One of the victims was a 17-year-old girl named Ida Melise, the daughter of a poor polisher, a man who earned his living by polishing metal goods. Before the eyes of her brother, a gang of brutal youths attacked her. Her screams filled the house. Her mother, frantic, ran into the street and appealed to a policeman standing nearby. She begged him for help. The policeman followed her back into the house. But instead of defending the girl, instead of arresting the attackers, he himself violated the mother. In another home, that of Baruch Shlakovsky, the invaders began by murdering the master of the house. His wife and daughter fled in terror and hid in a nearby orchard. A Russian neighbor approached them with soothing words. He promised to protect their honor from the rioters. Desperate and defenseless, they trusted him and entered his house. Once inside, he raped the daughter in the presence of her mother. Throughout the 2 days of violence, soldiers from the local garrison assaulted and beat Jews who dared to appear in the streets while the so-called military operations of the mob were underway. The pattern followed what had already become a grim ritual in such outbreaks. For 2 days, the human fiends were left undisturbed. Only on the third day were additional troops summoned from a nearby city to restore order and halt the atrocities. On that same day, the governor of the province of Podolia arrived to conduct an official investigation. A governor in the Russian imperial system was the highest civil authority in a province, appointed by the central government in St. Petersburg. His task was to oversee administration and ensure loyalty to the empire. It soon became evident that the local authorities had either directly or indirectly abetted the pogrom. The police commissioner, the ispravnik, the military commander, the burgomaster, who was the head of the municipal administration, and even the president of the nobility of the district. The nobility in each province of the Russian Empire formed a corporate body, an organized estate of landowners. They elected a president for the entire province, and beneath him were presidents for each district. These officials represented the interests and privileges of the noble class. Evidence suggested that representatives of this local elite had been involved in encouraging, or at least permitting, the violence. Many rioters were arrested during the chaos, yet a large number were soon released. They threatened that if they remained in custody, they would reveal to higher authorities the names of the true ringleaders among the officials and prominent members of Russian society. To prevent exposure, they were freed. Meanwhile, the Jewish population lived in constant fear. The same scoundrels who had organized the violence now terrorized them into silence. The threat was clear. If the Jews dared to testify openly in court, if they dared to name their tormentors, a new massacre would follow. Complete annihilation was whispered as a possibility. Under such pressure, justice became a distant and fragile hope, and the shadow of Balta's horror stretched far beyond those 2 days of blood and ruin. The pogrom that erupted in the town of Balta in the spring of the year 1882 did not spread with the same geographical breadth as the wave of violence that had shaken the empire in the previous year. In a few neighboring localities within the provinces of Podolia and Kherson, disturbances flared, but they remained limited in scope. It was as if the destructive frenzy that had raged in Balta had exhausted itself in that single place. Compared with the vast pogrom campaign of the year 1881, the outbreaks of the spring of 1882 covered a smaller territory. Yet in brutality and calculated cruelty, Balta surpassed many of its predecessors. The savagery displayed there seemed to foreshadow darker chapters yet to come. Observers who later reflected upon these events would see in Balta a grim prelude to the atrocities that would stain the city of Kishinev in the year 1903, and to the widespread pogroms that accompanied the revolutionary upheavals of October in the year 1905. In Balta, patterns of violence were refined and intensified. While the smoke of destruction still hung in the air, another drama was unfolding in the imperial capital of St. Petersburg. From the 8th to the 11th day of April in the year 1882, a conference of Jewish delegates convened there. The gathering had been initiated by Baron Horace Gunsberg, a prominent Jewish philanthropist and banker of the capital. He had obtained permission from the Minister of the Interior, Count Nicholas Pavlovich Ignatiev, for the meeting to take place. Approximately 25 delegates arrived from the provinces of the Pale of Settlement. Among them was Dr. Mandelstam of Kiev, a respected physician and communal leader. There was Rabbi Isaac Elhanan Spector of Kovna, a distinguished rabbinic authority known for his scholarship and moral influence. 15 additional notables from St. Petersburg joined them. Baron Gunsberg himself was present. So was Samuel Polakov, a powerful railroad magnate whose business enterprises had flourished under imperial patronage. Professor Bakst, an academic figure from the capital, also took part. At the center of the conference stood one burning question: emigration. Could departure from the Russian Empire offer relief to a population hemmed in by legal restrictions and threatened by violence? Yet discussion of emigration inevitably opened into broader debate about the entire condition of Russian Jewry. The atmosphere in this miniature Congress was heavy with contradiction. Tragedy mingled with timidity. On the one hand, delegates rose to speak with passion, describing the unbearable position in which Jewish communities found themselves. They spoke of ruined livelihoods, of families driven from their homes, of constant fear. One delegate, Schmerling from the province of Mogilev, delivered a speech so filled with anguish that it overwhelmed him. Shortly after addressing the assembly, he fainted. Within a few hours, he was dead. His collapse cast a pall over the gathering, as if the suffering of the people had claimed a life even within the safety of the capital. On the other hand, many of the most influential participants, particularly those residing in St. Petersburg, were cautious to the point of anxiety. They feared that any bold proposal might be interpreted by the government as a sign of disloyalty. To be suspected of lacking patriotism in the autocratic Russian Empire could bring severe consequences. Some even regarded organized emigration as a form of illicit protest, as a species of sedition against the state. This conviction persisted even after the conference had been informed, in the name of the Minister of the Interior, that it was expected to consider the thinning out of the Jewish population within the Pale of Settlement. The reason was bluntly stated: Jews would not be admitted into the interior provinces of Russia. If they could not move inward, then their numbers within the Pale must somehow be reduced. At the second session of the conference, a significant report was delivered by the rabbi of St. Petersburg, Dr. Drabkin. He recounted his most recent conversation with Minister Ignatieff. The rabbi had told the minister that Jewish communities were waiting for a clear and authoritative word from the emperor ordering the suppression of pogroms and were hoping for the removal of their legal disabilities. Ignatieff dismissed these expectations with irritation. He described them as commonplaces, empty phrases repeated without substance. Then, in a sharper tone, he declared that the Jews themselves were responsible for the pogroms. By joining the nihilists, he asserted, they deprived the government of the possibility of protecting them. The term nihilists referred to revolutionary activists in Russia who rejected the existing political and social order and sought radical change. The accusation implied that Jews were aligned with subversive movements and thus forfeited the state's sympathy. Yet the minister's own earlier statement undermined this claim. He had acknowledged that the pogrom in Balta had been sparked by a false rumor accusing Jews of undermining a local Greek Orthodox church. This was not evidence of Jewish revolutionary activity. It was an example of malicious agitation by anti-Jewish agitators. In other words, the violence had not arisen from Jewish sedition, but from slander. During the same session, the debate over immigration was diverted by a new intervention linked to the minister's designs. Samuel Polyakov, the wealthy financier closely connected to Ignatieff, addressed the conference. In a tone of deference to authority, he suggested that the work of the assembly would be fruitless unless it proceeded in accordance with government instructions. He reported that in a recent conversation, the minister had branded efforts to encourage immigration as an incitement to sedition. Immigration, Ignatieff had declared, did not exist for Russian citizens. When a minister had asked Polyakov how best to relieve the congestion of Jews within the Pale of Settlement, the financier had answered that they should be settled throughout Russia. Ignatieff had rejected this suggestion. He would not permit Jewish settlement in the central provinces. The only territories he mentioned as possibilities were remote and newly acquired regions, Central Asia and the oasis of Akhal-Teka in the Trans-Caspian region. This oasis had been occupied by Russian troops only 2 years earlier, in the year 1880, as part of imperial expansion into Central Asia. In obedience to these ministerial pronouncements, Polyakov opposed organized emigration to foreign lands and urged the conference to consider the government's proposal. His stance was received with indignation by several delegates. Dr. Mandelstam condemned the suggestion as yet another attempt to mock and humiliate the Jewish people. Even Professor Bakst, who objected to emigration on principle because he believed Jews should strive for rights within their homeland, declared that the proposed settlements in distant regions amounted in practice to deportation. To send Jews to remote steppes and newly conquered territories, he argued, was equivalent to classifying them as criminals and exiling them from civilized society. Thus, within the walls of the conference hall in St. Petersburg, the tension between despair and caution, protest and submission, reached a new intensity as the fate of millions seemed to hang upon decisions shaped not only by fear and hope, but by the shifting will of imperial power. From a moment the conference turned its attention from the failed project of deportation, a plan that had been swiftly rejected by the delegates for its impracticality and lack of support. The assembly faced the burning and urgent question of the pogroms, the organized riots and massacres that had left countless Jewish families homeless and terrified. The delegates debated with heavy hearts and tense voices the possibility of sending a formal deputation to the Tsar, Alexander III, appealing to him directly to put an end to the legislative restrictions that not only discriminated against Jews, but also inspired the Russian population with the dangerous belief that Jewish lives were outside the protection of the law. When the discussion shifted to the question of foreign immigration, a fierce debate erupted. Some voices urged the creation of immigration committees, organized bodies to assist the migration of Russian Jews to lands such as the United States of America, the land that promised freedom and opportunity. Amid these resolutions, the delegates also sought to refute an old and pernicious accusation, one that had resurfaced in the gubernatorial commissions. They addressed the claim that Russian Jews had secretly maintained the ancient autonomous Kahal, the traditional communal administrative system, which supposedly encouraged Jewish separatism and undermined the interests of the broader population. In a solemn declaration, the conference stated, "We, the undersigned, the representatives of various centers of Jewish settlement in Russia, rabbis, members of religious organizations, and synagogue boards, consider it our sacred duty, calling to witness God Omniscient, to declare publicly, in the presence of the whole of Russia, that there exists neither an open nor a secret Kahal administration among the Russian Jews. That Jewish life is entirely foreign to any organization of this kind and to any of the attributes ascribed to such an organization by evil-minded persons." These words, signed by rabbis, community leaders, and representatives from multiple towns and provinces, carried a solemn weight, yet they concealed a bitter reality. By declaring that any attempt to restore or maintain a communal autonomous organization would be criminal and punishable, the delegates implicitly renounced a part of Jewish national life, accepting that their former communal institutions were gone and that the creation of any such structure in the future would be considered a violation of the public order. The declaration, though sincere in its intent to protect the Jewish population from suspicion and persecution, reflected the heavy compromises forced upon a people struggling to survive under an oppressive regime, a regime that measured loyalty and obedience in terms of obedience to anti-Jewish laws and the suppression of every assertion of Jewish communal identity. Chapter 11 of Dubnow's History of the Jews in Russia and Poland details the tightening grip of the Russian government on Jewish life under Alexander III, highlighting new measures of oppression that went beyond previous restrictions. The state intensified bureaucratic and legal controls, including limits on residence, education, and economic activity. These policies sparked a series of public protests and petitions from Jewish communities, demonstrating both organized resistance and growing tensions between the authorities and the population. Despite these efforts, the state largely ignored appeals, reinforcing a climate of fear and signaling the deepening severity of anti-Jewish governance. Moving into Chapter 12, the narrative shift from these immediate acts of oppression and protest to the formal codification of anti-Jewish measures, what Dubnow calls legislative pogroms, examining how legal frameworks were used to institutionalize discrimination and reshape Jewish life under Alexander III. Chapter 12. Legislative Pogroms. During the tense months between the violent pogrom that had struck the city of Warsaw and the subsequent massacre in the town of Balta, the Russian imperial government, hidden behind the walls of its grand offices and imperial ministries, was quietly preparing a new assault upon the Jewish population. Not with mobs, not with clubs or stones, but with the full force of legislation. In the shadowed corridors of power, where official desks became laboratories of calculated cruelty, bureaucrats and ministers were laboring to forge a chain of legal and administrative restrictions designed to control, punish, and suppress every aspect of Jewish life. Their goal was to render an entire population politically and socially powerless, to enforce a condition of complete civil disfranchisement. At the center of this campaign stood the Central Committee on Jewish Affairs, a body attached to the Ministry of the Interior. Though officially called the Jewish Committee, it might more fittingly have been titled the Anti-Jewish Committee, for its labor was dedicated to the formulation of measures that would ensure the suffering, marginalization, and subjugation of Russian Jewry. Drawing upon the reports and opinions submitted by the gubernatorial commissions, regional investigative bodies that had previously been charged with examining the so-called economic influence of Jews. This committee began constructing a legislative edifice that would legally sanction what mobs and rumors had already attempted to accomplish. The ideology behind these measures was rooted in a deeply reactionary understanding of Russian history. Russian lawmakers and bureaucrats argued that old legislation had always treated Jews with suspicion as a separate and alien faith and race, and that only a brief period of relative tolerance under the reign of Emperor Alexander II had altered this stance. During Alexander II's reign, certain categories of Jews had been granted expanded rights, inaugurating what was described by officials as a period of toleration. Yet, to the members of the anti-Jewish committee, this brief experiment had ended in failure. They pointed to events abroad, to the surge of anti-Jewish sentiment in Germany, and to the recent violent pogroms within Russia itself as evidence that toleration only encouraged unrest. The argument of the committee was blunt and chilling. Russia must return to its ancient traditions, cast aside the innovations of tolerance, and treat the Jewish population as eternal aliens. They could lay no claim to equal protection or full civil rights. As the committee members toiled, the news of the pogrom in Warsaw reached their desks. Far from being dismayed, they were heartened. In their meeting protocols, they made a note that the disorders in the Kingdom of Poland, where Jews legally enjoyed the right of residence, appeared to validate the theory of the injuriousness of the Jewish people. The pen of bureaucracy flew more rapidly, crafting restrictions that would, in the spring of the year 1882, be ready for imposition. The Jewish population, already confined within the overcrowded Pale of Settlement, the official territorial zone of legal Jewish residence, was now to be further confined. Jews would be forbidden to settle in rural areas outside of towns and cities. Those already living in villages could face expulsion by verdicts of the local rural communes, and anyone who remained would be prohibited from acquiring land or engaging in trade, particularly in the liquor business, which was seen as a vital source of livelihood for many Jewish families. This project, formulated in the offices of Count Nicholas Pavlovich Ignatieff, the Minister of the Interior, was then submitted to the Committee of Ministers, the council of top imperial administrators who oversaw the governance of the Russian Empire. Ignatieff recommended that these new disabilities be imposed not through the proper legal channels of the Council of State, but in the form of temporary rules. By circumventing the established legal procedure, Ignatieff sought the sanction of the Tsar directly, aiming to accomplish the removal of Jews from rural life under the guise of reconciling the aggravated relations between the Jewish population and the original Christian population. Even within the conservative and reactionary Committee of Ministers, unease arose. Ministers realized that allowing the wholesale deprivation of personal and property rights without formal legal procedures was dangerous. To grant rural communes the authority to evict Jewish families from villages was to place those families at the mercy of the ignorant and often violent Russian peasantry. The ministers feared that such actions would only inflame the masses further, giving peasants the impression that they could assault Jews with impunity, and that tensions between Jewish and Christian populations would escalate rather than diminish. Yet, paradoxically, the committee also recorded its determination that stringent measures must be imposed. It was essential, they reasoned, to show the peasants that the will of the Tsar in ridding them of Jewish exploitation was being carried out, and to prevent any perception that the imperial authority hesitated to act. Thus, in the spring of the year 1882, the Russian imperial government prepared not another mob-driven pogrom, but a legislative one, a calculated, bureaucratic, and officially sanctioned campaign that would bind law to prejudice and regulation to oppression, shaping the lives of millions under the shadow of decrees signed in distant offices, far from the cries and suffering of those they would devastate. The fierce debates and bitter contentions within the imperial corridors of power produced, at last, a grudging compromise. Count Nikolai Pavlovich Ignatiev, the formidable architect of the anti-Jewish legislation, saw part of his vision accepted, while the Committee of Ministers extracted some concessions from him. The clause demanding the expulsion of hundreds of thousands of Jews who had already settled in the villages was struck out, sparing those who had lived for generations beyond the towns and townlets, while the restrictions were now limited only to Jews who wished to settle outside these towns and townlets anew. In return, the Committee of Ministers yielded to Ignatiev's insistence that the project should be enacted with the utmost speed, without waiting for review by the Council of State, bypassing the ordinary legal procedures entirely. Thus was born the infamous set of laws known as the Temporary Rules, sanctioned personally by Alexander III on May 3, 1882. Stripped of all bureaucratic verbosity, the law could be summarized in 3 devastating points. First, Jews were forbidden henceforth to settle anew outside of the towns and townlets. Second, Jews were prohibited from completing instruments of purchase for real property and merchandise outside these same towns and townlets. Third, Jews were forbidden to conduct business on Sundays and Christian holidays. The first 2 provisions, though couched in neutral language, were in truth a cruel instrument of punishment. They displaced Jews from 9/10 of the territory they had hitherto been free to inhabit and confined millions within the suffocating boundaries of the towns and townlets of the western regions of the empire. And yet, despite the enormity of its consequences, the law was enforced outside all normal legal procedures, under the deceptive cover of being merely temporary. Yet it would continue to be applied with merciless rigor for more than a generation. In the very same moment that the Tsar decreed the temporary rules, the government sought to assert its duty to protect against the horrors of street violence. On May 3, 1882, the Tsar sanctioned a decision of the Committee of Ministers declaring solemnly that the government is firmly resolved to prosecute invariably any attempt at violence against the person and property of the Jews who are under the protection of the general laws. A senatorial ukase, a formal imperial decree, dated May 10, 1882, was circulated to the governors, warning that the heads of the gubernatorial administrations would be held responsible for timely measures to prevent conditions leading to disorders and for suppressing them at their inception, and that any negligence on the part of administration or police would result in dismissal from office. The circular also contained a revealing confession. It acknowledged that, in the past, local populations, incited by evil-minded individuals motivated by greed or other purposes, had actively participated in these violent outbursts. It reminded governors that it was their duty to impress upon the local communes the criminality of such acts, emphasizing that violence against person and property could not be tolerated. Yet the timing of these twin measures, the harsh temporary rules and the official circular against pogroms, sent a stark, almost ironic message to the Russian populace. The government seemed to suggest that, now that Jews were being constrained and punished by law, there was no longer a need for mob violence in the streets. What the authorities did not grasp, or perhaps chose to ignore, was that the temporary rules themselves were a continuation of violence, though disguised as law. Restricting freedom of movement was a form of personal assault. Denying the right to purchase land and conduct business was an attack on property, and the Jewish population felt the double sting immediately. Even the Russian press, heavily censored as it was, could not conceal the bitter irony that the circular condemning street violence had been severely undermined by the enactment of laws that enacted legal oppression instead. The atrocities at Balta had awakened the highest spheres of the government to a painful realization. The policy of connivance at pogroms, tolerated for over a year, had brought international disgrace to Russia and threatened domestic stability. The minister who had piloted this policy, Count Ignatiev, could no longer remain in his position. On May 30th, 1882, he was forced to resign, and the formidable Count Dmitrius Andreevich Tolstoy was appointed as the new Minister of the Interior, tasked with navigating the empire through the perilous aftermath of pogroms and legal repression. The stage was set for a new chapter in Russian Jewish history, where the struggle for survival, legal recognition, and basic human dignity would continue under the shadow of a relentless autocracy. Count Dmitry Andreevich Tolstoy, a powerful statesman of the Russian Empire and a firm defender of autocratic rule, stepped into office at a moment of spreading unrest. Dmitry Andreevich Tolstoy was known as a strict conservative, a supporter of absolute monarchy, centralized authority, and strong police control over society. He opposed political freedom movements and liberal reforms. Yet at the same time, he despised uncontrolled street violence and mob rule, not out of sympathy for victims, but because such chaos challenged the authority of the state itself. To him, disorder in the streets was an insult to imperial power. Only a few days after taking his new position as Minister of the Interior of the Russian Empire, the government official responsible for internal security, police administration, and provincial oversight, he issued a formal directive known as a circular. This document was sent to governors and administrators across the empire. In it, he repeated and strengthened a recent promise made by his predecessor, that the government was determined to prosecute every form of violence directed against Jewish subjects of the empire. He declared in firm language that any outbreak of disorder would lead to immediate prosecution of all officials whose duty it was to prevent such violence. Governors, police chiefs, and local administrators were placed on notice that failure to act would threaten their own careers and possibly their freedom. This announcement had a swift and powerful effect. Provincial officials, who had often looked away or hesitated during earlier waves of attacks, suddenly understood that the central government in the capital city of St. Petersburg was no longer willing to tolerate negligence. The atmosphere changed. The long chain of coordinated mob attacks that had spread like an epidemic began to break apart. From June of the year 1882 onward, the large organized waves of anti-Jewish riots began to fade. Violence did not disappear completely, but it became scattered and local. Small flare-ups still occurred here and there, like sparks from a dying fire, but they were quickly extinguished. Over the next 20 years, until the infamous massacre in the city of Kishinev in the year 1903, historians can count only about 10 pogroms of major scale. These later attacks were isolated local eruptions, not empire-wide campaigns. They lacked the coordinated character and contagious spread that had marked the pogrom waves of the year 1881 and again in the period from 1903 to 1905. Many observers pointed to this change as proof that systematic mass violence in the Russian Empire could be stopped when the central authorities truly chose to stop it and enforce their will on local officials. The stricter policy soon showed itself in the courts of law. In earlier times, local authorities had often avoided putting rioters on trial. They feared that open court testimony might reveal the involvement, encouragement, or negligence of officials. When trials did occur, punishments were usually light. Many guilty participants received only a few months in prison. After the government declaration in June 1882, judges and prosecutors adopted a harsher stance. During the summer of that year, courts heard major cases connected to the pogrom in the city of Balta and in other towns. Sentences were often severe. Convicted rioters were sometimes deported to distant regions, including Siberia. Others were sentenced to hard labor in prison camps. Some were forced into penal military companies, harsh disciplinary army units, where service was dangerous and exhausting. In one particularly grave case, 2 soldiers were found guilty of both robbery and murder during the riots. They were tried by military court and sentenced to death. Their death sentences required confirmation by the regional supreme authority, the Governor-General of the Kiev region, Alexander Drenel, a high-ranking imperial official with broad civil and military powers. At this moment, something deeply paradoxical occurred. The rabbi of Balta, acting as a representative of the shattered Jewish community, traveled to the city of Kiev to support a petition asking for mercy for the condemned men. It was a startling sight, a spiritual leader of the victims pleading for the lives of their attackers. The homes of his community still stood broken. The wounded were still groaning. Families still mourned their dead and dishonored daughters. Yet he asked that the killers be spared execution. Such an appeal sounded almost unbelievable. Pure forgiveness alone does not fully explain it. Many believed another fear stood behind this act of mercy. The fear that executing the murderers might provoke revenge from their accomplices who were still free, still armed, and still hostile. Not every courtroom showed firmness. In the province of Chernigov, in a case involving a pogrom in the small town of Karpovichin, judges who were forced to declare the rioters guilty still recommended them for clemency. They argued that public dissatisfaction with alleged Jewish economic exploitation should be considered as a mitigating factor. Such reasoning revealed how deeply anti-Jewish prejudice had penetrated even legal institutions. Political hostility toward Jews sometimes entered the courtroom disguised as social explanation. The Jewish residents of Balta would soon discover that their humility and appeals for mercy did not soften the hearts of powerful officials. At the beginning of August in the year 1882, Governor General Alexander Drinteln arrived personally in Balta. He came irritated and defensive. The recent strict circular issued by Count Dmitry Tolstoy indirectly threatened governors who had tolerated earlier violence, and Drintel knew that several pogroms had occurred within his territory. He was also angered that Jewish representatives from Balta had traveled to the imperial capital to report the truth about local responsibility and to expose those who had morally encouraged the riots. When he entered the wounded city, he did not offer sympathy. Instead, he summoned the rabbi and the leading members of the Jewish community to appear before him, together with his staff of uniformed and civilian officials. There he delivered a speech filled with bitterness and accusation. He told the Jewish leaders that by their own actions they had turned everyone against themselves. He declared that they were hated everywhere. He insisted that Jews lived more happily in Russia than anywhere else. He mocked their delegation to the capital, saying their complaints and accusations against city authorities had achieved nothing. Then he denounced their petition asking mercy for the condemned rioters as hypocrisy. He ended with a cutting remark, stating that the guilty men had been pardoned regardless of the requests made by the Jews, making it clear that mercy, when granted, came from imperial power alone, not from the pleas of victims. The message was unmistakable. Authority would speak, and suffering communities were expected to remain silent. The words had fallen from the lips of a high official, a man clothed in rank and decorated with imperial favor. He was a general adjutant of the Russian Empire, a title granted to officers who stood close to the emperor and served as trusted aides within the highest military and court circles. His name was Alexander Romanovich Drinteln, Governor General of Kiev, a vast region in the southwestern lands of the empire. Instead of calming tensions after the recent waves of violence against Jewish communities, his speech poured oil upon smoldering embers. Rather than condemning brutality, he justified hostility. Rather than defending the innocent, he inflamed suspicion. His words, spoken with the authority of the state behind them, echoed through the province like a threat. Those who heard him understood the implication. If such language came from the very summit of local power, what protection could ordinary people expect? The Jewish press responded with alarm. One of its most outspoken voices was a newspaper called Voskod, which in the Russian language meant sunrise. It was a militant organ of Jewish opinion, read by educated Jews who followed closely the political climate of the empire. Voskod wrote that after the speech of General Adjutant Drinteln, confidence in the impossibility of a repetition of the pogroms had been severely shaken. Of what use, the paper asked, were ministerial circulars issued from St. Petersburg if the highest administrators in the provinces publicly paralyzed those instructions with their living word? The fear was real. If a governor-general could speak in such a manner without consequence, might not the mobs be encouraged again? In the end, however, those particular apprehensions did not immediately come to pass. Count Dmitry Andreevich Tolstoy, the Minister of the Interior, a central figure in shaping domestic policy in the Russian Empire, lacked the power or perhaps the political strength to punish Drenteln directly. The governor-general had powerful connections at the imperial court. He was not easily touched. Yet the central government in St. Petersburg made clear that it would hold heads of administration responsible if they openly connived at pogroms. That resolution, once communicated down the chain of command, had its effect. The machinery of organized violence slowed. The snarling dogs could bark, but they were not permitted to bite so openly. If the pogrom machinery was halted by command from the capital, another mechanism continued to turn without interruption. It was the machinery of law. On May 3rd, in the year 1882, a set of measures known officially as the temporary rules was promulgated. These rules were presented as temporary, but their consequences were deep and lasting. They established a new system of legal disabilities directed specifically against the Jews of the empire. The justification offered was that Jews were economically injurious to the so-called original inhabitants. The Russian Empire already maintained a vast region known as the Pale of Settlement. This was the area stretching across parts of present-day Poland, Lithuania, Belarus, and Ukraine, within which most Jews were legally required to reside. Outside the Pale, permanent Jewish residence was heavily restricted. Even within the Pale, the Jewish population was subject to special regulations that placed them outside the full protection of general Russian law. This legal separateness created fertile ground for arbitrariness and abuse. With a single stroke, the temporary rules closed nearly all avenues by which Jews living in overcrowded towns might move into the surrounding villages within the Pale. Rural settlement was sharply curtailed. Branches of industry connected with Jewish land ownership outside the cities were restricted, and in some areas entirely cut off. Village communes in the Russian countryside possessed the legal right to expel so-called vicious members by passing a formal resolution, known in official language as a verdict. This mechanism, originally intended to preserve communal order, now became a weapon. Years earlier, Count Nikolai Pavlovich Ignatieff, who had served as Minister of the Interior before Tolstoy, had proposed that peasants be officially encouraged to use this weapon against Jews. The Committee of Ministers, the highest executive body advising the emperor, had rejected his proposal, but what had been denied officially could be practiced unofficially. In many districts, local power lay in the hands of men known as kulaks, a Russian word meaning fists. These were relatively prosperous peasants or rural bosses who controlled credit, grain trade, and local influence. Acting in concert with village elders, they would convene peasant assemblies. Alcohol flowed freely at such gatherings. Vodka dulled judgment and inflamed passions. The assembled peasants, many of them half-literate and swayed by local authority figures, were induced to sign a verdict demanding the expulsion of the Jews from their village. Once signed, the document was sent to the governor. In district after district, governors confirmed these verdicts with little scrutiny. What began as a drunken resolution in a village hut became binding law. Such expulsions were particularly frequent in territories under the authority of Governor-General Drenteln in Kiev. Few doubted that his hostile speech had been accompanied by private instructions. The word had passed quietly through his dominions. The result was growing economic misery within the Pale of Settlement. Overcrowded towns became more crowded still. Opportunities shrank. Families were uprooted from villages where they had lived for decades. Driven by desperation, some Jews sought refuge in the interior of Russia, beyond the Pale. They traveled to great cities such as St. Petersburg, the imperial capital, Moscow, the ancient heart of Russian commerce and culture, Kiev, a major administrative and religious center, and Kharkov, an important industrial city. But in these forbidden centers, they encountered not opportunity, but expulsion. Police raids became frequent. Whole groups were rounded up and ordered to leave. The whip of the law was wielded with severity, and administrative caprice made it doubly painful. The consequences were felt not only by Jews. Large Russian merchants in Moscow and Kharkov began to complain. Jewish traders and intermediaries played significant roles in commercial life. Their sudden removal disrupted supply chains and credit networks. Alarmed by the damage to business, some prominent Russian merchants petitioned the government to relax restrictions on Jewish visits to their cities. Persecution extended even into the army. The Imperial Russian Army employed a considerable number of Jewish physicians. Many had served with distinction during the Russo-Turkish War of 1877 to 1878, when Russia fought the Ottoman Empire in a conflict that reshaped the Balkans. These doctors had treated the wounded under fire and earned respect for their skill. But the reactionary government now, at the helm, could not tolerate what it saw as an anomaly. A Jewish physician exercising the rights and privileges of an army officer, rights utterly unattainable for an ordinary Jewish soldier. On April 10th, in the year 1882, the Minister of War, Pyotr Semyonovich Vanovsky, issued a formal rescript, an official written order. First, he decreed that the number of Jewish physicians and feldshers, that is to say medical assistants or field medics, in the military department was to be limited to 5% of the total number of medical personnel. Second, no further Jews were to be appointed to medical service in the military districts of Western Russia. Those already serving in excess of the 5% quota were to be transferred to Eastern districts, far from the heart of European Russia. Third, Jewish physicians were to be appointed only to army units in which the budget provided for at least 2 physicians, and even there, the second physician must be a Christian. The official justification for these measures was couched in language both harsh and offensive. It declared that the constant growth of physicians of the Mosaic persuasion in the military department must be stopped, alleging deficient conscientiousness in discharging their duties and an unfavorable influence upon the sanitary service of the army. Thus, discrimination was formalized, prejudice was codified, and the narrowing circle of Jewish life within the Russian Empire grew tighter still as law and administration combined to press upon a people already battered by violence and fear. The appalling affront to human dignity struck the professional ranks of Russian Jewry like a lightning bolt. In the aftermath of the latest wave of anti-Jewish measures and rumors of imperial censure, many Jewish physicians, men whose lives had been dedicated to healing and the preservation of life, felt compelled to resign from their posts. Among them was the well-known novelist and doctor Alexander Yaroshevsky, whose resignation was penned with such force, such moral clarity, and such unwavering dignity that the imperial authorities themselves were compelled to take notice. The Minister of War, unable to tolerate such outspoken defiance, determined to put Yaroshevsky on trial. In his letter of resignation, Yaroshevsky had written with piercing eloquence, "So long as the aspersions cast upon the Jewish physicians so pitilessly are not removed, every superfluous minute spent by them in serving this department will merely add to their disgrace. In the name of their human dignity, they have no right to remain there where they are held in abhorrence." The impact of this principled stance reverberated far beyond the walls of the ministry. In the minds of the Russian Jewish population, it underscored the perilous position of professionals the fragility of reputation, and the mercilessness of imperial policy. In such a climate, the ancient human instinct for survival took hold, and the notion of emigration, already a topic of discussion among a number of emigration societies formed at the beginning of the year 1882, gained an ever stronger hold upon the Jewish communities of Russia. The disastrous consequences of the St. Petersburg Conference of Jewish Notables, held earlier in the spring of that year, had now become painfully clear. By refusing to establish a central agency to coordinate and regulate immigration, the leaders had left the movement to the ungoverned forces of panic and desperation. And so it came to pass that the pogrom at the town of Balta reignited the emigration panic, sending waves of terrified families on the roads toward the western borderlands. By the summer of the year 1882, some 20,000 Jewish refugees were gathered in the Galician border town of Brody, a town lying at the frontier of Austria-Hungary, desperate and destitute, unable to continue their journey to the United States without assistance from Jewish relief societies in Western Europe. To establish model agricultural settlements in the ancient land of Palestine and to spread the idea of Jewish colonization of the historic homeland. Several hundred Russian Jews, inspired by the ideals of Bailu, joined the society, though only a few dozen pioneers were able to depart for Palestine between the months of June and July in the year 1882. Their initial attempts to negotiate with the Ottoman authorities, who ruled Palestine at the time, to secure large tracts of land, ended in failure. The pioneers, therefore, settled in existing agricultural communities near Jaffa, working in Mikwe, Israel, a settlement founded by the Alliance Israelite Universelle of Paris, and in Rishon-LeZion, a new colony established by private initiative. They faced an environment foreign to their previous urban or intellectual lives. Labor was grueling, the climate harsh, and the work entirely alien to their former training. Many of the young settlers were forced to abandon their efforts, replaced by others more robust in body, if not in education. Yet, even these limited achievements laid the foundations for Jewish colonization in Palestine. The vision, more than the immediate accomplishments, became a powerful social and psychological factor within Russian Jewish life. During these same months, the oppressive weight of Russian legislation and social persecution bore down relentlessly upon the Jewish communities. The contrast with the earlier, chaotic pogroms was stark. The streets no longer echoed with the crash of broken windows or the flight of feathers from torn bedding. The thunder of mob violence had faded, yet was replaced by a more insidious, legalized form of oppression. The 3rd of May regulations, enacted as temporary rules by Count Nicholas Pavlovich Ignatiev and the imperial authorities, imposed severe restrictions on residence, trade, and livelihood. Jews were maltreated, plundered, reduced to beggary, and forced into shame and public disgrace. The social and economic isolation had been institutionalized. Gloom descended upon the once vibrant neighborhoods, a darkness without a ray of light, a suffocating pall over entire communities, leaving families gasping for air in the confined space of poverty, contempt, and despair. And in that winter and spring of 1882, many wondered aloud, in whispered conversations in homes and synagogues, if the light of day would ever break upon their long-suffering people. This is a summary of the previous chapter. Chapter 12, Legislative Pogroms, reveals the grim transformation of anti-Jewish sentiment into codified law. The violence and social hostility of the pogrom years are no longer left to chance or the whims of mobs. Now the state itself enforces restrictions, embedding prejudice into the legal and administrative fabric of the empire. In the early 1880s, new laws and regulations are issued to control Jewish settlement, limit occupational mobility, and restrict participation in trade and public life. Quotas are formalized, residence is tightly controlled, and the legal apparatus leaves communities little room to maneuver. What had begun as sporadic repression and local arbitrariness becomes systematic, predictable, and unavoidable. By the mid-1880s, these legislative measures intensify the hardships already faced by Jewish communities. Economic opportunity shrinks, mobility is curtailed, and families are forced into overcrowded towns and restrictive zones. The law itself now validates the social prejudices that had fueled earlier outbreaks of violence, giving them official sanction. The chapter also highlights the impact on community life and morale. Charitable and religious institutions struggle under increased demand. Families face acute economic stress, and a sense of insecurity permeates daily life. At the same time, Jews continue to seek ways to respond through petitions, appeals, and organized efforts to preserve what remains of their communal and spiritual world. With this legislative machinery firmly in place, the narrative moves into a more personal and psychological dimension. Chapter 13, Inner Upheavals, explores the profound effects of oppression on the psyche, identity, and cohesion of Jewish communities, showing how the weight of systemic discrimination shapes both collective and individual life. Chapter 12, Legislative Pogroms. The first years of the 1880s struck the Jewish communities of Russia like a sudden storm in a clear sky. The catastrophe that unfolded at the dawn of the decade found them utterly unprepared for spiritual or moral defense. Memories of a brief and fragile era of reforms were still vivid in their minds. They recalled the cautious but hopeful steps of the government of Emperor Alexander II, who, during his reign, had initiated measures in the direction of civil emancipation for Russian Jewry, seeking to grant limited legal rights and protections to the Jewish population. There have been appeals from the intellectual classes of Russia, writers, professors, and thinkers, to draw Jewish citizens closer into the cultural and civic life of the empire, promises of brighter prospects for a rejuvenated Russia, a Russia that might welcome all its subjects into the fold of national progress. In the light of these expectations, even the meager grants or gestures of the Russian government were received with extraordinary gratitude and devotion by Russian Jewry, sometimes bordering on flunkeyism, a servile eagerness to please. The youth of Jewish intellectual circles, young men and women educated in the public schools of Russia, threw themselves into a fervent pursuit of cultural assimilation. They sought to merge their identity with the Russian people, believing that loyalty, education, and cultural refinement could serve as shields against centuries of prejudice. Assimilation and Russification became their guiding slogans, and the literary and philosophical ideals of young Russia, its poetry, its theater, and its prose, became sacred tablets for Jewish youth to revere. Yet suddenly, as though the very air had turned to fire, that same Russian people, in whom the Jewish youth had been ready to dissolve themselves, appeared as a monstrous force of destruction. The streets erupted with mobs of rioters and murderers. The government itself turned its face away from reform and embraced a policy of violent reaction and Jew hatred. Liberal factions, which had once promised support, offered only scant sympathy, their voices weak against the roar of public prejudice. The hostile press, newspapers such as Novoye Vremya, meaning New Time, and Rus, a daily advocating nationalist and conservative ideals, thundered against the Jewish people with full vigor. Even the liberal press, constrained by imperial censorship and by the tightening grip of bureaucratic oversight, offered defense in only the most perfunctory manner. The radical publicists gathered around periodicals like Odiekisvenia Zapiski, literally records of the fatherland, analyzed the pogroms in strictly economic terms. They saw the brutal outbreaks of violence not as symptoms of religious or racial persecution, but merely as consequences of social and economic tensions. The centuries-long history of suffering, the profound spiritual and cultural implications of Jewish life in Russia, were reduced in their eyes to a subordinate question of social and economic rivalry. Amidst this deafening indifference, one voice rose with a rare intensity of feeling. The Russian satirist Mikhail Yevgrafovich Saltykov-Shchedrin, a master of irony and social critique, found his heart deeply stirred. In the summer of the year 1882, following the first cycle of pogroms, he published an article in the periodical Odiekis Zapiski, unlike his usual satirical style. His writing took on a lyric quality, suffused with sorrow and moral indignation. He wrote of the unparalleled suffering of the Jewish people, describing it as a martyrology within the broader history of mankind, a people whose torments seemed to stand apart, yet whose endurance reflected the unbroken continuity of human progress. He drew parallels between the merciless Russian kulak, the landlord who crushed peasants under the weight of debt and labor, and the pitiful Jewish tradesman, a half-starved intermediary who, in turn, was exploited by everyone around him. For the Jewish intellectual youth, however, Shchedrin Saltykov's words were a bitter reminder of betrayal. Their former enthusiasm for assimilation and the embrace of Russian culture had been met with coldness, indifference, or hostility. The educated classes of Russian Jewry felt the sting of disillusionment keenly. Their prior zeal, their devotion to cultural blending, now seemed a tragic miscalculation. Many of these young assimilators, reflecting in the early months of the pogroms, wrote confessions of despair. They lamented their abandonment of history and tradition, their cultivated contempt for the identity of the eternal people, the Jewish nation that had endured for millennia. Dragging their Judaism behind them like a fugitive galley slave drags a heavy chain, they struggled to reconcile their self-perceived role as Christ killers or exploiters, accusations long lodged against their people by the broader society, with their human dignity. The tragic reality forced these men to confront an unavoidable choice. Life demanded self-determination, a decision about where their loyalty and identity would lie. To sit between two worlds, to cling to assimilation while still bound by blood and faith to their people, had become impossible. The harsh logic of events now demanded a declaration, either to renounce the heritage of the Jewish people and stand as open renegades, or to claim their rightful place within the sufferings and the resilience of their community. The catastrophe of the early 1880s had thus not only wrought physical and economic suffering upon Russian Jewry, but it also struck at the very soul of its educated and assimilated youth, leaving them to wrestle with despair, loyalty, and the meaning of identity in a world turned suddenly hostile. A shadow of despair hung over the hearts of Russian Jews in the years following the pogroms. One representative of the Jewish intellectual elite wrote to the editor of a Russian Jewish periodical, pouring forth his anguish in words heavy with sorrow. He remembered how he and his peers had been encouraged, even compelled, to embrace Russia, to love its language, to introduce it into their homes so completely that their children knew no other tongue. And yet, after all this devotion, after all this effort to integrate, they were rejected, harassed, and persecuted. He described a despair that gnawed at his very soul, a sickening ache from which there seemed no escape. Even if he were to leave for a freer land, a country where equality and justice reigned, he feared the shadow of that accursed year. This universal mental eclipse would follow him to the end of his days. Russian Jewish literature of that period is filled with similar confessions, the silent cries of disillusioned intellectuals. Yet these feelings of repentance and sorrow did not always lead to productive action. Some of these men, already entwined with Russian cultural life, found themselves unable to return to Judaism, and they were carried along by the current of assimilation, culminating in baptism into Christianity. Others lingered at a crossroad, torn between assimilation into Russian society and a revived sense of Jewish nationalism. Still others, stunned by the force of their suffering, recoiled and proclaimed a return home, a retreat into rigid tradition, abandoning free criticism and renouncing efforts at internal reform. But in the healthier and more resilient segments of Russian Jewry, this period of disillusionment catalyzed a new focus on national rejuvenation, built on modern foundations. The idea of a struggle for the revitalization of Jewish life within Russia itself would only fully emerge in the following decade. During the era of pogroms, however, the salvation of Judaism was closely associated with the idea of immigration. Advocates of migration to the United States tended to idealize this movement, seeing in it not merely an escape born of necessity, but the potential emergence of a new, free center of Jewish life within the diaspora, the global Jewish communities outside of Palestine. The Hebrew poet Judah Leib Gordon addressed the Jewish people, the daughter of Jacob, with words that struck both sorrow and hope, referring to the oppression inflicted by the son of Hammer, an allusion to the Russian authorities, and a wordplay on the Hebrew for son of an ass, found in Genesis chapter 34. In his poem, he called upon the exiled children of Israel to seek a land where liberty shone upon all, where every person could adhere freely to their faith and race without fear of dishonor, where oppression and brutality would not touch them. The exponents of emigration to the United States were inspired by the dream of a mass exodus from a land of slavery into a land of freedom. Many imagined the creation of agricultural settlements, the founding of new Jewish communities in sparsely populated states of the Union, where Jewish self-governance might flourish. Alongside this vision of transplantation, another idea struggled to take shape, one that rejected the diaspora entirely and looked instead to the revival of the Jewish National Center in Palestine. This movement, known as Hibbet Zion, was championed by M.L. Lilienblum, a former radical who had once advocated for religious reforms within Judaism. As early as the autumn of the first year of the pogroms, Lilienblum published a series of articles articulating the idea of colonization in Palestine, framing it as a national task for all Jews. He argued that the root of the historic misfortunes of the Jewish people lay in their status as outsiders in every land they inhabited. Jews were tolerated only as long as they were convenient tenants of the ruling powers, whether landlords or governments, and the moment they posed a threat to the dominant group, they were cast out. In earlier centuries, Jews had been persecuted in the name of religious fanaticism. Now a second chapter of persecution was emerging, justified by national fanaticism and economic motives. Lilienblum warned, one that promised to write many bloody pages in the history of his people. From the ashes of pogroms and despair, two divergent paths for the Jewish people were taking shape. One through emigration to the Americas, where liberty might offer safety and prosperity, and the other through the resurrection of a national homeland in Palestine, rekindling the hope of self-determination where centuries of exile had brought suffering and instability. The cry rose out of fear, humiliation, and fire. Across towns and cities shaken by violence, many Jewish voices began to say that suffering would never end as long as its deepest cause remained untouched. The cause, they argued, was not only poverty or discrimination, but the condition of being a people without secure ground beneath their feet. Everywhere they lived, they were tenants, tolerated guests, never masters of their own fate. Therefore, the remedy, they declared, must be just as deep as the wound. Jewish suffering, they proclaimed, can be removed only by removing its cause. The people must cease to be strangers scattered across the lands of the world. They must establish themselves in a country where they themselves would be landowners, lawmakers, and guardians of their own security. Only one land, they said, could answer that need. Their ancient historical homeland, Palestine, the territory connected with the earliest Hebrew kingdoms, biblical memory, and centuries of longing. According to this view, That land belonged to the Jewish people by right of history and continuous spiritual attachment. The proposal was bold and sweeping. The colonization of Palestine, they insisted, must not be small or symbolic. It must be organized on such a vast and determined scale that within 1 century, 100 years, most of the Jewish population suffering in hostile regions of Europe could leave those unsafe environments and settle in the land of their ancestors. This would not be a temporary refuge, but a national restoration. These ideas were expressed with simple, forceful logic. To some listeners, the reasoning sounded absolutely undeniable. The message matched the emotional state of the Jewish masses in the early 1880s. They felt as if they were standing prepared for departure, like travelers with belts fastened and staffs in hand, ready for an exodus from a new house of bondage, recalling the biblical story of ancient Egypt and the liberation of the Israelites. During the opening months of the year 1882, many emigration societies were formed across Jewish communities. These were organized groups that collected funds, shared information, and planned routes of departure. Within their membership were many supporters of settlement in Palestine. At the same time, others argued strongly for emigration to the United States of America, a rapidly growing republic across the Atlantic Ocean, known for its expanding economy and promises of civil liberty. Sharp debates broke out in newspapers, pamphlets, and public meetings between the supporters of the American destination and the supporters of the Palestinian destination. Writers and speakers attacked one another with passion. These arguments were not abstract. They were arguments about survival, dignity, and the future of children yet unborn. In this atmosphere of urgency and hope, a young poet named Simon Frug gave emotional voice to the movement. He would later become famous as a poet in both the Russian and Yiddish languages. But at this time, he was a rising literary figure inspired by the crisis of his people. He composed an Exodus March, a poem meant to be read aloud and sung, filled with rhythm and prophetic fire. He introduced it with a verse from the book of Exodus in the Hebrew Bible, where God commands the Israelites at the shore of the sea to move forward into the waters and toward freedom. The poem called to the nation like a trumpet. It declared that the people still possess sharp eyes, strong feet, and a firm staff for the journey. It asked why such a people should stand still in despair, head bowed in endless worry. It urged them to look up and see their sons and daughters gathering from many lands. It commanded them to march forward through an ocean of sorrow and a chain of tortures toward the dawn of a new morning. It promised that the voices of future generations were already calling backward through time, crying out for the people to rise from the grave of humiliation and live again as a free and brave nation. The poem rang with images of storms singing victory songs and of new life breaking through suffering. This marching song captured the emotional truth of the moment. Those who sang it did not always agree on geography. Some dreamed of the valleys and hills near the River Jordan in the Middle East. Others dreamed of fertile fields beside the Mississippi River in North America. But both dreams were driven by the same longing: to live without fear. Out of the same storm of violence and awakening thought came a more systematic and philosophical voice. The voice of a physician and community leader from the Black Sea port city of Odessa, one of the largest cities of southern Ukraine and a major center of Jewish cultural life. His name was Leon Pinsker. Earlier in his life, he had believed that assimilation into surrounding society, meaning the adoption of the language and culture of the majority population, might solve the Jewish problem. The disasters he witnessed changed his mind. In September of the year 1882, he published a powerful pamphlet titled Auto-Emancipation. The word meant self-liberation. The work was short but intellectually intense, written with emotional force and philosophical depth. In it, he described his personal torment as he looked upon two different but related tragedies. The physical oppression and legal restrictions crushing Jewish communities in the Russian Empire, and the spiritual insecurity and social rejection experienced by Jews in Western Europe, even where they had received civil equality on paper. He argued that the Jewish people in dispersion across many countries, a condition often called the diaspora, existed like the ghost of a nation rather than a normal living nation. A ghost, he wrote, wanders without a home and frightens others simply by its strange presence. In the same way, he said, stateless Jewish existence disturbed other nations and triggered fear and hostility. The cure was to transform this ghost back into a living national body. That transformation required territory. The Jewish people must be re-established on land of their own. This land could be in Palestine or, if necessary, in another suitable region, such as part of the American continent. The exact location, he argued, was less important than the principle of political concentration and recognized security. The project must be carried out through organized international cooperation among Jewish communities, with shared funding and diplomatic effort. He sharply distinguished between two kinds of emancipation. One was civic emancipation, meaning the granting of equal civil rights by non-Jewish governments. This, he said, was always fragile because it depended on the goodwill of others and could be restricted or reversed. The other was auto-emancipation, self-emancipation, achieved by the Jewish people through their own collective action and national reconstruction. Only this second path could remove humiliation and vulnerability. He called for a worldwide Jewish Congress, a representative assembly of Jewish leaders and delegates, to take responsibility for the financial planning, political negotiations, and organizational structure required for such a national project. The present generation, he wrote, must take the first decisive step. Future generations would continue and complete the work. In the year 1882, in the city of Berlin in the German Empire, there appeared a small pamphlet written in the German language. It bore the striking title Auto-Emancipation, which meant self-emancipation. Beneath the title stood a modest subtitle, an appeal to his brethren by a Russian Jew. The author did not sign his name. The work was published anonymously, printed abroad, far from the censor's eyes of the Russian Empire. The writer was Leon Pinsker, a physician and publicist from Odessa, a major port city on the Black Sea within the Russian Empire. Pinsker had once believed deeply in the promise of assimilation, in the hope that Jews, by adopting the language and culture of their surrounding society, might gradually win equality and acceptance. But the pogroms of 1881, the brutal outbreaks of anti-Jewish violence that followed the assassination of Emperor Alexander II, shattered that faith. In Auto-Emancipation, Pinsker argued with sharp logic and burning urgency that the Jewish people could no longer depend upon the goodwill of others. He claimed that anti-Jewish hostility, which he described as a kind of deep-rooted and irrational fear of the Jew, would not disappear through education or liberal reforms alone. Only by becoming a normal nation, with a territory of its own and political independence, could Jews escape their condition of perpetual insecurity. The pamphlet was directed especially toward the Jews of Western Europe, those in countries such as Germany, France, and Great Britain, where emancipation had granted civil rights and where many Jews had embraced cultural assimilation. Pinsker hoped to awaken them to what he believed was a universal and persistent danger. But in Western Europe, the pamphlet made little impression. The assimilated Jewish communities there, confident in their legal equality and patriotic attachment to their respective countries, did not feel the urgency that gripped their brethren in the East. The call for national restoration seemed remote, even unnecessary. In Russia, however, the effect was entirely different. Among Russian Jews, battered by violence and hemmed in by legal disabilities, auto-emancipation became a kind of catechism. It provided words for feelings that had already taken root: disillusionment, anxiety, and a dark pessimism about the future. Pinsker's reasoning, systematic and forceful, seemed to explain the inexplicable. It offered a diagnosis for the recurring outbreaks of hatred. His argument rested, however, upon a particular definition of the word nation. Pinsker understood a nation primarily as a territorial and political organism, a people possessing a defined land and sovereign government. Without such a foundation, he believed, Jews would always be perceived as strangers, as guests, as intruders. Critics later pointed out that this premise was historically narrow. The Jews of the diaspora, that is, those living outside the ancient land of Israel after centuries of dispersion, had not ceased to form a nation. They constituted a unique type of nation, bound not by territory, but by shared culture, religion, memory, and tradition. In modern political history, other nations of this cultural type were also beginning to emerge. Yet in the anguish of the early 1880s, such distinctions seemed less important than the desperate search for security. Because Pinsker's doctrine lacked a concrete and immediately realizable plan, it naturally attached itself to the small but growing movement for colonization in Palestine, then part of the Ottoman Empire. Groups of Russian Jews had begun to organize agricultural settlements there, inspired by ancient longing and modern necessity. Yet the scale of these efforts was tiny, almost insignificant when measured against Pinsker's sweeping vision of national rebirth. Pinsker and his ally Moses Leib Lilienblum, a writer who had also journeyed from assimilationist ideals toward nationalism, found support among older Jewish thinkers as well. Peretz Smolenskin, a veteran nationalist writer and editor, joined their ranks, as did Judah Leib Lavanda, who had once favored assimilation but now reconsidered. The new movement required literary organs, voices through which its ideas could spread. In the Hebrew language, newspapers such as Hashahar, meaning the dawn, and Hamelitz, meaning the advocate, carried articles promoting national revival. In the Russian language, a publication called Razviet, meaning the sunrise, became another vehicle of this awakening. Not all agreed. In St. Petersburg, the imperial capital, the newspaper Voskod, meaning sunrise, represented the progressive Russian Jewish intelligentsia. These were educated Jews who still believed in the program of civil emancipation within Russia and in internal reforms of Jewish communal life. They defended the old position that the path forward lay in equal rights, integration, and moral improvement, not in territorial nationalism. Between these poles stood more moderate voices. In St. Petersburg, the weekly Ruski Yevry, meaning the Russian Jew, attempted to mediate. In Warsaw, within the Kingdom of Poland under Russian rule, the Hebrew weekly Hot Sephora, meaning the dawn, reflected the heritage of the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment movement that had encouraged secular education and engagement with European culture. These journals leaned increasingly toward nationalism, yet retained a measure of caution. While national ideas were taking new shape, another phenomenon appeared, revealing how deeply the pogroms had shaken Jewish society. The storm of violence did not merely destroy property and take lives. It struck at the confidence of an entire generation that had believed in enlightenment and gradual progress. Some branches of that intellectual tree were broken outright. Others bent into strange and distorted forms. In the early 1880s, an unexpected movement of religious reform emerged in southern Russia. A fortnight before the pogrom at Yelisavetgrad, a city in the Kherson province, newspapers reported the appearance of a new Jewish sect calling itself the Spiritual Biblical Brotherhood. This small group rejected established religious dogmas and ceremonies. They claimed to recognize only the moral teachings of the Bible. They denounced mercantile occupations, criticizing what they perceived as excessive devotion to trade, barter, and money. Instead, they advocated physical labor, especially agriculture, as a purer and more honorable way of life. The founder of this brotherhood was Jacob Gordon, a local teacher and journalist. At that time, he was influenced by two currents within Russian society. One was the Stundists, a Russian Christian sect whose rationalistic tendencies could be traced to Western Protestantism. They emphasized Bible study and moral reform over ritual. The other influence came from the Russian populists, a social movement whose members idealized the peasantry and sought social justice through close identification with the common people. Gordon's spiritual biblical brotherhood consisted of only about 20 individuals. Yet shortly after the spring pogroms of 1881, its leader published a newspaper appeal under the pseudonym A Brother Biblist. In this appeal, he called upon Jews to cast off what he described as character traits and economic pursuits that aroused the hatred of the native population: love of money, pursuit of barter, usury, and petty trade. The timing was disastrous. The wounds of the pogrom victims were still raw. Jewish homes lay in ruins. Families mourned their dead. And now, from within their own ranks, came a voice that seemed to echo the accusations of their persecutors. The appeal provoked profound indignation. Many Jews saw in it a betrayal, a cruel self-accusation at a moment of shared suffering. The spiritual biblical brotherhood soon fell apart. Some of its members later joined a similar sect founded in Odessa in the beginning of the year 1883 by a teacher named Jacob Pryluker. This new group called itself New Israel. It too sought moral purification and a return to simple labor. These experiments revealed how deep the crisis had become. In the shadow of pogrom and repression, some turned toward national restoration, others clung to emancipation, and still others sought radical religious and social transformation, each path reflecting the tremors running through Russian Jewish life as the decade advanced. The movement known as New Israel emerged in Russia with the audacious ambition of reshaping Jewish life in the most radical way imaginable. Its founders sought to bridge the ancient divide between Jews and Christians, hoping that by radical religious reforms grounded in rationalism, they might gain the favor of the Russian government and achieve full civil emancipation for their followers. The program of the sect was twofold: blending religion with social engineering in a manner that was both startling and controversial. On the religious side, the sect recognized only the teachings of Moses, the revered prophet of Israel who delivered the foundational laws to the Hebrew people. It rejected the Talmud, the central body of rabbinic interpretations and commentaries on Jewish law that had guided Jewish life for centuries. Dietary laws, known as kashrut, were dismissed, and the ancient rite of circumcision was abandoned. Even the traditional form of worship was overturned, and the sacred day of rest, the Sabbath, was transferred from Saturday to Sunday in alignment with Christian custom. In a further break with tradition, the Russian language was declared to be the native tongue of the Jews, and it was made compulsory for all daily life and communication. Practices associated with usury, money lending, and other activities deemed morally distasteful by the reformers were strictly forbidden. The social aspect of the program was even more audacious. In exchange for their rigorous conformity to these reforms, the sect petitioned the Russian government for full civil equality for its members, permission to intermarry with Christians, and the right to wear a special badge distinguishing them from the Talmudic Jews, those who adhered to the old traditions. As a mark of gratitude and loyalty, the members pledged that all boys and girls born in the coming year would be given the names Alexander or Alexandra, in honor of the Russian Tsar, the supreme ruler of all the Russias. The first religious half of this program might have attracted a small number of earnest followers, drawn by the promise of modernized worship and rationalized ritual. Yet the second, more businesslike portion revealed the true nature of the movement's ambitions. In their eagerness for civil equality, the reformers were ready to barter religion, conscience, and honor. They sought to curry favor with the state even while the wounds of the Balta pogrom, the violent and bloody attacks on the Jewish population that had occurred only a short time before, were still fresh. The public quickly perceived the flunkyism, the servile eagerness to please the authorities, and the moral compromise inherent in the movement's goals. The pervasive shadow of reactionary Judeophobia, the deep-seated hostility toward Jews entrenched in Russian society, ensured that New Israel would never flourish. The movement was soon crippled, its influence withered, and both of its founders departed the country. The hostile environment, the poverty, the oppression, and the relentless scrutiny of the state allowed no room for the seeds of genuine reform to take root. The lofty ideals of enlightenment and integration that had inspired New Israel withered under the weight of persecution and societal prejudice. In the end, the attempts at radical reform became nothing more than historical footnotes, tragic reminders of the fragility of hope when it meets the unyielding force of entrenched reaction and systemic hatred. This is a summary of the previous chapter. Chapter 13, Inner Upheavals, examines the deep social, emotional, and psychological strains placed on Jewish communities by decades of oppression, violence, and legal restriction. The chapter moves beyond the external pressures of pogroms and legislation to show how these forces transformed the inner life of families, communal structures, and individual identities. In the early 1880s, the repeated hardships, poverty, forced relocations, and exposure to violence create tension within communities. Families struggle to maintain cohesion, while traditional leadership and communal authorities face growing challenges in managing disputes, allocating scarce resources, and sustaining morale. By the mid-1880s, generational differences emerge. Younger members of the community, exposed to secular education and broader social ideas, increasingly question traditional authority and seek new ways to navigate the oppressive environment. Older generations, clinging to religious and cultural continuity, often clash with these emerging perspectives, creating internal friction that compounds the strain of external persecution. In the late 1880s, these inner upheavals intersect with economic and political pressures. Communities face not only restrictions imposed by the state, but also the erosion of traditional social bonds, as migration, immigration, and changing occupations alter the fabric of daily life. The sense of stability weakens, and uncertainty becomes a pervasive feature of existence. Despite these challenges, Dubnow shows that Jewish life retains resilience. Religious devotion, charitable networks, and communal cohesion adapt in subtle ways, even under pressure, reflecting a persistent determination to survive and maintain identity. With this understanding of the inner turmoil gripping communities, the narrative now moves to the next chapter. Chapter 14, Increased Jewish Disabilities, details how the state escalates restrictions and legal burdens, intensifying the hardships that already destabilize social and communal life. Chapter 14, Increased Jewish Disabilities. The so-called temporary rules of May 3, 1882, had been enacted by the Russian government as if they were extraordinary measures taken in a time of war, bypassing the ordinary legislative channels. Yet even the architects of these rules understood that, sooner or later, the Jewish question would have to be presented before the highest legal body of the empire, the Council of State, which served as the supreme advisory council to the Tsar, responsible for approving or rejecting legislative measures. In anticipation of this eventuality, the government moved to prepare a set of more elaborate materials, more polished than the chaotic reports of the so-called gubernatorial commissions, the provincial investigative bodies, and the Central Jewish Committee, which had been created under the authority of Count Nikolai Pavlovich Ignatiev, the powerful minister of the Interior. Both of these entities have been central instruments in the enforcement of the general anti-Jewish policy that had defined Ignatiev's tenure. On February 4th, 1883, an imperial ukase, a formal edict issued in the name of the Tsar, was published, calling for the formation of a High Commission for the revision of the current laws concerning the Jews. Initially, the chairmanship of this commission was entrusted to a former minister of the Interior named Makov, but following his untimely death, the leadership passed to Count Peter Andreevich Polin, a former minister of justice, who would oversee the commission for the next 5 years. It was under his direction that the body became widely known among the public as the Polin Commission. The membership of the commission was composed of a select group of officials representing the most influential branches of the Russian imperial bureaucracy, 6 members drawn from the various departments of the Ministry of the Interior, and 1 representative each from the Ministries of Finance, Justice, Public Instruction, the Management of the Crown Domains, and Foreign Affairs. A few outside experts were consulted occasionally, though their input was often limited and disregarded. The commission received no firm instructions as to when its work should be completed, and it quickly became clear that patience and delay were considered virtues in the corridors of Russian officialdom. The first formal session of the commission did not take place until 10 months after its creation, and even then, progress was glacial. Its members were tasked with the monumental job of reviewing the accumulated legacy of the defunct gubernatorial commissions, mountains of paperwork filled with imaginative and often absurd proposals for resolving the so-called Jewish question. In addition, the commission received memoranda from concerned citizens, including public-minded members of the Jewish community, many of whom communicated their observations and recommendations through Baron Horace Gunsberg, a prominent Jewish philanthropist and financier. These documents sought to present a rational, well-informed perspective on the social, economic, and cultural issues affecting Russian Jewry. For years were spent merely analyzing and cataloging this material. Yet when the commission eventually attempted to formulate its own conclusions, these proposals never solidified into binding legal measures. The commission became, in effect, a permanent symbol of bureaucratic inertia, a Sisyphus-like endeavor in which abstract debate substituted for concrete action. While the Polin Commission deliberated, the Russian government continued its relentless campaign to oppress Jewish life through the creation of new legal disabilities. These measures were typically passed outside the law, meaning they did not await the formal approval of the Council of State. Instead, they were presented as suggestions to the Council of Ministers, the executive body charged with implementing state policy, and once adopted there, received the Tsar's ratification, acquiring the force of law. In effect, the High Commission served primarily as a cover, a bureaucratic veil concealing the government's ongoing experiments in oppression. While the ministerial officials engaged in abstract theoretical discussions about the so-called Jewish problem, the Council of Ministers proceeded with concrete actions that made Jewish life ever more precarious. Each new decree, each administrative restriction tightened the chains around the Jewish population, leaving them more vulnerable, more impoverished, and more dependent on the fragile mercy of an indifferent and hostile state. The contrast between the ponderous, abstract deliberations of the Polin Commission and the swift, cruel implementation of new restrictions by the Council of Ministers was stark, a chilling demonstration of the machinery of oppression at work in Imperial Russia. The winds blowing down from the heights of the Russian bureaucratic machinery were decidedly hostile to the Jewish people. In May of the year 1883, the coronation of Alexander III, the Tsar of all the Russias, took place. According to the long-standing traditions of Russian imperial ceremony, this event was accompanied by the issuance of an imperial manifesto, a formal declaration outlining privileges, favors, and alleviations granted to various segments of the Russian population. Yet conspicuously absent from the Tsar's benevolence were the Jews, who were left to endure the full weight of the bureaucracy's suspicion and hostility. Alexander III lent a keen ear to the reports of his governors and governors general, those high-ranking officials who oversaw the administration of Russia's vast provinces. In their most humble reports, they advanced the newfangled and pernicious theory of the injuriousness of the Jews, asserting that their presence in schools, businesses, and towns threatened the moral and economic well-being of the Christian population. Frequently, the Tsar's marginal notes upon these reports carried the force of law, binding resolutions that demanded immediate attention. Early in 1883, the Governor-General of Odessa, a man named Gurko, submitted a report to the Tsar, noting with concern the rapid increase of Jewish pupils in the gymnasia, the Russian secondary schools preparing youth for university study and civil service. Gurko warned that the Jews' presence might exert a harmful influence upon their Christian classmates and proposed that a fixed percentage of Jewish students be admitted to these institutions. The Tsar, with the authority of imperial command, scrawled in the margin, "I share this conviction. The matter ought to receive attention." Attention, indeed, was given. The matter was referred to the Committee of Ministers, the body responsible for preparing legislation for the Tsar's approval. Though initially hesitant to act immediately, the committee was reminded again the following year when the governors of Odessa and Kharkov expanded on the need for regulating Jewish attendance in schools. Alexander III added another, more emphatic annotation: "It is desirable to decide this question finally." The ministers understood that they could not delay. The influx of Jewish students into educational institutions, they feared, represented a moral and religious threat to Christian children. The matter was placed before the High Commission under the chairmanship of Count Paulin, and the Minister of Public Instruction was instructed to draft a law that would embody the spirit of the imperial resolution. Thus was born the notorious school norm, a bureaucratic contrivance destined to play a central role in the systematic oppression of Russian Jewry. Yet the heart of the system of persecution lay not merely in educational restrictions, but in the control of domicile and freedom of movement, which determined access to livelihoods and safety. The temporary rules of May 3, 1882, had already introduced an array of cruel legal mechanisms. Jews were barred from settling anew outside the towns and townlets of the western region, while those who had settled in rural districts prior to 1882 were technically allowed to remain. These old-time Jewish villagers, living among peasants and landowners, became targets of administrative harassment and social pressure. Russian anti-Semitic officials, often working in concert with local Christian competitors, sought to drive these Jewish families from the countryside. Entire village assemblies were enlisted to pass special verdicts against Jewish residents, declaring them undesirable or vicious members of the community. Police officers interpreted even brief absences to visit nearby towns for high holy days as illegal attempts at new settlement. Families returning to their ancestral homes often found their dwellings off limits, or were forced into bureaucratic entanglements that could last weeks. In the dominions controlled by the notoriously anti-Jewish Governor-General Drenel, these rules were applied with the strictest severity, forbidding Jews to move not only between villages, but even from one house to another within their own village. The genius of this oppression lay in its meticulous detail. Every act of Jewish life, from education to movement to property ownership, was subject to a legal apparatus designed to make existence intolerable. The temporary rules disguised the cruelty of systematic persecution behind the veil of administrative procedure, and yet the result was a suffocating cage, constraining millions within the towns and townlets of Russia's western provinces. In these years, the Jews of Russia found themselves hemmed in by laws whose complexity and rigidity mirrored the iron grip of the bureaucracy that had created them, and from which escape was rendered almost impossible. The tightening of the legal noose did not stop with general decrees and printed regulations. It reached into the smallest villages and the most fragile homes. Under the new enforcement practices connected with the restrictive laws of the early 1880s, the police were granted broad authority to remove Jewish families from rural settlements through harsh interpretation of legal technicalities. Power was placed directly into the hands of local officials, and many of them used it with cold determination. Police authorities were authorized to expel from the villages any Jewish residents who did not own both their houses and the land beneath those houses. This detail was crucial. Many Jewish families had purchased or built their homes, but the ground itself legally belonged to peasant landowners. According to the new interpretation, if such a family needed to renew a rental agreement for the land, that renewal counted as a new lease. And new leases for Jewish residents in rural areas were forbidden under the emergency regulations known as the May Laws of the year 1882. With that reasoning, thousands were suddenly declared illegal residents on the very soil where they had lived for years. This malicious reading of the law struck entire communities. In the provinces known as the government of Chernihiv and the government of Poltava, both regions of the southwestern Russian Empire with many rural Jewish settlements, approximately 10,000 Jewish villagers fell under threat of eviction. These are not wandering strangers. They were shopkeepers, millers, craftsmen, and small traders who served the surrounding countryside. Many lived in rented houses, as was common in village economies. Others owned their houses, but not the field beneath them. By administrative order, they could now be driven out. Winter stood at the door when these threats were carried out. Snow, hunger, and homelessness loomed. The cries of these families, facing expulsion in the coldest season of the year, did not find mercy in nearby provincial centers such as Kiev, the major administrative city of the region. Instead, the alarm traveled far north to the imperial capital, St. Petersburg, seat of the central ministries and the Senate. There, at last, a break was applied. In January of the year 1884, a senatorial decree, known in Russian law as a ukase, meaning a formal imperial order, was issued to halt these wild administrative expulsions. The order stopped the process, but for many families it came too late. A significant number had already been driven from their homes and financially destroyed. Yet while this one abuse was partially corrected, many other restrictions drawn from the same so-called temporary rules remained fully active. Among the harshest was the prohibition against moving from one village to another, even when the two villages stood side by side. A Jewish resident was tied to a single rural locality as if bound to the soil. This condition resembled the old system of serfdom, under which peasants had once been legally fixed to an estate and could not move without permission. For Jewish villagers, a similar bondage now returned in administrative form. This immobilizing rule received explicit legal approval on December 29th in the year 1887. The consequences were cruel and absurd at the same time. If a village burned down, the Jewish residents could not simply relocate to the next nearest village to rebuild their lives. If a factory closed, a worker could not seek employment in another rural district. Instead, he was forced to move into a town or small township within the restricted Jewish zone, even if no work awaited him there. Family compassion was also criminalized. A Jewish villager could not legally bring his widowed mother or his elderly and sick parents to live with him if they came from another village. Inheritance rights were crippled. If a father owned a workshop or business in one village and left it to his son who lived in another village, the son could be forbidden to take possession. Even a house left by parents could not be accepted if it stood in a different rural locality, though still inside the officially designated Jewish region known as the Pale of Settlement, the large western border zone of the Russian Empire where most Jews were legally required to live. This dense web of prohibitions did more than restrict movement. It created daily opportunities for bribery and extortion. Every permit, every overlooked violation, every delayed inspection could be turned into a source of illegal income for officials. From the highest provincial administrators down to the lowest police clerk, corruption flourished. The same emergency security statutes that were supposed to protect public order instead protected official arbitrariness. Jewish vulnerability became a revenue stream. Hatred and greed marched together. Hostility toward Jews often traveled hand in hand with appetite for Jewish money. Beyond the boundaries of the Pale of Settlement, the situation was even more precarious. The Pale of Settlement itself was a legally defined territory including much of present-day Lithuania, Belarus, Poland, and Ukraine, where Jewish residence was broadly permitted. Outside this zone, across the vast interior of the Russian Empire, Jewish residence was generally forbidden except for narrow privilege categories. Only a small number of Jews were legally allowed to live beyond the Pale. Those with university or academy diplomas, meaning completed higher education, merchants registered in the highest commercial guild who had paid heavy guild taxes for years inside the Pale, and certified craftsmen, and even they only so long as they worked strictly at their registered trade. Nevertheless, many Jews tried to enter these forbidden regions in order to survive. They came quietly, hoping to open a tiny shop, practice a profession, or pursue scientific and literary work. To the authorities, this effort to build an honest livelihood without the required certificates or guild payments was treated as a criminal intrusion. Some obtained residence rights through legal fictions, registering themselves as artisans or as employees of already privileged Jews. These technical arrangements were widespread, and the police devoted enormous energy to uncovering and destroying them. The imperial capital, St. Petersburg, symbol of Russia's opening to Europe since the time of Peter the Great, became a central battleground. The city legally contained around 20,000 privileged Jewish residents, but many more arrived without proper status, drawn by opportunity, culture, and the presence of universities, publishers, and commercial houses. The city governor, a powerful official named Gresser, became notorious for the severity of his police rule. He made the pursuit and expulsion of unauthorized Jews a personal campaign. Police operations were organized like military raids. Beginning early in the year 1883 and continuing month after month, officers conducted systematic searches of Jewish residences. Passports and residence permits were examined with extreme strictness. Special police registers were created just for Jewish inhabitants. The declared aim was to cleanse the capital of what officials described with hostility as an alien tribe. Raids followed a pattern. Homes were entered, documents inspected, and any doubtful status treated as guilt. Those judged not fully legal were ordered out at once, often together with their wives, children, and elderly relatives. Police escorts marched them to railway stations. The time allowed for departure was counted not in weeks, but in hours. 24 hours, sometimes 48 hours, no more. It resembled the execution of a battlefield sentence rather than a civil administrative measure. Most of the expelled had lived in the capital for many years. They had apartments, workshops, customers, and social ties. No business could be closed properly in a single day. No household could be dismantled without ruin. Desperation produced tragic choices. Some sought baptism into Christianity purely to obtain the right to remain. Stories spread through the city of Jews requesting a short delay of 1 or 2 weeks in order to receive required religious instruction before conversion. Even these requests were sometimes rejected. Officials answered coldly that such instruction could just as easily be received back inside the Pale of Settlement, far away from the forbidden capital, and the expulsions proceeded without pause. In those suffocating years of the late 19th century, under the heavy hand of the Russian Empire and the stern rule of Emperor Alexander III, open defiance of the state was rare. The Jewish population, confined largely to the Pale of Settlement, that vast western borderland of the empire stretching across territories that are today parts of Poland, Lithuania, Belarus, and Ukraine, had long learned that survival required ingenuity rather than confrontation. Fictitious conversions to Christianity, acts that would have cut a man or woman off from family, faith, and community, were seldom used as a shield against governmental violence. The price was too high, the wound too deep. Instead, the struggle for existence unfolded through quieter, humiliating fictions. A young Jewish man arriving in St. Petersburg, the imperial capital founded by Tsar Peter the Great in the year 1703, would step off the train or carriage carrying not only a small bundle of belongings, but a fragile document, an artisan certificate. Such a paper declared him to be a skilled craftsman or, more often, an apprentice under the supervision of a full-fledged Jewish artisan already legally recognized by the authorities. Under the rigid laws of the empire, certain categories of Jews, merchants of the First Guild, university graduates, and certified artisans, were granted the precious right to reside outside the Pale of Settlement. For thousands desperate to escape overcrowded shtetls and economic suffocation, this loophole was a lifeline. But it was a perilous one. The newcomer would enroll himself as an apprentice in a Jewish workshop, perhaps a tailor's shop smelling of cloth and steam, or a cobbler's cramped room filled with leather and glue. Yet often his apprenticeship existed only on paper. He might be studying, writing, or seeking opportunities elsewhere, while his name rested in the ledger as proof of lawful residence. If the police appeared unannounced, boots striking the wooden floor, and demanded to see the apprentice at work, if they failed to find him bent over a sewing table or hammering a last, then catastrophe followed. The supposed apprentice faced immediate expulsion from the capital. His passport could be seized, marked, and stamped with a red notation ordering him to leave within 24 hours. The master of the shop, too, risked fines, imprisonment, or the loss of his own rights. Others pursued an even more degrading fiction. Russian law permitted Jews who possessed a university diploma of the first degree, that is, a completed higher education from a recognized institution, to employ 2 domestic servants from among their fellow Jews. Thus, a young man hungry for opportunity might register himself as a manservant in the household of a Jewish physician or lawyer. On paper, he became a flunky, a boot cleaner, a porter of briefcases. The police, ever suspicious, would summon these supposed servants for interrogation. Inside a station house thick with tobacco, smoke, and authority, the questioning would begin. What were his duties? What tasks did he perform? The expected answers were humiliating in their simplicity. I clean my master's boots. I carry his portfolio behind him to court. I attend to his personal needs. A wrong answer, a hesitation, a tone too educated or refined might arouse suspicion. The fiction had to be performed with care. Among those who endured this charade was the gifted young poet Simon Frug. Born in the southern provinces of the empire, he was already gaining recognition as a voice of Jewish sorrow and longing, writing in both Russian and Hebrew. His verses echoed with the pain of his people and the tensions of their age. Yet even he, the rising literary figure, lived for years in St. Petersburg under the guise of a servant, his legal right to reside in the capital resting on a fiction that belittled his dignity. The position of such men was unbearably precarious. At any moment, a passport might be inspected and returned adorned with that fatal red inscription. Within 24 hours, they were to depart the capital, as though they were vagabonds without ties or contributions. One day, a poet composing lines of beauty. The next day, a banished stranger on a road leading back to confinement. The entire empire buzzed with another scandal that revealed the cruelty of these regulations. A young Jewish woman, determined to pursue higher education in the great cities, St. Petersburg or Moscow, sought entry into the newly established courses for women. Yet because Jewish residence in those cities was so tightly restricted, she could not legally remain unless she fell into one of the few permitted categories. In desperation, she registered herself as a prostitute and obtained what was known as a yellow ticket, the official document issued to women engaged in regulated prostitution under imperial law. The yellow ticket allowed residence. It also marked its bearer with social disgrace. When the police discovered that this young woman was not practicing the trade assigned to her by the state, but was instead attending lectures and studying, they banished her from the capital. Her crime was not immorality, but education. In the year 1886, even foreign prominence offered no protection. Sir Samuel Montague, a distinguished banker and member of Parliament in the United Kingdom, later elevated to the peerage as Lord Swathling, visited Moscow. Despite his status in British political and financial life, despite the diplomatic sensitivities involved, he too was ordered to leave the Russian capital within 24 hours. The decree treated him no differently from an itinerant wanderer. England reacted with shock and indignation. Yet within Russia, the machinery of expulsion rolled on undisturbed. None of these tragedies softened the resolve of the officials who administered what many called, not without bitterness, a Russian Inquisition. The energy of the authorities was directed not toward alleviating poverty or fostering harmony, but toward combating what they labeled the illegal struggle of Jews to survive and to move freely within the empire. The right of a human being to seek livelihood where opportunity beckoned, a right regarded in other lands as natural, was here treated as subversive. The law drove families from villages to towns, and from one town to another, as though they were pieces on a vast imperial chessboard. In Kiev, a city that had become a hotbed of militant hostility toward Jews, raids on so-called illegal residents were a daily occurrence. In a single year of 1886, more than 2,000 Jewish families were expelled from the city. Homes were emptied, workshops closed, children uprooted from schools. Rumors circulated that these intensified persecutions were acts of revenge by high officials in the region, following a quarrel between a wealthy Jewish resident of Kiev and a Russian dignitary. Whether rumor or truth, the result was the same, suffering measured in thousands. The authorities were not content merely to enforce existing restrictions. They sought to shrink further the already constricted space in which Jewish life could breathe. In the year 1887, the large southern cities of Rostov-on-the-Don and Taganrog, previously part of the government of Yekaterinoslav and thus within the Pale of Settlement, were transferred to the territory of the Don Cossack host, a region from which Jews were largely excluded. Those Jews who had lived in these cities before the change were permitted to remain, but no new Jewish settlers were allowed. The gate was closed behind them. As the geographical boundaries tightened, so too did economic opportunities. The structure of Russian society, still deeply marked by medieval divisions into estates and guilds, became an instrument of exclusion. Officials openly pursued a policy that might be summarized with brutal candor. Remove the Jew from his profession so that it may pass to his Christian competitor. During the reign of Emperor Alexander II, who ruled from 1855 until his assassination in 1881, the government had at times encouraged Jews to enter handicrafts, hoping to reduce their concentration in commerce and trade. Jewish artisans had been granted broader rights of residence throughout the empire as an incentive. Workshops were established, skills cultivated. But under his successor, Emperor Alexander III, the policy reversed. In the year 1884, by imperial decree, the Jewish School of Handicrafts in the city of Zhytomyr, an institution that had operated for 23 years, was closed. The official justification, stated with astonishing bluntness, revealed a government no longer concerned with reform or integration, but with contraction and exclusion. The very efforts once promoted were now condemned, and the narrow circle within which Jewish life could struggle for air grew tighter still. in the towns and small townlets of the southwestern provinces of the Russian Empire. The Jewish population had come to dominate the trades and crafts, a position that the authorities depicted as a menace to the local Christian communities. The official explanation presented by the Russian government was stark and accusatory. Because Jews were engaged in handicrafts, trades ranging from tailoring to metalwork, they were supposedly impeding the development of the same trades among the Christian population. According to the state, this dominance was not merely economic but a deliberate instrument of exploitation. The term exploiter, a construct of official rhetoric, was wielded to label any Jewish individual who pursued a profession or craft that a Christian might have otherwise undertaken, no matter how honorable or productive the work. In this way, the innocent act of earning a livelihood was twisted into an accusation of oppression. For Jewish artisans who attempted to expand their commercial activity, the consequences were immediate and severe. Even if a Jewish craftsman was permitted to live outside the restricted pale of Jewish settlement, the designated regions where Jews were legally allowed to reside, he could only sell items that he had personally made. To sell any other merchandise produced elsewhere was considered a crime under Article 1171 of the Russian Penal Code. The penalty was harsh. Not only could the Jewish artisan be expelled from his place of residence, but his goods could be confiscated, destroyed, or appropriated. Christian competitors, often collaborating with local police, acted as vigilant monitors of Jewish economic activity. A Jewish tailor could not sell a piece of cloth. A Jewish watchmaker was forbidden from selling a new factory-made timepiece with its chain and was restricted to repairing old watches. A Jewish baker could not offer a pound of flour or a cup of coffee. Any breach of these restrictions resulted in the immediate truncation of the artisan's career, as the law left no room for leniency. The oppression extended beyond commerce and industry into the realms of education and the liberal professions. During this grim era of counter-reforms, the Russian government made a determined effort to restrict the entry of Jewish students into the universities and professional schools that served as gateways to the legal, medical, and administrative careers of the empire. The objective was to curtail the emergence of privileged Jews, a category defined during the earlier reign of Alexander II, who had earned unrestricted residence throughout the empire through the completion of higher education. The authorities, in the spirit of reactionary governance, now sought to suppress the spread of knowledge among the Jewish population rather than encourage it. Government officials claimed that Jewish students exercised a deleterious influence on their Christian peers, corrupting them morally and religiously, while the secret political police, the Okhrana, tasked with monitoring liberal and revolutionary activities, reported that Jewish college students were quick to join revolutionary movements. These fears were heightened by the doctrines of Konstantin Petrovich Pobedonostsev, the influential advisor and procurator of the Holy Synod, who regarded popular education as a dangerous force capable of undermining both the throne and the altar. Imperial resolutions reflecting these fears directed that Jewish enrollment in secondary schools and universities should be restricted, a policy widely understood to originate from the hand of this formidable guardian of Russian Orthodoxy. Despite some resistance from members of the Pollen Commission, who still held traces of the enlightened ideals of Alexander II's era, the decision to impose educational restrictions was ultimately enforced in accordance with the will of the Tsar. The Russian government, as with the earlier temporary rules, chose to implement these limitations by imperial decree, circumventing the Council of State, the highest legislative body, to avoid any debate that might question the morality or necessity of obstructing Jewish access to education. On December 5, 1886, the Tsar, acting on the advice of the Committee of Ministers, directed the Minister of Public Instruction, Ivan Ivanovich Delayanov, to take decisive measures to limit the admission of Jewish students to secondary schools and institutions of higher learning. Over the course of the following 6 months, Minister Delayanov deliberated on multiple strategies to enforce this policy. Proposals varied widely. Some suggested barring only the children of lower-class Jews, citing what they called unsympathetic traits in their character. Others recommended imposing a restrictive quota on Jewish students across all social classes, while still others cautioned moderation, fearing that excessively severe restrictions would drive young Jews to foreign universities, where they might acquire liberal political ideas and return to Russia more threatening than before. In this climate, the Jewish youth of Russia faced barriers not only to economic survival, but also to intellectual advancement. The restrictions were calculated, precise, and relentless, systematically obstructing every avenue through which the Jewish population could attain professional, cultural, or social equality. Even in their pursuit of knowledge and skill, Russian Jews were ensnared by the iron hand of an empire determined to keep them perpetually subjugated, vulnerable, and socially isolated. Many wrote directly to the Minister of Public Instruction, Count Dmitry Nikolaevich Dilanov, a man noted for his reactionary views, but also for his occasional personal leniency. Some petitions were granted, and a few students were admitted above the numerical quota. Yet the majority, blocked from entering the universities, were forced to leave their homeland in search of education abroad. With few resources, they traveled westward across Europe or across the Atlantic Ocean to the Americas, bearing with them the weight of poverty, uncertainty, and longing. Thus, year after year, two streams of Jewish immigrants flowed from Russia, one carried by the currents of necessity and persecution across the Atlantic to the United States, in search of liberty, bread, and security. The other journeyed through Germany, Austria, England, and France, driven by the need for higher education, in search of knowledge that had been denied to them at home. These two movements, both pilgrimages of survival, were framed in Latin terms by the Russian authorities themselves. The one, an interdictio ignis et aquae, a prohibition against life and sustenance. The other, an interdictio scientiae, a prohibition against science and learning. Even those Jews who had managed, through extraordinary perseverance, to earn a higher education were not spared. The Russian government, unsatisfied with merely barring them from the civil service and academic careers, sought to confine them to private practice. Jewish physicians, lawyers, and scholars, though highly skilled, were excluded from state employment and the courts. Many turned naturally to the legal profession, the bar, where their talent and diligence allowed them to flourish. This success, however, provoked resentment from Russian anti-Semites, both those motivated by prejudice and those motivated by envy, as members of the bar themselves. Reports of the disproportionate presence of Jews in the St. Petersburg bar reached the attention of the authorities. Partly, this was due to the attraction of the capital as the center of administration and legal activity. Partly, it was because provincial courts obstructed Jewish lawyers, jealous of their skill and success, while in the capital the path was somewhat less obstructed. The very excellence of these Jewish professionals, cultivated under years of denial and restriction, had become a source of irritation and anxiety to the Russian state and its prejudiced officials. The seeds of resentment sown by bureaucracy, quotas, and restrictions were now firmly planted, shaping a generation of young Jews whose pursuit of knowledge and survival was entwined with exile, struggle, and the constant tension between aspiration and oppression. In the closing decades of the 19th century, the tightening grip of the Russian imperial system reached even into the highest and most respected professions. Law, justice, and military service, which in theory stood above prejudice and served the whole state, were bent and reshaped by suspicion and exclusion. For the Jewish population of the Russian Empire, doors that had only recently opened began to close again, one after another, with deliberate force. At the center of one such turning point stood the reactionary Minister of Justice, Dmitry Manassian, a powerful official responsible for supervising courts, prosecutors, and the legal profession across the empire. He was a determined defender of autocratic authority and traditional religious hierarchy. Convinced that Jewish participation in the legal system threatened the character of the state, he persuaded the emperor, referred to as the Tsar, meaning the absolute monarch of Russia, that Jewish lawyers must be stopped from entering the legal profession in growing numbers. But the restriction was introduced with careful political calculation. The government understood that an openly anti-Jewish decree might provoke criticism abroad and discomfort among more moderate voices at home. Therefore, the new barrier was presented not as a measure against Jews specifically, but as a rule against all persons who were not members of the Christian religion. In official language, it applied to people of non-Christian faiths. This included not only Jews, but also Muslims and a very small Jewish sect known as the Karaites, a scripturalist community that accepted the Hebrew Bible but rejected later rabbinic tradition. By widening the wording, the government attempted to hide the true target, yet the spirit of religious intolerance shone through even more clearly. In November of the year 1889, an imperial decree, known as a ukase, meaning a direct sovereign order, announced the new rule. Until a special comprehensive law might be written in the future, no public or private attorney belonging to a non-Christian religion could be admitted to legal practice without special permission from the Minister of Justice himself. Even if a candidate was recommended by courts and by professional legal associations, final approval rested personally in the minister's hands. To understand the weight of this measure, one must know how the legal profession functioned in the Russian Empire. Public attorneys, also called sworn attorneys, were fully qualified lawyers with university education who were admitted to the bar through official bar associations. Private attorneys were legal practitioners without full academic credentials who received limited permission to practice from the courts themselves. Both paths were now blocked by a religious gatekeeper. The minister used his new authority with striking selectivity. Muslim applicants and Karaite applicants were often approved. Jewish applicants were almost always rejected. Recommendations from judges, professors, and bar councils carried little weight when the file reached his desk. Year after year, talented Jewish law graduates found their careers cut off at the threshold. For 5 full years after the decree, not a single Jewish candidate received the minister's confirmation for admission. Young jurists who had completed demanding university studies, who might have become distinguished advocates, judges, or professors of law, were pushed aside. Their training, their ambition, their public spirit were treated as irrelevant. Many joined the swelling ranks of educated people embittered by legal discrimination and blocked opportunity. The same harsh contradiction appeared in the field of military duty. The state's message to Jewish subjects could be summed up in a grim bargain. You will lose rights, protection, and freedom of movement. You will face limits on residence, work, and education. Yet you must fulfill every obligation to the state without exception. No privilege would be granted, but every burden would be enforced. Military service in the Russian Empire was compulsory. All male subjects were liable for conscription, but the detailed regulations showed unequal treatment. Jewish recruits were accepted into the army even when they had physical characteristics that would disqualify Christian recruits, such as smaller body size or narrower chest measurements under the Army's medical standards. When Jewish recruitment quotas were not met, exemptions that applied to Christians were ignored for Jews. Only sons who were the sole support of their parents, and especially of widowed mothers, could still be drafted if they were Jewish, while Christian-only sons in the same situation were automatically exempt. Promotion barriers added another layer of humiliation. A Jewish soldier, no matter how capable or brave, could not rise to commissioned officer rank. He could serve, march, fight, and suffer, but he could not command. The path of honor and advancement was formally closed. Even after completing years of service, discrimination continued. Jewish soldiers stationed outside the restricted Jewish residential zone were not allowed to remain where they had served. That zone, commonly called the Pale of Settlement, was the legally defined western territory of the empire where most Jews were required to live. When a Jewish soldier finished his term, he was expelled from the city or province where he had worn the uniform and sent back to the Pale at once. This policy was especially bitter when compared with earlier practice under Nicholas I, a previous emperor known for harsh rule. Under his old recruiting system, discharged Jewish soldiers had been granted the right to live anywhere in the empire, together with their families, as a reward for long service. That limited privilege recognized sacrifice. But the new universal military statute introduced in the year 1874 removed that reward. Later decisions confirmed the loss. In the year 1885, the Imperial Senate upheld the denial of residence rights to former Jewish soldiers. The human impact was immediate and severe. A Jewish recruit from Berdichev, or from Vilna, or from Odessa might serve 5 or 6 years in a major imperial center, such as St. Petersburg, Moscow, or Kazan. He would learn the language, make contacts, perhaps begin modest plans for a trade or further study. Yet on the very day he removed his uniform, he could be ordered onto a train and sent away, forbidden to remain in the place where he had given the prime years of his youth to the service of the state. In those troubled years of the 1880s, during the reign of Emperor Alexander III of Russia, the imperial government displayed a strange and bitter contradiction. On certain ceremonial occasions, officials spoke of Jewish loyalty. They praised Jewish soldiers who had served faithfully in the Imperial Russian army. They pointed to medals earned in distant campaigns and cited examples of discipline and sacrifice. There were even moments when Jewish patriotism was publicly encouraged, as though the state wished to prove that all subjects of the empire, regardless of faith, could unite beneath the double-headed eagle of Russia. And yet, at the very same time, the government repeatedly accused the Jews of evading their military duty. The charge was made with stern insistence. Official reports and administrative correspondence described a supposed tendency among Jews to avoid conscription, to hide from the recruiting authorities, to escape the burden borne, in theory, by all male subjects of the empire. That some evasion occurred cannot be denied. It would have been contrary to ordinary human nature if it had not. For what was the condition of these men who were now accused of shirking their duty? They were members of a population whose legal right of residence was confined largely to the Pale of Settlement, that restricted western region of the empire comprising parts of present-day Poland, Lithuania, Belarus, and Ukraine. This territory constituted only a fraction of the vast lands ruled from St. Petersburg. Outside of it, Jews could reside only under narrow and exceptional conditions. In effect, they were permitted to live on barely 1/20th of the soil of the country in which they had been born. They were subject to expulsions from cities. They were barred from villages. They were excluded from entire provinces. Their access to professions was curtailed. Their children faced quotas in schools and universities. They were, as many contemporaries bitterly observed, struck from above by decrees and kicked from below by social hostility. Under such circumstances, could it truly be expected that young Jewish men would feel an overwhelming desire to sacrifice themselves for a state that denied them equality, even in uniform? Even military service, which for many Russian peasants, the so-called mujiks, the ordinary rural laborers of the empire, offered at least a theoretical path to recognition as full subjects, did not promise the Jew equal footing. He might serve, he might suffer, he might even die, yet the restrictions on his residence and livelihood remained. And yet, when examined closely, the accusations of mass evasion did not withstand scrutiny. Later statistical investigations revealed that the complaints about a shortage of Jewish recruits were greatly exaggerated. In the Pale of Settlement, Jews constituted approximately 11% of the total population. Yet, on average, they furnished 12% of the total number of recruits taken from that region. In other words, proportionally, the Jewish contribution to the army was slightly higher than their share of the population. The problem lay elsewhere. The system of registration was deeply flawed. Conscription lists often contained the names of young men who had long since died. Others had emigrated abroad, driven by relentless persecution and economic hardship. From the early 1880s onward, tens of thousands of Jews left the Russian Empire each year, many seeking refuge in the United States of America, which was then widely regarded as a land of civil and religious freedom. This steady emigration inevitably reduced the number of young men of conscription age remaining within the empire. But the Russian authorities refused to adjust their expectations. In their view, if a Jewish youth had emigrated and become a citizen of the free American Republic, that did not diminish the quota demanded from the Jewish population left behind. The burden was simply redistributed. Those who remained were expected to serve in place of their departed brethren. Thus, when a shortfall of a few hundred recruits occurred, against the backdrop of many thousands who did present themselves, it was denounced as a grave offense. The phrase, evasion of military duty, was repeated in official documents as though it described a collective conspiracy rather than the scattered acts of individuals living under extraordinary pressure. The response of the government was relentless. Reams of paper were filled with proposed measures to cut short this evasion. Bureaucrats drafted regulations. Committees deliberated. Governors issued circulars. The machinery of the state turned its attention not toward reforming injustice, but toward tightening control. Then, on a bright April morning in the year 1886, a new decree was announced. It stated that the family of a Jew who was guilty of evading military service would be liable to a fine of 300 rubles, a sum equivalent to approximately 150 American dollars at that time, and an enormous amount for a poor household. The collection of this fine would be ordered by the local recruiting station and enforced by the police. It could not be replaced by imprisonment in the case of those too poor to pay. The money, not the body, was required. In addition, a monetary reward was promised to anyone who seized and delivered to the authorities a Jew who had failed to present himself for conscription. With this decree, the principle of collective responsibility, long present in various forms in Russian administrative practice, was applied with new severity. The guilt of one man became the financial ruin of many. The law spoke of the family of the culprit. The police interpreted that term broadly. It came to include not only parents, but brothers, sisters, and other close relatives. Each autumn, when the season of conscription arrived, the drama unfolded. At the recruiting station, officials called out the names of young men who had reached the age of 21. These names had been prepared in advance from official lists. If, on the day his name was called, a Jewish youth failed to appear, the authorities acted immediately. An order imposing the fine of 300 rubles upon his family was issued on the spot. Soon afterward, policemen would appear at the home of his parents. If the sum could be paid in cash, it was taken. If not, the officers would attach property, furniture, household goods, tools of trade, and these would later be sold at public auction. Beds, tables, sewing machines, perhaps even Sabbath candlesticks passed down through generations, might be carried away to satisfy the state. In households where there was nothing of value to seize, the cruelty took another form. The police demanded that the parents sign a written promise not to leave the town. Their internal passports, the documents required for travel within the empire, were confiscated. Without passports, they could not legally depart to seek work elsewhere. In many cases, this meant that they were effectively condemned to unemployment and hunger. If the parents were dead or absent, responsibility passed to siblings. If no siblings were available, then even grandparents could be held accountable. Property belonging to brothers, sisters, grandfathers, and grandmothers might be seized for the alleged offense of one missing recruit. The consequences were devastating. Entire families were ruined, not because they had conspired against the state, but because a son had emigrated in search of safety, or because a name remained on a list after its bearer had died. There were tragic instances in which a young man had already surrendered his soul to God, as contemporaries phrased it, dying in his native land, yet his relatives had failed to ensure that his name was removed from the conscription rolls. For the bureaucracy, the dead man still counted as absent. The fine was imposed. Despite these harsh measures, not all fines could be collected. Official records spoke of arrears, sums that remained unpaid. To the profound frustration of those officials and agitators who were driven by hostility toward the Jews, some victims slipped beyond their grasp. Some families had nothing left to take. Some alleged offenders could not be found. And so the struggle continued, marked by decrees, by confiscations, by silent suffering within cramped homes across the Pale of Settlement, as the state pursued its quotas and the people struggled to endure. In Chapter 14, Dubnow details how, under Alexander III, the legal and social restrictions on Jews intensified sharply. New regulations systematically limited their civil rights, professional opportunities, and property ownership, while administrative pressures and local officials' hostility compounded daily hardships. The chapter emphasizes the cumulative effect of these measures. Not only did they heighten economic vulnerability and social isolation, but they also created a pervasive climate of insecurity and fear within Jewish communities. Dubnow also highlights how these escalating disabilities were intertwined with broader state policies, reflecting both bureaucratic zeal and societal anti-Jewish sentiment, setting the stage for mass emigration and mounting communal strain. Chapter 15 then moves from the tightening of these restrictions to their consequences, the reactions of Russian society and the Jewish population, including waves of emigration, as Jews sought relief from oppression and looked for new opportunities abroad. Chapter 15. Russian Reaction and Jewish Emigration. In the years following the enactment of the May Laws of 1882, the Russian government succeeded in consolidating all anti-Jewish activity under its own bureaucratic control. The street mobs, which had once erupted in violent pogroms, spontaneous attacks on Jewish homes, businesses, and synagogues, were gradually replaced by the calculated and unyielding oppression of official regulations. Yet the spirit of the streets, once unleashed, was not so easily contained. In 1883 and 1884, occasional outbreaks of violence reminded the Jewish population that terror could erupt both from the hands of the authorities and from the mob. On the 10th of May, 1883, just one day before the coronation of Emperor Alexander III, a wave of violence swept through the bustling southern city of Rostov-on-the-Don, a key trading and industrial center on the banks of the Don River. Approximately 100 Jewish homes and business establishments were demolished and plundered in a single day. Every movable possession, furniture, clothing, household goods, was looted by the mob, while immovable property was vandalized or destroyed. The authorities, including the local police and detachments of soldiers, failed to prevent the rampage. Only after the mob had completed its work did the Cossack cavalry intervene, driving the rioters from the streets with the lash and the rifle. The Russian censorship, vigilant and absolute, forbade any mention of the pogrom in the newspapers, seeking to preserve the solemnity of the coronation festivities. For an entire year, the events in Rostov remained a whispered secret, a dark shadow on the empire's southern territories. Yet terror returned with renewed force. On the 20th of July, 1883, during the Greek Orthodox festival commemorating the prophet Elijah, known in Russian tradition as the fiery defender of faith who resisted the worship of false gods, the mob turned its wrath on the Jewish community in Yekaterinoslav, now the modern-day city of Dnipro. The revelers of this festival celebrated the memory of the great biblical Nazarite with enormous quantities of alcohol, transforming a day of pious remembrance into an orgy of violence. The ringleaders were not local townspeople, but itinerant laborers from the great Russian provinces, employed in constructing a nearby railway. A contemporary observer noted that these laborers attended to the military part of the undertaking, leaving the civil functions of destruction and theft to the local Russian population. During the first day of the Yekaterinoslav pogrom, the mob demolished homes and businesses, scattering goods into the streets. Women and children carried away whatever they could seize, loading it onto wagons or dragging it by hand into their own households. The plundering continued into the following day, the 21st of July, until a detachment of soldiers finally intervened. The intoxicated mob attempted to resist the soldiers, but their resistance was crushed, leaving a sobering trail of the dead and wounded in the streets. 500 Jewish families were ruined, and a local synagogue, a sacred sanctuary of worship and prayer, was desecrated. 11 Torah scrolls, the holy texts containing the commandments given to Moses on Mount Sinai, were torn apart, while others were defiled in acts of grotesque sacrilege, despite the clear injunctions inscribed within them. Thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not steal, and thou shalt not commit adultery. The desecration of these sacred writings revealed the perverse and violent mindset of the rioters, for their actions violated the most fundamental moral teachings of the religion they attacked. The outbreak at Yekaterinoslav ignited a contagion of violence throughout the southern provinces. In the months of August and September, pogroms erupted in several neighboring towns and villages. On the 4th of September, 1883, the town of Novomoskovsk experienced one of the most violent pogroms of that year, with nearly all Jewish homes destroyed by the enraged mob. By 1884, the persecution of Jews reached a chilling new stage, an anti-Jewish riot outside the traditional Pale of Jewish settlement, the designated territories in which Jews were legally permitted to reside. In the ancient Russian city of Nizhny Novgorod, located along the Volga River and known for its medieval fortifications and mercantile importance, a small Jewish colony of approximately 20 families was targeted. Although the material damage was comparatively limited, the human toll was horrifying. According to official reports, deliberately understated to minimize the horror, the disorders began on the 7th of June, around 9 o'clock in the evening, sparked by the overhearing of a half-drunken laborer. The man had heard a Christian mother caution her child, who was playing with a Jewish girl, that Jews might be dangerous. Fueled by fear and alcohol, a mob seized upon the rumor as justification for violence. The first target of destruction was the Jewish house of prayer, which was crowded with worshippers at the time. From there, the mob moved on to 5 Jewish homes, destroying furniture, personal effects, and goods, throwing everything into the street. In the course of these attacks, 6 adults and 1 young boy were killed immediately, while 5 others were wounded, 2 of whom later succumbed to their injuries. The violence in Nizhny Novgorod demonstrated that anti-Jewish terror could strike even in regions far from the official pale, showing that the reach of hatred was not confined to traditional boundaries, but extended wherever rumors and fanaticism could incite action. These pogroms of 1883 and 1884 illustrate a grim paradox. The Russian government, having established the May laws of 1882 to control anti-Jewish violence through bureaucracy, still could not fully contain the pent-up rage of the populace. Mobs continued to act with deadly independence, guided by fear, prejudice, and intoxication, leaving destruction and death in their wake. Jewish communities, already weakened by legal oppression, were once again thrust into chaos, their homes, livelihoods, and sacred spaces subjected to senseless ruin. The governor of the city of Nizhny Novgorod, a major commercial and administrative center on the Volga River, reported to the central authorities that the disorders which had erupted on the 7th of June, 1884, could not possibly have been foreseen. Yet a careful examination of the evidence revealed a different story. The investigations carried out both by the police and by the judicial authorities converged upon a single conclusion. The excesses were motivated primarily, if not exclusively, by a desire for plunder. In every demolished house, not a single article of value that could be removed had been destroyed. Money, household goods, textiles, and objects of everyday use, all were seized, carried away, and appropriated by the mob. The timing of the outbreak, on the evening of the 7th of June, was described by the governor as purely accidental, but the targeting of Jewish families was no accident at all. The people have been led to believe that even the gravest crimes would remain unpunished if committed against Jews, a belief reinforced by the unbroken history of official discrimination and societal hostility. Another factor contributing to the violence was the perceived wealth of several Jewish families in Nizhny Novgorod. Judicial investigation revealed that before attacking the offices of a prominent Moscow merchant named Datselman, the crowd shouted, "Let us go to Datselman. There's a lot to be gotten there." Datselman, despite being beloved by his Russian laborers for fair treatment, was brutally murdered, along with other Jews, not for any crime or personal grievance, but through purposeless, savage cruelty. The mob's brutality was not inspired by rumor or outrage over alleged wrongdoing. The authorities themselves had quickly produced a supposedly kidnapped Christian child, unharmed, and shown it to the crowd. This fact made it clear that the pogrom was driven by sheer savagery, by the opportunity to act on brutal instincts with full confidence that punishment would not follow. The governor's report emphasized that the perpetrators believed themselves entirely immune from justice because their victims were Jews. Even the central government in the imperial capital of St. Petersburg, alarmed by the violence which bore an uncanny resemblance to the infamous St. Bartholomew's massacre in France, recognized the gravity of the situation. Acting upon the recommendation of Governor Baranov, the ringleaders of the Nizhny Novgorod pogrom were tried by court-martial, subjected to rigorous punishment, and some were executed or imprisoned. Yet, in an almost perverse twist of official logic, the governor still sought to appease the conscience of the Russian populace by ordering the expulsion of Jewish families found living outside the pale of Jewish settlement without a legal basis. In this way, the Russian administration turned a spontaneous, violent mob attack into a legalized persecution, unaware, or perhaps indifferent, to the fact that the chaos of the streets had been incubated by decades of government-sanctioned oppression. The outlawed status of Jews, coupled with the encouragement of popular anti-Semitism, had nurtured the very lawlessness the authorities now condemned. The bloody events of Nizhny Novgorod had one beneficial effect, however. Fearing the further spread of violence beyond the pale, the central government took decisive steps to prevent additional pogroms. After this incident, and aside from a few minor disturbances in isolated towns, the years that followed were comparatively quiet. For 6 years, the empire would experience a chilling peace, in which the monopoly over anti-Jewish persecution shifted entirely from the spontaneous violence of the streets to the cold, systematic denial of Jewish rights by the government itself. While one faction of Russian bureaucrats, driven by the mandate of the emperor to take active measures against the Jewish population, pursued policies of repression with relentless vigor, another group of officials approached the same question from a theoretical and measured perspective. This was the so-called High Commission under the chairmanship of Count Peter Ludwig von Pahlen, a former Minister of Justice. The Pahlen Commission, comprised of elderly dignitaries and representatives from various ministries, including the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Public Instruction, dedicated 5 years to a painstaking investigation of the Jewish question. Unlike the enforcers of repression, they approached the issue with a sober, analytical frame of mind, examining historical precedents, juridical practices, economic data, and statistical records. The commission studied the work of the previous gubernatorial commissions, including those initiated by Count Nikolai Pavlovich Ignatieff, which had displayed a strong bias against the Jewish population. They reviewed centuries of legislation targeting Jews, exploring the consequences of more than 650 restrictive laws encoded in the Russian legal system. By the time they reached conclusions in early 1888, the majority of the commission, including Count Polin himself, agreed on one fundamental truth. The century-long system of restrictive laws had failed. Repression, disfranchisement, discrimination, and persecution had not produced loyalty, assimilation, or obedience. Instead, they had only deepened alienation. The general memoir prepared by the Polin Commission in the beginning of 1888 articulated a stark question. Can the state treat a population of 5 million, forming 1/20th of its subjects, differently simply because they belong to a race distinct from majority, when that state has formally incorporated both the people and the territories they inhabit into the Russian body politic? The commission concluded that the Jewish population was entitled to equality of citizenship. Without granting equal rights, the state could not legitimately demand equal civic obligations. The long history of repression had created a cycle in which the majority of Jews, subjected to severe legal and social constraints, had understandably been excluded from full participation in Russian public life. The laws themselves had produced the very disaffection and social distance that the state claimed to condemn. In the words of the commission, the discriminations and disabilities embedded in these laws had rendered life exceedingly onerous for the Jewish population. Every aspect of daily existence, from residence and occupation to education and public participation, was circumscribed by legislation designed to confine, marginalize, and humiliate. The Commission's painstaking work exposed the profound injustice of this system and offered a sober, measured alternative: gradual and cautious emancipatory reforms, a radical departure from the cycle of violence and repression that had so long defined Jewish life in the Russian Empire. The prejudice against the Jews in the Russian Empire was not simply a matter of official law or state policy. It was a deep current running through the hearts of ordinary people. From the crowded villages of the Pale of Settlement to the streets of St. Petersburg, the common people harbored a quiet but persistent dislike for their Jewish neighbors. To the ears of a Jewish merchant, a teacher, or a simple tradesman, the words non-Christian, or the even more bitter accusation of Christ killer, would occasionally rise from the lips of peasants or townsfolk. These were not mere insults. They were expressions of centuries of suspicion and fear, a legacy of a world that had long cast the Jewish people as outsiders in Christian society. Yet the Church of the Russian Empire and the laws of the state maintained a complex, sometimes contradictory stance. The Russian Orthodox Church, the dominant religious institution that shaped both spiritual and social life, labeled Judaism a pseudo-doctrine, a belief system considered false by its standards. Still, the state did not engage in forced conversion campaigns on the scale seen in some other countries. Religious toleration, at least in formal terms, was upheld, and Jews were permitted to practice their religion freely, even as they were confined by a web of legal and social restrictions. This created a tension between the theoretical protection offered by law and the everyday hostility of neighbors and officials. In the 25 years leading up to the late 19th century, another shadow had fallen upon Russian Jewry. Across Russia, and even beyond its borders, some Jewish youths became involved in revolutionary and anarchistic movements. These were not the wise and experienced philosophers of change, but often half-educated youngsters, adrift between the worlds of tradition and modernity, unable to find a secure place in either. Their radical activities were magnified in public perception, twisted into a narrative suggesting that Judaism itself harbored a dangerous, destructive force, a claim used to justify new waves of suspicion and repression. These young radicals proclaimed a mission to reconstruct society, declaring themselves apostles of a new world order. In reality, the vast majority of Jews adhered to conservative principles, focusing on practical survival and the welfare of their own families and communities. The revolutionary zeal of a few became, in the eyes of society, the emblem of an entire people. This perception was reinforced by the conditions in which many Jewish youths lived. Educational reforms had brought many students from the lowest social classes of Jewish society into secondary schools, often leaving them without the means to support themselves. Deprived of both livelihood and faith, and burdened by the oppressive laws that governed the lives of their relatives and neighbors, these youths became susceptible to radical ideas. Their bitterness was real, but it was a response to material and social pressures rather than evidence of some innate Jewish conspiracy. The real issues confronting both government and society were not mystical or conspiratorial, but concrete. Jewish communities often maintained a strong sense of identity and separation from surrounding society, seeking to preserve their traditions and to participate in commerce and economic activity on their own terms. These traits were sometimes labeled exclusive or exploitative by critics, but in truth they were strategies for survival in an environment that was both hostile and precarious. Even as the state questioned the value of Jews to society, history showed their undeniable utility. Empress Catherine II of Russia, who ruled from 1762 to 1796, recognized their contribution to the economic life of the empire, particularly along the southern coast of Russia. She allowed Jewish merchants and entrepreneurs to establish trade networks, connecting remote regions and energizing local economies, while demonstrating a willingness to accept modest profits for the sake of social stability and expansion. Yet reform could not be imposed all at once. Dubnow, chronicling these developments in the late 19th century, argued that the Jewish question required careful gradation, slow legislative adjustment, and attention to the realities of everyday life. Heavy-handed repression had only deepened Jewish isolation, fostering clannishness, sharpening the community's sense of difference, and prompting ingenious efforts to evade restrictive laws. The prohibitions touched every aspect of life. Jews were forbidden from leasing land, restricted in their choice of residence outside the Pale of Settlement, a vast territory set aside for Jewish habitation, unable to live in villages near the borders, and barred from a multitude of professions. These measures extended into nearly every corner of daily existence, from commerce to mobility to legal contracts, creating a world in which Jewish life was circumscribed at every turn. Through these pressures, a vivid drama unfolded, a tension between a people striving to maintain their traditions and livelihoods, and a state and society intent on limiting them. Each law, each social slight, each whispered insult added another layer to the complex, precarious existence of Russian Jewry as the 19th century drew on. No law, however carefully written, could ever fully control the everyday injustices, the petty cruelties, and the constant harassment that marked the lives of the Jewish population in the Russian Empire. It was simply impossible to assign a policeman, a public prosecutor, or even a justice of the peace to every Jewish family, to watch over every street and every household. And yet, it was entirely natural that Jews, restricted in the most basic rights of citizenship, especially the right of free movement, would daily try to evade these oppressive regulations. To resist, to bend the rules, to survive, it was a matter of life itself, and perfectly understandable to anyone who observed the situation without prejudice. The vast majority of the Jewish population, approximately 90%, lived in conditions of extreme poverty. They were a mass of people dependent upon daily work and immediate sustenance, teetering on the edge of destitution, struggling to survive amidst appalling sanitary conditions, cramped housing, and inadequate food. This precarious existence rendered them particularly vulnerable to outbreaks of violence. Whenever a pogrom, a violent mob attack on Jewish communities, erupted, it was often this population, the poorest and most helpless, that bore the brunt. They lived constantly in fear of such riots, fearing both the immediate threat of physical violence and the destruction of their livelihoods. From town to town, they envied the Jews in the Kingdom of Poland, territories under Russian rule, where, by law, Jews had enjoyed nearly complete emancipation and the right to live without the constant threat of arbitrary oppression. Yet the law itself placed Jews in an entirely different category, treating them as alien races, on the same legal plane as the Samoyeds of the northern Archangel region or the nomadic Kalmyks in the Astrakhan and Stavropol territories. The Russian Code of Laws formally categorized Jews alongside populations entirely foreign to Russian society, relegating them to a legal status that denied their full humanity and their rightful place in civic life. This classification codified exclusion, making them perpetual outsiders in the very country in which many had lived for generations. Viewed purely through the lens of civic justice and impartial governance, without the distortions of prejudice or sympathy, it was undeniable that the Jewish population had every reason to complain. 5 million men, women, and children lived within the Russian Empire, not as foreigners, not as recent immigrants, but as integral members of the state, contributing to its economy, culture, and society for more than a century. They were bound to Russia by history, language, commerce, and residence, and yet they were treated as perpetual outsiders, subjected to burdens and restrictions unknown to other citizens. This was not a question of utility or usefulness to the empire, as it might be with recent arrivals. These were Russian subjects by every measure, and the issues that affected them were purely Russian issues. History itself, written not in theories but in experience, had already provided the answer. The only solution to this persistent inequality, this century-long persecution, was the full emancipation of Jews and their integration into Russian civic life under the protection of the same laws that governed every other citizen. Every legal restriction, every discriminatory regulation, every act of arbitrary police harassment was a reminder that partial or conditional rights could never solve the problem. Only equal citizenship and legal protection could untangle the age-old knot of Jewish oppression. The path would be long and gradual. Full civil equality would require years of reform, careful legislation, and patient enforcement. It would not instantly transform social attitudes or erase the prejudices that fueled animosity. The Jewish population might still display behaviors deemed offensive by others, yet the cycle of persecution could only be broken by legal inclusion. As in the broader European experience, societal hostility could not be legislated away by mere decrees or arbitrary punishment. It required the affirmation of rights, the recognition of shared humanity, and the slow, deliberate extension of full civic equality. To impede this course was to fight against the currents of human development and the inexorable progress of Russian civil society itself. Unsympathetic as some might have been, the fundamental truth was axiomatic. Only by granting Jews their full rights could the Russian Empire hope to resolve a problem that had persisted for generations. When the High Commission, appointed by the imperial government to examine what officials called the Jewish question, finally turned from discussion to action, it did so with heavy caution. The body was widely known as the Pollen Commission, named after Count Constantine Pollen, a high-ranking statesman of the Russian Empire who had been entrusted with presiding over its deliberations. Before the commission, they were questioned closely. The interrogation focused on the internal organization of Jewish communal life. Did there exist a secret Kahal, a hidden governing body exercising clandestine authority over Jewish affairs. The Kahal had historically been a recognized communal council in earlier centuries, responsible for taxation and religious administration. By the late 19th century, however, it no longer existed in its former form. Yet suspicions lingered among officials who imagined conspiratorial structures behind Jewish society. The commission also inquired about the so-called basket tax, a communal levy traditionally imposed on kosher meat and other goods in order to support religious and charitable institutions. To critics within the government, such mechanisms appeared as evidence of separatism, of a self-contained society operating within the empire. The Jewish representatives responded in an apologetic tone. They denied the existence of any secret political organization. They renounced the idea of a fully self-governing Jewish communal authority. They asked only for limited communal autonomy, strictly supervised by the state. Their words were careful, almost pleading. They sought not confrontation, but reassurance. A few questions touched upon the broader legal disabilities imposed upon Jews, but these seemed almost formalities. By then, many observers understood the deeper reality. The moderate conclusions of the majority of the commission, advocating cautious reform, did not carry the same political weight as the uncompromising views of the anti-Jewish minority. Soon, the worst fears were confirmed. Count Dmitry Tolstoy, the reactionary minister of the interior of the Russian Empire, intervened. A powerful figure known for his conservative and nationalist views, he blocked the further progress of the Commission's proposals. The plans that had been drafted were never allowed to proceed in due course to the Council of State, the highest legislative advisory body of the empire. Rumors spread through political circles. It was said that Emperor Alexander III himself, who had ascended the throne in 1881 after the assassination of his father, Emperor Alexander II, favored the continuation of harsh policies toward the Jews. According to one version, the emperor had attached himself to the opinion of the minority within the commission. According to another, the matter had indeed reached the Council of State, where the anti-Jewish faction was numerically in the minority. Yet the Tsar had thrown the decisive weight of his authority behind them. What is certain is that the project of reform, so cautiously worded and so slowly prepared, vanished. In some closed session of leading dignitaries, far from public scrutiny, the labor of 5 years was set aside. The documents were consigned to official archives. The moment passed. Among the Jewish population, there had never been deep confidence in the outcome. They were not deceived. If the government had truly wished to revise the system of disabilities, it could have paused in its relentless production of new restrictive laws. Instead, even while the commission deliberated, new measures continued to narrow the sphere of Jewish life. The atmosphere of the empire during these years was often described as a dark polar night of reaction. The men who dominated policy, figures such as Konstantin Pobedonoscev, the powerful procurator of the Holy Synod of the Russian Orthodox Church, and Count Dmitry Tolstoy, were determined to restore what they regarded as the ancient principles of Muscovy: autocracy, orthodoxy, and national exclusiveness. They distrusted liberalism. They feared diversity. They preferred obedience to debate. Under their influence, the population at large was held in a tight grip. Illiteracy remained widespread. Alcohol abuse ravaged villages. Political participation was stifled. The press groaned beneath the weight of severe censorship. Newspapers were suppressed, articles cut, editors fined or dismissed. Among educated Russians, a mood of weariness and resignation spread. The great novelist Count Leo Tolstoy, though unrelated to the Minister of the Interior, preached a mystic doctrine of non-resistance to evil by force. His call for moral purity and refusal of violence resonated with many who felt powerless before the state. A Russian poet captured the prevailing sentiment in words that echoed through drawing rooms and lecture halls. hearts subdued by storms, filled with silence and lassitude. Thus the empire entered the closing years of the 1880s, outwardly calm, inwardly tense, as reform was buried in silence and reaction reigned beneath the double-headed eagle. In the lives of Russian Jews, silence settled like a heavy shroud. The sharp, searing pangs of the first year of pogroms, when streets had burned with violence and homes had been shattered, had dulled into a constant, almost imperceptible ache. Yet the oppression did not relent. It transformed into what contemporaries called the silent pogrom, a slow, unyielding campaign of bureaucratic and social persecution that stifled every public expression of grief or protest. The air was filled not with the cries of immediate danger, but with the low, suppressed moans of a people whose voices have been rendered nearly inaudible. The Jewish poet Simon Frug, one of the most sensitive chroniclers of his people's suffering, captured this muted despair in verse. Round about all is silent and cheerless, like a lonesome and desert-like plain. If but one were courageous and fearless, and would cry out aloud in his pain, neither storm wind nor starshine by night, and the days neither cloudy nor bright. O my people, how sad is thy state, how gray and how cheerless thy fate. Even in the quiet, however, the seeds of national consciousness were taking root. The intellectual classes of Russian Jewry, though cautious and wary, were gathering strength and depth in thought. There were no clearly defined movements yet, no systematic ideology, but the tension in the minds of Jewish intellectuals indicated a crossroads had been reached. On one side stood the titled intelligentsia, Jews reared in Russian schools who had long drifted from traditional Jewish life. On the other stood another intelligentsia, educated in the traditional Heder and yeshiva schools, but also versed in European literature through the medium of Neo-Hebraic writings, who maintained a closer connection to the broader Jewish community. Together, these currents hinted at a profound transformation in Jewish cultural and national life. The Russian-language Jewish press, which had flourished toward the end of the 1870s, was dwindling. Prominent newspapers, such as Razviet, ceased publication in 1883, followed by Ruski Yevry in 1884. Only one periodical, Voskod, survived as a vibrant platform for the advanced intellectuals of the period, promoting publicistic, scientific, and poetic endeavors. Yet while the Russian-language press contracted, the Hebrew-language press expanded. The established Hebrew journals, Hamelitz and Hatzafira, evolved from weeklies into daily publications, while ambitious annuals such as Ha'asif, meaning the harvest, and Knesset Israel, or the Community of Israel, appeared in Warsaw, gaining recognition for their scientific and literary contributions. These publications nurtured new literary forces, preparing the ground for a modern national revival, even as the old Haskalah movement, the Jewish Enlightenment, faded into history. The movement of emigration, born amid the storms of the first pogrom years, continued quietly as a form of passive protest against the oppressive measures of the Russian government. Jewish families leaving the Pale of Settlement sought refuge in distant lands, the most notable destination being the United States of America, where civil rights were guaranteed, schooling was free, and military conscription did not apply. The immigration figures reveal the turbulent reality. In 1881, 8,193 Jews left Russia. In 1882, 17,497 departed. In 1883, 6,907 immigrants were recorded. The following 3 years, from 1884 to 1886, stabilized at roughly 15,000 to 17,000 departures annually. Yet by the final years of the decade, the wave of emigration surged dramatically, reaching 28,944 in 1887, 31,256 in 1888, and 31,889 in 1889. This mass exodus was accelerated by legal measures designed to further oppress Russian Jewry. The imposition of fines for evasion of military service and the enforcement of the so-called educational percentage norms, a restriction limiting the number of Jews allowed in secondary and higher schools, highlighted the disproportionate balance between rights and obligations. In the empire of the Tsars, Jewish subjects were denied the right to freely choose their residence and were restricted in access to education. Yet they were still compelled to fulfill military obligations. By contrast, in the United States, every immigrant received full civil equality, the opportunity for schooling, and the freedom from compulsory military service. Even in this land of opportunity, the immigrants faced fierce struggles. Young intellectuals, once poised for careers in Russian academia, administration, or law, now dreamed of becoming agricultural laborers in the vast expanse of the New World. They established colonies and farms across Louisiana, the Dakota Territories, New Jersey, and other regions, relying on support from charitable organizations and the solidarity of fellow immigrants. Yet the harsh reality of material scarcity and unfamiliar conditions forced many of these settlements to fail. Only a few survived, serving as fragile reminders of the courage and tenacity of those who had fled persecution in search of freedom and the possibility of building new lives on foreign soil. The story of Russian Jewry in the decade following the pogroms is thus one of muted suffering and persistent resilience. In the silence of their daily lives, in the quiet hum of Hebrew presses and Jewish periodicals, in the slow and steady flow of immigrants toward foreign lands, the people maintained a pulse of hope, preparing for the awakening of a national spirit that would one day emerge fully into the light. As the years passed, the fiery idealism that had ignited the hearts of Russian intellectuals gradually yielded to the sober realism demanded by the harsh conditions of life in the United States. The great tide of Jewish immigration, sparked by the pogroms and the cruel restrictions of the Russian Empire, flowed primarily into the bustling city of New York. Here, in the teeming streets and crowded tenements, the newcomers sought to carve out a life for themselves. They labored in factories where machines clattered and smoke choked the air. They worked with needle and thread in the garment trades, stitching the clothing that clothed the nation. They engaged in peddling, carrying goods from door to door, and in small-scale business ventures. Some turned to farming, attempting to coax a harvest from the unforgiving land, while others pursued the liberal professions, learning medicine, law, and teaching. Many endured all these stages in succession, each step a grueling test of endurance, before finally achieving a measure of economic security. By the end of the 1880s, these efforts had given rise to a well-established Jewish community in the United States, numbering approximately 200,000 souls. This community became the nucleus of a rapidly growing center of Jewish life in America, a beacon for future generations. One of the leaders of this emigration movement, a man who had himself endured the hardships of flight from the Pale of Settlement, reflected on the remarkable transformation he had witnessed. The timid, downtrodden inhabitant of the Russian villages, trembling at the sight of a policeman or a government inspector, subject to the constant threat of mob violence, was reborn as a free American Jew, standing tall and proud, secure in the protections of citizenship, and no longer vulnerable to the caprice of others. While the American immigration moved forward along practical lines of settlement, work, and survival, a different current of aspiration flowed in parallel. The movement for the resuscitation of the Jewish national homeland in Palestine. This movement, known in Hebrew as Hibbat Zion, love of Zion, was driven more by idealism than by immediate necessity. The early colonists faced daunting obstacles. The Ottoman Turkish authorities who ruled the land obstructed land purchases and hindered property acquisition. The soil itself was neglected and unproductive. Neighboring Arab populations were often resistant, and the settlers themselves lacked both agricultural experience and sufficient financial means. Yet despite these obstacles, a few pioneers pressed forward. In the very first year of the movement, 1882, the colony of Rishon LeZion, First Zion, was founded near the ancient port city of Jaffa. Soon, additional colonies emerged: Ekron and Gedera in Judea, Yesod Hamaleh, Rosh Pinah, and Zikron Jacob in Galilee, the last two established by Jews from Romania. These colonies, born of enthusiasm and almost no material resources, struggled to survive. Their plight attracted the attention of Baron Edmond James de Rothschild, the wealthy French philanthropist who began in 1884 to provide substantial support. He invested heavily in agricultural development, particularly in viticulture, the cultivation of vineyards, and wine production. In time, Baron Rothschild became the de facto owner of a majority of the colonies, placing them under the administration of his appointed agents. For the settlers, this arrangement was humbling. Their dreams of autonomy and freedom were curtailed, and they became, in effect, laborers and tenants under the watchful eye of the Baron's administration. Yet without this aid, survival itself would have been impossible. The slow but steady progress of the Palestinian colonization movement provided tangible proof of the ideals espoused by the Hibbett Zion activists in Russia. Prominent leaders such as Leo Pinsker, author of the influential pamphlet Auto-Emancipation, and Mendel Lilienblum, the former radical journalist and advocate of Jewish national consciousness, inspired the organization of societies across Russian cities. In the autumn of 1884, delegates from these societies gathered in the Prussian border town of Katowice, a city where police repression in Russia could not reach them. There, they established a fund named Mazkaret Moshe, a memorial to Moses, honoring Sir Moses Montefiore, the distinguished English-Jewish philanthropist whose 100th birthday was celebrated that year. This fund became the principal channel for contributions to support the fledgling Palestinian colonies, managed by the Hibbett Zion centers in Odessa and Warsaw. The movement, initially the province of intellectuals, soon drew the support of some leading figures in rabbinical orthodoxy, including Rabbi Samuel Mohilever of Białystok, whose endorsement helped temper resistance among conservative communities who had feared that the political nature of Hibbett Zion might conflict with traditional messianic hopes. Even with this backing, the lack of official sanction in Russia hampered their activities, and the funds were barely sufficient to sustain 1 or 2 colonies at a time. Recognizing the need for official recognition, the Hibbett Zion delegates convened once more in Druskaniki, a famed watering place in the government of Grodno, in 1887, where they resolved to seek legalization of their society from the Russian authorities, a goal that would be achieved only a few years later, in 1890. Thus, alongside the emigration to the United States, with its practical struggle for survival, a quiet but determined effort was underway to re-establish a Jewish national presence in Palestine, planting the seeds for a revival of Jewish life on its ancient soil. These twin currents, one of practical refuge, the other of idealistic reclamation, were shaping the course of Jewish history at the close of the 19th century. Thus, during the first 10 years of the relentless campaign waged by the Tsars of Russia against their Jewish subjects, the tide of Russian Jewish emigration began its slow, steady movement toward distant shores, carrying thousands of men, women, and children in search of safety, livelihood, and freedom. This exodus, which had started as a quiet trickle in the wake of violent pogroms and oppressive laws, grew steadily as news of danger spread from town to town and from province to province. Families left the towns of Podolia, Volhynia, Chernigov, and Poltava, carrying their few belongings and memories of shattered homes, traveling by foot, by horse-drawn carts, or by overcrowded trains, often risking hunger, disease, and the predations of bandits along the way. By the beginning of the new decade, the year 1890, a fresh storm of oppression and fear struck the Jewish communities of the Russian Empire, whipping the immigration tide to unprecedented heights. Where once the Russian government had only given the impression that it tolerated the departure of Jews, a careful facade designed to conceal its deeper intentions, it now dropped even that pretense. The imperial authorities publicly sanctioned the exodus, making it clear that those who wished to leave were not to be hindered. And yet, paradoxically, the state simultaneously intensified the pressures that made life in the Pale a settlement. Those restricted territories in Western Russia, where Jews were legally confined, almost unbearable. The whip of persecution and expulsion was applied with renewed vigor. Anti-Jewish laws, discriminatory decrees, restrictions on property, residence, and movement, and the constant threat of violence from mobs and overzealous local officials all combined to create an atmosphere of fear and despair. The Jewish population, already living under the shadow of centuries of oppression, now found itself pushed toward the ports and border towns that would carry them across the seas. Odessa, a bustling port on the Black Sea, became a hub for those seeking passage to Western Europe, to the United States of America, to Germany, and to other lands that promised refuge. Brody, a city at the Russo-Austrian frontier, became a crowded way station where thousands of immigrants, exhausted, hungry, and anxious, waited in hope and uncertainty for ships that might carry them toward freedom. The Russian government's public sanction of immigration was not born of humanitarian concern, but of calculated expediency. By encouraging the departure of Jews, the authorities could simultaneously claim that the state acted in accordance with law and order, while using persecution to accelerate the outflow, clearing the Pale a settlement of a population that had been long demonized, blamed, and exploited. In this cruel logic, the same officials who oppressed, humiliated, and restricted Jews daily were now enabling, almost ceremoniously, their departure, creating a grim theater of forced choice. Leave your homeland or continue to endure the whip, the law, and the violence. Thus, the first decade of this Russian Jewish exodus set the stage for a mass movement that would, in the years ahead, transform Jewish life in Europe and the world. It was a movement born of fear, persecution, and survival, yet it carried with it the seeds of renewal, the hope for safety, and the faint glimmer of autonomy and self-determination in lands far beyond the empire that had turned so violently against its own subjects. Chapter 15 examines the societal and governmental responses to the mounting oppression of Jews under Alexander III. Dubnow explores both the reaction within Russian society, ranging from official indifference to active hostility, and the strategies adopted by Jewish communities to cope with escalating threats. Immigration emerges as a central theme. Large numbers of Jews leave for Western Europe, the Americas, and Palestine, seeking safety and economic opportunity. The chapter traces how these departures affected Jewish life in Russia, weakening some communities while fostering new transnational connections, and highlights the tension between those who remain to endure persecution and those compelled to seek survival elsewhere. Chapter 16 then shifts focus to the broader triumph of anti-Jewish sentiment and policies, showing how prejudices and institutionalized discrimination reached their peak under Alexander III's reign. Chapter 16 portrays the full consolidation of anti-Jewish sentiment and policy under Alexander III, showing how prejudice became not just state policy, but a socially sanctioned ideology. Dubnow illustrates how government, press, and public opinion reinforced each other, turning discrimination into a widespread, almost unquestioned norm. Jews faced intensifying restrictions in education, employment, and residence, while propaganda and public hostility fueled social isolation and fear. The chapter emphasizes the triumph of Judeophobia as both a political and cultural force, setting the context for targeted actions like expulsions and organized emigration schemes, which the next chapter explores in the specific case of Moscow. Chapter 17. Judeophobia Triumphant. In the highest chambers of power in St. Petersburg, the poisonous contagion of Judeophobia seemed to thrive with renewed vigor. The hatred of the Jews was no longer a mere undercurrent. It had become a central obsession among the ruling elite, entwined with the ferocity of reactionary politics. This intensity only deepened after the so-called miraculous escape of the imperial family from a catastrophic railroad accident at the village of Borki in the southern government of Kherson on October 17, 1888. The imperial train, speeding at 90 versts an hour, almost 3 times the design limit of the railway, was shattered. Of the 15 cars, only 5 remained intact. 58 passengers were injured, 21 fatally, yet the imperial family survived. The event was enveloped in an aura of mysticism and ecclesiastical interpretation, orchestrated by Konstantin Pobedonoscev, the procurator of the Holy Synod and a chief architect of autocratic Russian policy, along with his associates. In the mind of Tsar Alexander III, the survival of his family was no accident. It was a divine sign. He interpreted it as the finger of God pointing him toward the salvation of Russia through the reinforcement of traditional Russian orthodoxy and the rejection of Western liberal reforms. This conviction of divine guidance fueled a series of counter-reforms that defined the final years of Alexander III's reign. The government tightened its control over rural and urban communities, curtailed local self-government, increased the authority of the nobility and the clergy, and instituted officials known as zemstvo chiefs, landed proprietors appointed to administer local districts, replacing elected community representatives. At the same time, Greek Orthodox parochial schools expanded rapidly, often at the expense of secular education, spreading a curriculum designed to bind the population more firmly to church and state. Amidst this climate of reaction, the hatred toward Jews reached a malignant intensity. Alexander III himself wrote on the margins of an official report submitted in 1890, in which a high-ranking bureaucrat had described the suffering of Jewish communities and appealed for an end to government oppression. But we must not forget that it was the Jews who crucified our Lord and spilled his priceless blood. The official clergy echoed this sentiment in public sermons, declaring that Christians were commanded by the gospel to hate the murderers of the Savior, and that any form of friendship with a Jew was forbidden. The Ministry of the Interior, under the direction of 2 fanatical reactionaries, Count Dmitry Durnovo and Vladimir Alexandrovich Plev, orchestrated the machinery of oppression with meticulous cruelty. Both had previously headed the police department and now oversaw the implementation of inquisitorial measures aimed at controlling, surveilling, and terrorizing Jewish populations throughout the empire. The policies they directed were executed with ruthless efficiency, and the administrative machinery of the Russian state became a weapon of sustained persecution. The press, too, was either silenced or co-opted. Newspapers that had once been moderately liberal were brought under government influence or extinguished entirely. Only the Novosti, meaning the news, retained a semblance of independence, surviving the collapse of the liberal press, while the widely read Novoye Vremya, or New Times, operated openly as a government mouthpiece. Russian satirist Mikhail Saltykov-Shchedrin had famously called it the sewer, and it lived up to that reputation, dedicating itself to relentless campaigns of anti-Jewish propaganda. Under the direction of Alexei Suvorin and steered simultaneously by the Holy Synod and the police department, no slander against the Jews was considered too outrageous. Every rumor, every fabricated accusation was broadcast with an authority that lent it weight in the eyes of officials and the general public alike. The Novoye Vremya served as a political barometer for ministers, governors, and the extensive bureaucracy indicating the course of imperial policy at any given moment. Its purpose, especially with regard to the Jewish question, was singular: to make life for Jews in Russia intolerable. The weekly publication Grazdanin, meaning the citizen, edited by Count Meshchersky, enjoyed both the personal favor of Alexander III and substantial government subsidies. Together, these metropolitan organs shaped the entire discourse of the Russian press, ensuring that provincial newspapers followed their lead, and that public opinion across the empire was systematically poisoned by the venom of state-sponsored Judeophobia. In this way, anti-Jewish sentiment was no longer merely tolerated, it was exalted. The machinery of government, the clergy, and the press converged to create a society in which prejudice was institutionalized, moral guidance was perverted, and hatred became a sanctioned instrument of statecraft. The Jews of the Russian Empire, already weakened by years of oppression, were now confronted with a hostile world in which every aspect of civic, social, and cultural life was under assault, and the very air seemed saturated with suspicion and hostility. The forces arrayed against them were deliberate, organized, and merciless, transforming anti-Jewish animosity from a social prejudice into a central pillar of official policy. When the Pollen Commission, a special investigative body convened by the Russian imperial authorities, was formally discharged, the Tsar, Alexander III, who had firmly aligned himself with the conservative and reactionary minority within his government, made it clear that he favored the hardest line of policy. With the Tsar's support, the Russian government quickly found a few eager officials, men who considered themselves kind-hearted, yet were entirely willing to implement the harsh plans designed by this small, reactionary faction. These plans had been meticulously developed in the Ministry of the Interior under the direction of Vyacheslav Konstantinovich Plev, the infamous and feared chief of police, whose reputation for cruelty and secrecy was well known throughout the empire. The measures were shrouded in extraordinary secrecy, treated with the same guarded caution as a military operation against a foreign power. Yet secrecy proved difficult to maintain. Copies of the project, which Plev had sent to the governors general across the Russian Empire for their opinions, soon began circulating beyond Russian borders. By the spring of the year 1890, alarming rumors had spread across Russia and Western Europe alike. Newspapers and foreign diplomats whispered of a new set of laws, said to contain 40 clauses intended to crush Jewish economic life, tighten the already oppressive temporary rules within the Pale of Settlement, a region designated by the Russian Empire for Jewish habitation, and to roll back the privileges enjoyed by certain categories of Jews living outside this confined area. The rumors even suggested the imposition of medieval-style Jewish ghettos in the great imperial cities of St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Kiev, measures reminiscent of centuries-old European persecutions. The international press reacted with horror, denouncing the projected acts as a revival of barbarism in the heart of 19th-century Europe. In England, the response was particularly fierce. The London Times, one of the most influential newspapers of the age, attacked the Russian policies with a vehemence that shocked many readers. Russian political refugees in London published a journal called Darkest Russia, devoted entirely to exposing and condemning the Russian government's intentions toward its Jewish subjects. In contrast, the Russian government employed its diplomatic channels to deny these alarming reports, even as newspapers widely regarded as reliable within Russia, such as Novoye Vremya and Grazdanin, continued to report on the measures and sometimes openly recommended severe restrictions to remove Jews from all branches of labor. Abroad, this contradiction appeared almost as a cynical theater, with Russia pretending to deny what it simultaneously encouraged. By the end of July and the beginning of August of 1890, members of both houses of the English Parliament had raised formal questions regarding whether Her Majesty's government could intervene diplomatically to defend the persecuted Russian Jews. The concern was that England might soon face the responsibility of sheltering large numbers of Jewish refugees forced to flee the empire. Lord Robert Cecil, the third Marquis of Salisbury, who was the Prime Minister and also a member of the House of Lords, responded cautiously, as did George Ferguson, the Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs in the House of Commons. Both stated that while these proceedings were deeply to be regretted, they were internal matters of the Russian Empire and could not justify foreign interference. Rumors circulated that preparations for a public protest meeting in London were abandoned when the Russian government, through the British ambassador stationed in St. Petersburg, hastened to declare that no new anti-Jewish measures were being planned. Some attributed the cancellation to Henry Isaacs, the Lord Mayor of London, who himself was Jewish and perhaps reluctant to preside over a public event that might provoke diplomatic tension. The decision, while tactful, reflected an underlying caution tinged with fear. Meanwhile, back in Russia, the authorities pursued a very different course. While striving to appease foreign opinion, the Russian government worked tirelessly to maintain a constant state of anxiety among its Jewish population. Legal drafts and secret circulars dispatched from St. Petersburg found eager support among provincial administrators, many of whom were not content merely to express approval. These officials, wielding considerable local power, began openly demonstrating their hatred of Jewish communities. During the sweltering summer months of June, July, and August of 1890, local governors issued circulars that called on the police to monitor the Jews for the slightest sign of disrespect or impertinence. In the Mogilev province, for example, the governor instructed the police to ensure that Jews observed proper, polite manners, which meant an attitude of submission and reverence toward Russian officials. Police officers were instructed to force the local rabbis to lecture their congregations about the necessity of respecting the representatives of the Russian state. In the town of Mstislav, the president of the local nobility summoned the leading Jews of the community and warned them that anyone failing to comply with the governor's orders could face public whipping by the police. In Odessa, the governor Zelenoy, notorious for his despotic tendencies, issued an ordinance to police the streets and suburban trolley cars, ensuring that Jews yielded seats to the elderly or to men in uniform, who were symbols of Russian authority. Even harsher was the behavior of the Governor-General of Vilna, General Kakhanov, who, despite his high rank and prestige, publicly condemned Jewish clannishness and accused them of licentious behavior, citing gatherings on the streets as evidence of moral corruption. The pervasive sense of threat and humiliation was felt by every level of Jewish society, from merchants and artisans to religious leaders and ordinary families, leaving the population in a state of constant fear and uncertainty. The simultaneous unfolding of these official actions, appearing almost at the same time in widely separated towns and provinces, pointed unmistakably to a common origin, likely to some secret instructions issued from St. Petersburg, the capital of the Russian Empire and seat of the Tsarist administration. It was universally understood that such performances were not mere absurdities. They were the harbingers of deeper oppression, and the fear that the next step could escalate from symbolic insults to concrete violence kept the Jewish population in a constant state of alarm. While the Tsarist administration prepared to tighten its grip upon the strongholds of Russian Jewry, it simultaneously maintained these communities in a continuous state of siege, ensuring that the Jewish residents remained alert, anxious, and trapped within invisible boundaries of fear. The ingenuity of the officials brought repression to a new level of precision. No longer content with the routine expulsions from villages and rural settlements, the authorities now sought to constrict the very urban spaces of the Pale of Settlement, the official territories in which Jews were legally allowed to reside. In the year 1890, provincial authorities, acting evidently on instructions from the Imperial Center, began to downgrade numerous small towns into villages. By transforming these urban centers into rural settlements, the authorities closed them to Jewish inhabitants. The consequences were devastating. Jews who had moved into these towns after the enactment of the May 3rd, 1882, temporary rules were expelled. Even older residents, legally exempt from the May laws, faced the same fate unless they could provide documentary proof that they had lived in the town prior to 1882, a near impossibility in many cases. At the same time, a renewed effort was made to drive Jews from the forbidden 50-verst zone along the western border of the empire, particularly in the province of Bessarabia, now part of modern Moldova and southwestern Ukraine. These expulsions swelled the populations of already overcrowded cities within the Pale, creating thousands of destitute refugees, their homes destroyed, their livelihoods ruined. In parallel, life for Jews outside the Pale was made almost unbearable. In large cities such as Kyiv, the administrative center of the Kyiv Governorate, Moscow, the historic capital of the Russian lands, and St. Petersburg, the imperial capital and window to Europe, every opportunity for survival was constricted. The Governor-General of Kyiv, the highest representative of the Tsar in the province, forbade the wives of Jewish artisans, legally permitted to live in the city, to sell foodstuffs in the public markets. On a technical pretext, he insisted that artisans could only trade in items of their own manufacture, thereby depriving families of the meager contributions of their wives' labor. A further political blow struck in the year 1890 came in the form of the reactionary statute concerning the Zemstvo organizations, enacted on June 12. The Zemstvos, a form of local self-government introduced under Emperor Alexander II in 1864, had granted communities some limited autonomy, including the right to elect deputies to manage local affairs. Under the new statute, despite paying local taxes, Jews were entirely barred from participating in these elections. The measure was drafted by three of the most influential figures of the imperial political apparatus: Konstantin Pobedonoscev, procurator of the Holy Synod and advisor to the Tsar; Dmitry Durnovo, minister of the Interior; and Vyacheslav Plev, a rising bureaucrat who would later become minister of the Interior. Their justification was that the Jews, being altogether an element hostile to government, were unfit for inclusion in local administration. The Council of State, the highest advisory body to the Tsar, endorsed this reasoning, and the humiliating clause became law, further binding the Jewish population within a web of political, social, and legal exclusion. Through these actions, the machinery of the Russian Empire displayed a terrifying efficiency. Repression, humiliation, and exclusion were applied simultaneously, with the coordination of central authority and the willing execution by provincial officials. The Jewish population was left confined, constrained, and constantly aware of the reach of imperial power. A people trapped in their own country, their lives dictated by the decrees of men who saw them not as fellow citizens, but as a population to be controlled, contained, and restricted at every turn. In the late months of the year 1890, as the Russian Empire continued its unrelenting oppression of the Jewish population, a few voices of conscience began to rise from within Russian society itself. While the majority of the Russian public, and even much of the Russian press, had succumbed to the fevered anti-Semitic atmosphere that had gripped the empire, progressive elements among the Russian intelligentsia, educated professionals, writers, and philosophers, gradually awoke to a sense of moral outrage and began to contemplate a public protest. Vladimir Sergeyevich Solovyov, often called the Christian philosopher, emerged as one of the leading figures in this effort. Solovyov was a profound thinker who had immersed himself deeply in the history and literature of the Jewish people, developing both admiration and empathy for their enduring struggles. He conceived the bold idea of issuing a formal protest against the anti-Jewish campaign being propagated by the Russian press, a euphemism In this context, for the reactionary agents of the imperial government who controlled public opinion through newspapers. His plan was to collect signatures from the most eminent Russian writers, journalists, and public figures in order to give weight to the appeal. During the months of May and June of 1890, Solovyov labored under extraordinary difficulties to assemble the signatures. In Moscow, he succeeded in obtaining 66 names, while in St. Petersburg he gathered over 50. Among those who signed were some of the most celebrated figures of Russian letters, including Count Leo Tolstoy, renowned novelist and moral philosopher, and Vladimir Korolenko, a journalist and advocate for human rights. Despite the careful and moderate tone of the protest, the authorities refused its publication. Professor Mikhail Ilovaisky, a historian of Moscow known for his anti-Jewish sentiments, informed the St. Petersburg authorities that signatures were being collected for a pro-Jewish petition. Consequently, all newspapers received strict orders from the Russian press department to refuse publication of any collective pronouncements concerning the Jewish question. The text of the protest, even in its mild form, articulated truths that were radical in their simplicity. It reminded readers that the Russian campaign against the Jews violated basic principles of justice and humanity. It insisted that no nationality could be condemned as inherently bad, and that Jews should not be held responsible for conditions imposed upon them by centuries of persecution. The authors warned that fomenting hatred against the Jews threatened to erode the moral foundation of Russian society itself, and that unchecked prejudice was not merely immoral, but dangerous to the future of the empire. Solovyov did not stop there. He addressed an impassioned personal appeal to Emperor Alexander III, imploring him to intervene against the abuse of the Jewish population. Through one of the imperial ministers, he received a thinly veiled warning. To raise his voice in defense of the Jews was to risk administrative penalties. Constrained by threats from the highest offices, Solovyov abandoned the plan for a public petition. A makeshift effort followed. Solovyov's former teacher of Jewish literature, F. Getz, was preparing a small work, an apology of Judaism entitled "The Word from the Prisoner at the Bar." Solovyov contributed a preface, providing letters from Leo Tolstoy and Vladimir Korolenko in defense of the Jews. Yet, no sooner had the book emerged from the press than it was confiscated. The entire edition was seized and, despite petitions and protests, burned. The Russian government had effectively silenced even these few defenders of Jewish rights while granting unfettered liberty of expression to the ferocious attackers. Abroad, however, the cry of indignation could not be suppressed. In England, the Jewish community took the initiative to raise awareness of the situation. On November 5, 1890, the London Times published a passionate letter from N.S. Joseph, honorary secretary of the Russo-Jewish Committee in London. Joseph described the plight of Russian Jews in stark terms. Though the Russian government officially denied the imposition of new restrictions, the former restrictions were being enforced with such ruthless thoroughness that the Jews of the Pale of Settlement, a vast territory designated by imperial law in which Jewish residence was permitted, were likened to prisoners in a cell whose walls slowly closed in, squeezing out the very space necessary for survival. Joseph's letter dramatized the suffocating effects of the law. The Jew may live here only and shall not live there. If he lives here, he must remain here. But wherever he lives, he shall not live. He shall not have the means of living. This is the operation of the law as it stands, without any new edict. This is the sentence of death that silently, insidiously, and in the veiled language of obscurely worded laws has been pronounced against hundreds of thousands of human beings. He called upon the public men of England and the wider Christian world to act, to prevent what he described as a bloodless, creeping massacre. The impact of these revelations was immediate. The letters and reports from London stirred prominent Englishmen into action. A meeting, long postponed for 6 months, was resurrected. 83 of the most distinguished representatives of English society, including leading politicians, merchants, and scholars, addressed a formal letter to the Lord Mayor of London, urging him to convene the protest meeting. At that time, the office of Lord Mayor was held by Joseph Savary, a Christian businessman who, unlike his Jewish predecessors, was not constrained by the sensitivities of communal politics. He promptly consented to the holding of the assembly. Thus, while the defenders of Jewish rights in Russia were gagged and censored, a transnational movement began to form. Letters, petitions, and meetings across borders amplified the cries for justice that the Russian government sought to silence. In Moscow, St. Petersburg, and small towns across the Pale of Settlement, Jews lived under the ever-tightening weight of oppressive laws and surveillance. Meanwhile, in London, voices of conscience gathered strength, preparing to give the Jewish people a public and visible champion against tyranny. On the 10th day of December, in the year 1890, a remarkable assembly convened in the magnificent Guildhall of the City of London. The Guildhall, a historic and imposing edifice of civic governance and ceremonial grandeur, was filled with more than 2,000 attendees, each drawn by the urgent purpose of speaking on behalf of the oppressed Jewish communities of the Russian Empire. At the head of the gathering stood the Lord Mayor of London, a civic dignitary whose role combined ceremonial prominence with the practical responsibilities of urban administration. In his opening remarks, he sought to temper the sharpness of protest, framing the appeal in terms that would appeal to the sensibilities of official Russia. "As I hear," he declared, "the Emperor of Russia is a good husband and a tender father, and I cannot but think that such a man must necessarily be kindly disposed to all his subjects. On His Majesty, the Emperor of Russia, the hopes of the Jewish population of his empire are fixed at this very moment. He can, by a single stroke of his pen, annul the grievous laws which now press upon them and give a measure of happiness to those Jewish subjects who can scarcely be said to live at all." The Lord Mayor concluded by expressing the hope that Alexander III, Emperor of all the Russias, might become, as his father, Alexander II, had once been for the Russian serfs, the emancipator of the Jewish subjects within his vast dominions. The comparison was deliberate. Just as Alexander II had abolished serfdom in 1861, freeing millions of peasants from the bonds of feudal servitude, so too might his son deliver the Jews from the shackles of legal and social oppression. Cardinal Henry Edward Manning, the Archbishop of Westminster and a prominent champion of Jewish emancipation, was unable to attend the assembly due to illness. Yet his voice was present in a long letter that was read aloud to the crowd. In his missive, Cardinal Manning invoked the moral imperative of universal responsibility, recalling the biblical question of Cain, "Am I my brother's keeper?" He reminded the assembly that the Jewish people were scattered across the world, and that suffering inflicted upon them in Russia reverberated across the entire diaspora. The cardinal emphasized that the Jews, a people with a sacred history spanning nearly 4,000 years, could not be ignored when reduced to conditions that made them appear as criminals rather than citizens. Following the Lord Mayor, other speakers took to the platform, painting in vivid detail the political and civil bondage endured by Russian Jewry. The first among them was the Duke of Westminster, a prominent British nobleman with considerable influence in both the aristocracy and Parliament. After recounting the suffering and humiliation imposed upon Jewish communities in Russia, he proposed the adoption of a formal resolution of protest. He reminded his listeners of the Great Protest of 1882, a previous assembly at the Mansion House of London which had failed to bring any tangible relief, and drew a historical parallel to the biblical Exodus. "We read in the history of the Jewish race that God hardened the heart of Pharaoh so that he would not let the people of Israel go, but deliverance came at last by the hand of Moses." Other distinguished voices followed, including the Bishop of Ripon, the Earl of Meath, and various statesmen and scholars, each elaborating on the hardships imposed upon the Jewish population. Their speeches emphasized that in this final decade of the 19th century, religious liberty should be recognized as a fundamental human right in every Christian community. The Assembly adopted two resolutions. The first declared that the renewed suffering of Jews in Russia, resulting from the enforcement of severe and exceptional laws and social disabilities, was deeply deplorable. The second resolution resolved that a memorial should be addressed directly to His Imperial Majesty, Alexander III, respectfully imploring him to repeal the restrictive laws and grant his Jewish subjects equality of rights with the rest of the population. This memorial was to be signed by the Lord Mayor in the name of the citizens of London and transmitted by him directly to the Russian Emperor. The text of the memorial itself was a stirring appeal to conscience and authority. We, the citizens of London, respectfully approach your majesty and humbly beg your gracious leave to plead the cause of the afflicted. Cries of distress have reached us from thousands of suffering Israelites in your vast empire, and we Englishmen, moved by pity for all who suffer, turn to your majesty to implore your sovereign aid and clemency. 5 million of your subjects groan beneath the yoke of exceptional and restrictive laws. These are remnants of a race from which all religions sprang, ours and yours, and every creed on earth that recognizes a single God. These men, clinging with all devotion to their ancient faith and forms of worship, are confined within narrow bounds of your empire and, even there, are forced to reside primarily in towns filled with poverty and squalor. They are denied free movement, barred from enterprise, forbidden to hold land, and prevented from pursuing livelihoods with freedom. Life for them has become nearly impossible, subject to laws that allow them neither to live nor to thrive. The gravity of the words, delivered in the grandeur of the Guildhall and witnessed by thousands, carried the weight of international moral authority. The Assembly of December 10th, 1890, was not merely a formal protest. It was a dramatic declaration that the suffering of Russian Jewry had become a matter of global conscience, one that demanded the attention and compassion of monarchs, statesmen, and citizens alike. The Jewish communities of the Russian Empire were not only confined to particular regions, nor restricted in their daily movements and economic activity alone. They were systematically denied access to higher education, permitted only a fraction of the opportunities that would correspond to their needs, talents, and aspirations. Professions that other subjects of a czar could pursue freely, medicine, law, commerce, were largely closed to them. Even in the Imperial Russian Army, a sphere where merit and courage were traditionally rewarded, Jewish soldiers could rise no higher than rigid limits imposed by law, regardless of their bravery or skill on the battlefield. Amid this mounting injustice, a heartfelt appeal traveled from the heart of London, England, to the grand imperial palace of St. Petersburg. Citizens of London, moved by conscience and principle, addressed a memorial to His Imperial Majesty, Alexander III, imploring him to repeal the harsh laws that oppressed the Jewish population of the Russian Empire. The petition spoke with moral clarity, emphasizing that a nation prospers wherever all citizens enjoy equality, and that the Jews, like any other people, should be granted the blessings of liberty, justice, and opportunity. It invoked the example of the Tsar's royal sister, the Empress Queen, whose authority rested upon the affection and loyalty of her people, arguing that the Russian emperor himself could achieve the same stability and prosperity if he ruled with justice and benevolence. The memorial bore the signature of William Savery, the Lord Mayor of London at that time, and was sent to St. Petersburg on December 24th, accompanied by a formal letter addressed to Lieutenant General de Richter, aide-de-camp responsible for receiving petitions for the Tsar. The document requested that the emperor personally consider the appeal. Yet, The response, or the lack of it, revealed the deep gulf between moral appeal and imperial authority. No direct reply came from the Russian court. Rumors circulated in London that the petition had provoked the emperor into a fit of rage, a scene of fury perhaps witnessed only by the intimate courtiers and officials who would one day record it for posterity. Instead, the Russian government answered indirectly through the obedient voice of the official press abroad. Le Nord, a newspaper published in Brussels, served as a mouthpiece for imperial propaganda, and under the heading, "A Last Word Concerning Semitism," it sought to dismiss and ridicule the appeals of English citizens. With shameless audacity, the paper claimed that the Jewish population had never had it so easy in Russia, that their complaints were exaggerated, and that, by nature, the Jewish people were insatiable, never satisfied with anything they were given. Le Nord insisted, falsely, that no restriction was placed upon Jewish worship, and that civil disabilities were insignificant, even suggesting that Jews in America longed to return to Russia in happiness. The dissonance between the bitter reality and the propaganda of Le Nord could not have been starker. Across the Atlantic, the United States also felt the tremors of Russian policies. Alarmed at the inhuman treatment of Jews in the Russian Empire, and aware that waves of immigration might soon flood American shores, the House of Representatives acted. On August 20th, 1890, it adopted a formal resolution requesting the President of the United States to report to Congress on the enforcement of these oppressive edicts and to clarify whether any American citizens have been expelled or denied the ordinary rights of residency in Russia because of their religion. President Benjamin Harrison, responding to the resolution, submitted to Congress a comprehensive collection of correspondence and documents detailing the condition of Jews in Russia. This material, printed as Executive Document Number 470 on October 1st, 1890, included all previous documentation along with the newly acquired reports, laying bare the reality of systemic discrimination, legal oppression, and the threat of mass immigration. The drama of imperial policy, the moral outcry of foreign citizens, and the careful scrutiny of democratic institutions painted a vivid picture of an empire at a crossroads, where justice and tyranny clashed under the gaze of the world. On the 19th day of December in the year 1890, the House of Representatives of the United States, the lower chamber of the United States Congress responsible for national legislation, took up a resolution of protest against the shocking persecution of the Jewish population in the Russian Empire. The resolution, introduced with solemn gravity, declared that the members of the House had received the reports of these atrocities with profound sorrow and a sense akin to horror. The resolution described the mistreatment of the Jews in Russia as reflecting the barbarism of past ages, disgracing the very concept of humanity, and obstructing the progress of civilization itself. The resolution went on to emphasize the bitter irony that these horrors were occurring in a nation which had been, and continued to be, a firm friend of the United States. The Russian Empire, it reminded, had recently achieved glory by emancipating millions of its serfs, freeing them from centuries of bonded labor, and had acted in defense of helpless Christian populations who had suffered under the oppressive yoke of the Ottoman Empire, often referred to as the Turks in contemporary accounts. The House of Representatives resolved that a copy of the protest should be sent to the Secretary of State, the head of the United States Department of State, who would transmit it to Charles Emery Smith, the United States Minister at St. Petersburg, the capital of the Russian Empire. The minister was then directed to present this formal protest to His Imperial Majesty Alexander III, Tsar of all the Russias, the absolute monarch who ruled over a sprawling empire stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Pacific Ocean. The resolution reflected the moral outrage of the United States lawmakers and underscored their hope that the Russian sovereign would exercise the same humanity and enlightened spirit that had been demonstrated in earlier reforms, notably the emancipation of the serfs. As the protests mounted in Washington, The Department of State found itself inundated with communications from American citizens expressing indignation and sorrow at the Russian atrocities. On the 27th day of February, 1891, Secretary of State James Gillespie Blaine, a seasoned diplomat and political leader of the United States, wrote to Charles Emery Smith, emphasizing that almost every day he received respectful, temperate messages that nonetheless revealed the depth and breadth of American disapproval. These communications were formal, polite in tone, yet unmistakably forceful in their expression of disapproval and regret. The United States government instructed its minister at St. Petersburg to exert every available influence upon the Russian authorities to mitigate the severity of the anti-Jewish measures. The American representatives were to remind the Russian government that the persecution of Jews was not purely a domestic matter, because it had significant implications for the United States. Within a decade, nearly 200,000 Russian Jews had emigrated to American shores, bringing with them the skills, traditions, and ambitions of their communities. The continuation of persecution in Russia threatened to trigger a massive influx of immigrants, a development that, while beneficial to some, was also fraught with social and economic challenges. The American government, it was explained, did not presume to dictate policy to Russia, but it insisted that the mutual responsibilities of nations required consideration of how domestic policies could affect other countries. Yet the Russian government received these remonstrances with a striking demonstration of diplomatic duplicity. While attempting to justify its policies of oppression through libelous accusations against the character of Russian Jews, it simultaneously assured the American minister that no new laws of prohibition or expulsion were intended. Charles Emery Smith, the United States minister, reported this assurance back to Washington, interpreting it as an indication of the Russian government's conciliatory stance. On the 10th day of February, 1891, Minister Smith sent a detailed account to Secretary Blaine of a conversation he had held with Count Nikolai Karlovich de Geers, the Russian Minister of Foreign Affairs. Count de Geers, a prominent diplomat and statesman responsible for managing Russia's international relations, engaged in an extended discussion of the entire situation of the Jews in Russia. While he leveled subtle insinuations against the character of the Jewish population, his tone and manner were carefully crafted to convince the American minister of the good intentions of the Russian government. Yet, barely 3 weeks later, the illusion of conciliation was shattered. The Russian authorities issued a cruel edict of expulsion against the Jews of Moscow, demonstrating that the assurances given to the American representative were nothing more than a mask for the continuation and intensification of persecution. The timing exposed the stark contrast between diplomatic words and ruthless action, leaving the Jewish population in Moscow and across the empire to face the terrifying reality of state-sanctioned oppression. In the final months of 1890, while the Russian government was outwardly attempting to defend itself before the courts of Europe and the United States, employing its familiar diplomatic skill to distort the truth, the reality of Jewish suffering in Russia remained stark and undeniable. In St. Petersburg, the newspaper Russkaya Zizn, or Russian Life, a paper not sympathetic to the Jewish people, courageously published accounts of the cruel trials faced by the outlawed Jewish population in Moscow. Among these accounts was the story of a young and talented Jewish man who supported both himself and his family by working for a Moscow newspaper. Deprived of the legal right to reside in that city, he lived in constant fear of night raids by the police. On signal from his landlord, he would hide in a wardrobe to escape detection, a desperate measure to preserve his life and livelihood. Many other Jews, who lived honorably by honest labor and the sweat of their brows, were subjected to brutal expulsions whenever their certificates of residence contained even the slightest technical error. The newspaper also recounted the glaring contradictions in the so-called religious liberty of the Jews. After the opening of a new synagogue in Moscow, which could accommodate 500 worshippers. The police ordered the closure of 20 other houses of prayer, which had previously served nearly 10,000 faithful. Such was the cruelty of a system that claimed to guarantee freedom of worship while systematically suppressing it. In St. Petersburg, the cruelty took on an almost farcical yet deeply humiliating form. Governor Gresser, the imperial administrator of the city, took a perverse pleasure in taunting the Jewish population. On November 17, 1890, he issued an ordinance requiring that all store signs and workshop signs owned by Jews indicate not only their family names, but also their full first names and the names of their fathers, precisely as spelled in their passports. The stated purpose was to prevent possible misunderstandings, but the hidden intent was unmistakable: to expose Jewish shopkeepers to ridicule and to encourage the Christian public to boycott their businesses. In the Russian registers and passports, the names of Jewish citizens were often mutilated to the point of absurdity by semi-literate clerks, amplifying the humiliation. The ordinance was issued just days before the protest meeting in London, held to draw attention to the persecution of Russian Jews. The imperial government, at the same time, was publicly assuring European diplomats and American observers that the Jews were content and prosperous in Russia. To maintain this pretense, the decree was not published in the newspapers, yet it was applied secretly and rigorously. Jewish shopkeepers, aware of the malicious intent behind the edict, attempted to minimize their exposure by painting their names in small letters, hoping to escape the attention of anti-Semitic passers-by. Governor Gresser, however, was not to be outwitted. In March of 1891, he instructed police officials to ensure that Jewish names were displayed clearly and in a conspicuous place, in accordance with the prescribed drawings, and demanded immediate reports of any violation of the law. Thus, even as protests against Jewish persecution echoed across Europe and America, the authorities in St. Petersburg responded not with reform or mercy, but with intensified oppression, using administrative power to enforce humiliation and maintain control over a terrified population. The subtle cruelty of bureaucracy became a weapon as potent as open violence, demonstrating the relentless reach of the Russian state into every aspect of Jewish life. The year 1891 dawned over the Russian Empire like a gray and threatening cloud. In the shadowed corridors of the government chancelleries in St. Petersburg, the imperial capital, the architects of oppression labored with meticulous cruelty. A secret committee attached to the Ministry of the Interior, under the chairmanship of Vyacheslav Konstantinovich Plev, a man whose reputation for ruthless efficiency and devout reactionary loyalty was notorious, was busy drafting a monstrous new enactment of Jewish counterreforms. These measures were designed not merely to restrict, but to annul the privileges that had been painstakingly conferred upon certain categories of Jews by Emperor Alexander II in the years 1859 and 1865. Those laws had granted Jewish First Guild merchants and skilled artisans the privilege of residing outside the confines of the Pale of Settlement, the official area where Jews were legally allowed to live, subject to onerous conditions. The new regulations sought to slam the doors of the Russian interior shut once more, reversing decades of cautious liberalization. The conspirators' first target was the Jewish population of the two imperial capitals, St. Petersburg and Moscow. In St. Petersburg, the repression began with the edicts of Mikhail Ivanovich Gresser, which were soon followed by further harassing regulations. By February of 1891, the governor of St. Petersburg had issued an order directing the police to examine the trades of Jewish artisans. The objective was clear: any artisan found selling articles not personally manufactured by himself was to be expelled from the city and have his goods confiscated. Many families fell victim to this decree, but the principal blow was reserved for the ancient Muscovite capital. Moscow, the historic heart of Russia, was undergoing profound political and social transformation. The post of Governor-General, previously held by Count Dolgoruki, was transferred in February of 1891 to Grand Duke Sergei Alexandrovich Romanov, the younger brother of Emperor Alexander III. The Grand Duke's personal inclinations toward gambling and indulgence were well known, and he lacked any formally articulated political ideology. Yet in his loyalties to the conservative prejudices of his environment, he fully embraced the entrenched hatred of Jews. The Russian public, observing the appointment of the Tsar's brother to govern Moscow, interpreted it as a symbolic prelude to the possible relocation of the imperial capital from St. Petersburg to the old Muscovite seat of power, a move that would underscore a return to traditional autocratic and orthodox ideals. Clearing Moscow of its Jewish inhabitants was deemed a necessary prelude to this imagined restoration. The Jewish community of Moscow, numbering approximately 30,000 souls, had long been a target of resentment among influential Russian merchants. The burgomaster of Moscow, Alexei Alexeyev, an unscrupulous and poorly educated merchant, harbored particular animosity toward Lazarus Polyakov, a prominent Jewish financier and director of a provincial bank. Their personal clashes over commercial matters provided Alexeyev with the perfect pretext to press for a wider purge. Moscow must be cleared of the Jews, he insisted, invoking both his own grievances and the alleged overreach of Jewish influence under the former governor-general. In Moscow and St. Petersburg alike, reactionary forces united in this campaign of expulsion, receiving the blessing of Konstantin Petrovich Pobyedonossev, Ober-Procurator of the Holy Synod and the principal architect of anti-Jewish policy in the empire. Pobyedonossev appointed Nikolai Istomin, a man renowned for his ferocity and unrelenting anti-Semitic zeal, as bureau manager under the new governor-general. Through Istomin, the reactionary administration effectively established its dominion over Moscow, with Istomin acting as the operative master of the city's second capital. The conspirators resolved that the evacuation of Moscow's Jews should occur before the formal arrival of Grand Duke Sergei, either to clear the path for the new governor-general or to spare his name the stigma of inaugurating the first brutal act. In the interim, the city's administration was entrusted to Kostanda, the chief of the Moscow military district, an astute and calculating officer of Greek heritage, who was charged with initiating the military operations against the Jewish population. The first blow was deliberately timed for the festival of Passover, the commemoration of the Israelites' liberation from Egyptian bondage, a cruel historical echo. It was as if the planners intended to remind the eternal people that, even in the modern Russian Empire, the shadow of bondage still loomed over their lives, and that the new pharaohs were waiting to enforce a harsh and systematic expulsion. On the 29th of March, 1891, the first day of the sacred Jewish festival of Passover, an ominous murmur spread through the synagogues of Moscow, filling the air heavy with incense and prayer. Worshippers, gathered to commemorate the liberation of their ancestors from Egyptian bondage, felt a chill that had nothing to do with the spring air. Whispers traveled from pew to pew, from rabbi to congregant. An imperial ukase, a formal decree of the Russian Tsar, had been issued demanding the expulsion of Jews from the great city of Moscow. The next morning, the citizens read with growing horror in the newspapers the details of the imperial order, dated the 28th of March. The decree forbade Jewish mechanics, distillers, brewers, and, in general, master workmen and skilled artisans from leaving the confines of the Jewish Pale of Settlement, a region of Western Russia designated by the authorities as the only area where Jews were allowed permanent residence. They were also forbidden to come from other regions of the Russian Empire to settle in the city and administrative district of Moscow. This was only the surface of the edict, seemingly bureaucratic and ambiguous, yet hiding a far crueler intent. The following day, a second half of the new case appeared, recommending to the Minister of the Interior, after consultation with the Governor-General of Moscow, that measures be taken to ensure that the aforementioned Jews gradually departed from the city and administrative district of Moscow, returning to the territories assigned to Jewish permanent residents. At first glance, the wording appeared cautious and indirect, but those charged with executing it received unspoken instructions, carrying out the expulsion with precision and ruthless efficiency. The phrase above-mentioned Jews created a Byzantine ambiguity. It seemed to refer only to newcomers who had settled illegally in Moscow, yet in reality it applied to every Jewish master artisan, even those who had lived in the city for decades. This retroactive punishment repealed the law of 1865, which had granted Jewish artisans the right to reside freely in any city, and it was enacted outside the ordinary legislative channels, without the discussion of the Council of Ministers. Thus, on a night meant for remembrance, prayer, and liberation, the Jewish population of Moscow faced an unprecedented trial. Families were torn from their homes, artisans were expelled from the city they had served and built, and a decree, cloaked in legal ambiguity, brought terror to thousands, leaving them with nothing but the bitter certainty of exile and the shadow of injustice stretching over every street and alley of their once familiar city. In the bitter winter of the year 1891, long before His Imperial Highness Grand Duke Sergius Alexandrovich, Governor-General of Moscow and a member of the Romanov dynasty, made his stately entrance into the Russian capital, the city had already been purged of its Jewish inhabitants. These were not ordinary residents, but men and women who had lived for decades in the sprawling streets of Moscow, contributing their labor and skills to the life of the city, yet condemned to the status of rightless subjects under the shadow of an unforgiving government. The Grand Duke was followed, in the month of May, by His Imperial Majesty Alexander III, Tsar of all the Russias, who stopped in Moscow briefly on his way to the sun-drenched resorts of the Crimea. A retired Jewish soldier, a man who had once shed his blood in service to the Russian Empire, showed remarkable courage in addressing a petition to the Tsar himself. In touching, humble words, he implored the Tsar to allow the former Jewish soldiers to remain in the city they had served faithfully. The response was swift and merciless. The soldier was thrown into jail and, like thousands of others, evicted from his home. The establishment of the new regime in Moscow followed the provisions of a recent imperial ukase, a decree issued by the Tsar, mandating the gradual expulsion of the city's Jewish artisans, tradesmen, clerks, teachers, and masterworkmen. These were men and women who had for many years enjoyed the right of residence in Moscow, some of whom had arrived before the ministerial circular of 1880, which had granted limited domicile rights to Jews living in the city prior to that date. The new edict did not distinguish between old settlers and those who had only recently arrived. It treated all as subject to sudden removal, an act of despotic caprice that left entire families trembling under the weight of uncertainty. The expulsion was organized in 3 cruel installments. Those who had lived in Moscow for not more than 3 years, unmarried or childless, were ordered to leave within 3 to 6 months. Families with children or apprentices numbering up to 4 were permitted a slightly longer reprieve, 6 to 9 months. Finally, the oldest residents with large households and numerous employees were given a final extension of 9 to 12 months. Yet the authorities, ever calculating, often allowed the police to accept bribes for delaying the expulsion by 3 months, turning the suffering of these victims into a revenue stream for the officials charged with enforcing the law. At the end of these deadlines, not a single Jew was permitted to remain in Moscow. Those who lingered were forcibly removed, thrown onto the streets with nothing but the remnants of their belongings. An eyewitness who recorded the horrors of these events described them with a voice trembling with indignation. People who had lived in Moscow for 20, 30, even 40 years were compelled to sell their property hastily, often for a pittance. Families sold their household furniture for 1 or 2 rubles, mere pennies, just to escape the clutches of the authorities. Those who could not comply, too impoverished or unlucky to sell, were thrown into jail, placed alongside common criminals awaiting transportation to penal institutions. Honest men, who had spent their lives earning bread by the sweat of their brows, found themselves shackled with wooden handcuffs and treated with the same severity as convicts sentenced to hard labor. Sometimes they were kept for weeks under these harsh conditions, before being dispatched to the Pale of Settlement, the restricted area in western Russia to which Jews were legally confined, a place many would never see willingly again. The winter of 1892 brought particular suffering. In defiance of sub-zero temperatures reaching 30 degrees below zero, Jewish families hid in cemeteries to avoid arrest and transportation. Women and the sick were carried to railroad stations on stretchers, exposed to the bitter wind, their chronic ailments disregarded by a police system intent on enforcing obedience over humanity. One bitterly cold night in January, crowds of men, women, and children, dressed in tattered clothing and clutching their meager household goods, filled the station of the Brest Railroad. They were threatened by armed police convoys, transported in trains alongside criminals and riffraff, their hearts heavy with despair. Though the Governor-General of Moscow had, at the insistence of the police commissioner-in-chief, issued an order to pause expulsions until the extreme cold had passed, the command arrived too late. In this cruel timing, some 20,000 Jews, whose lives and homes have been rooted in Moscow for 15, 25, and even 40 years, were forcibly removed to the confines of the Jewish Pale of Settlement. Even a law codified this humiliation. Under Russian law, members of the burgher class, which included artisans and other workingmen, were subject to corporal punishment, unlike merchants and higher estates who enjoyed immunity. Thus, ordinary men, who had contributed to the life of the city with their skills and labor, were made to endure indignities meant to break both body and spirit. Homes were destroyed, businesses ruined, families separated, and a city that had once been their home was transformed overnight into a landscape of exile and despair. The methodical cruelty of the Russian authorities left a mark that could not be erased, a chilling testament to the forces of bureaucracy, prejudice, and unchecked power that governed the fate of tens of thousands of human lives. The horrors that were unfolding in Russia in the early 1890s resembled, in many ways, the expulsion of the Jews from Spain in 1492. Entire communities were uprooted, families scattered, livelihoods destroyed, and yet in Russia, the public press maintained an almost total silence. The cringing reactionary newspapers refused to report the deeds of the Russian government in its relentless campaign against the Jews, while the liberal papers, which might have dared, were muzzled by the iron hand of the Russian censor. The independent Jewish press, however, had tried to resist. The Voskod, or Dawn, a St. Petersburg-based Jewish newspaper that had defied the threats of censorship to oppose official Russian anti-Jewish policies, had already been suppressed in March of 1891, before the expulsion edict against Moscow Jewry was even issued. Its silence was enforced under the pretext that it pursued an extremely detrimental course. Similarly, the Novosti, another St. Petersburg journal that had dared to publish sympathetic articles about the Jews, suffered the same fate. With these silences imposed, the Russian government managed to prepare its surprise assault on the Jewish population of Moscow in almost complete secrecy, carrying out expulsions under the veil of a state secret. Yet the foreign press and foreign governments could not be entirely silenced. In June of 1891, the government of the United States, confronted by a swelling tide of Jewish immigrants fleeing Russian persecution, dispatched 2 commissioners, Mr. Weber and Mr. Kempster, to Russia. They traveled to Moscow at the height of the expulsions, documenting, gathering and carefully verifying the evidence of the systematic persecution and destruction being inflicted upon the Jewish communities across the empire of the Tsar. The Russian government, even while executing these ruthless measures, was acutely aware that the cries of its victims might reach beyond the borders of the empire. At that moment, Russia was negotiating a foreign loan in which the Rothschild banking family of Paris was expected to play a leading role. The last thing the government wanted was to appear before the eyes of Europe as a revival of medieval Spain, a nation expelling its Jewish population with medieval cruelty. This concern led to the deliberately softened and ambiguous wording of the Moscow expulsion decree and to the systematic suppression of all accounts of what followed. Despite these efforts, the stories could not be contained. Refugees from Moscow soon carried the accounts of horror to Berlin, Paris, and London. By April of 1891, the European financial press began to warn that the Jewish population of Russia was indispensable to Russian commercial life, forming a substantial element in the economy, and that their expulsion could alarm investors and threaten the stability of Russian securities. When Alphonse de Rothschild, the head of the great Rothschild banking house in Paris, publicly refused to participate in the Russian half-billion-franc loan, the reaction was electric. The timing was particularly sensitive, occurring just as French and Russian diplomats were negotiating the Franco-Russian alliance, which would be formally ratified in the months following. Across the Atlantic, the expulsion of Moscow Jews stirred profound concern in the United States. President Benjamin Harrison, in an official message to the United States Congress, expressed deep apprehension about the plight of Russian Jews and the potential repercussions for the American nation. He noted that the revival of anti-Semitic laws in Russia had forced great numbers of Jews to abandon their homes and flee the empire, constrained by the impossibility of subsistence within the Pale of Settlement, the limited territory designated for Jewish residents. Harrison highlighted the burden this mass migration could impose on the United States, where many other nations had closed their doors to the Jewish refugees. He estimated that over 1 million Jews could be compelled to leave Russia within a few years. Yet he also recognized the resilience of the Hebrew people, observing that the Jews were never beggars, had always sustained themselves by honest toil, and had long cared for the welfare of their own communities. The sudden displacement of such vast numbers, under conditions designed to strip them of their possessions and sap their courage, was a calamity not only for the Jewish people, but also a challenge to the nations receiving them, including the United States. In this way, the cries of the Russian Jews, muffled within their own country, reverberated across Europe and America, awakening international scrutiny and sympathy, and revealing to the world the full measure of suffering imposed upon a people systematically oppressed by the machinery of the Russian state. The expulsion of the Jewish population from Moscow and the intended actions against St. Petersburg were no mere local quarrels or isolated decrees. When a government orders tens of thousands of men, women, and children to abandon their homes, it is not merely a mandate to leave one city. It is an unspoken command that they must seek refuge in another, somewhere beyond the imperial reach. This stark reality did not escape observers abroad, who recognized both the humanitarian horror and the international ramifications of such decrees. On December 9, 1891, the President of the United States, Benjamin Harrison, addressed the third annual message to the Congress of the United States, emphasizing that the banishment of so large a number of human beings was a question of humanity and justice, not merely of domestic policy. He appealed to the Russian government as a friend and ally, seeking to moderate the harshness of its oppressive laws while stressing the moral obligation to protect the suffering Jewish subjects of the empire. The voices of American lawmakers were even more forthright the following year. On July 21, 1892, the United States House of Representatives passed a resolution expressing deep sympathy for the Russian Hebrews, as the Jewish population was officially termed, and urging the president to use his good offices to appeal to the Russian emperor to mitigate the severity of the laws and decrees affecting them. The resolution made clear that the American people, aware of the bonds of amity and goodwill that had always existed between the United States and Russia, could not remain indifferent while millions of human beings endured oppression solely for the religion and heritage they bore. Meanwhile, in St. Petersburg, the venomous hatred of Jews among the upper echelons of government and society flared with renewed intensity. The newspaper Novoye Vremya, literally New Time, unleashed a torrent of invective upon Jewish financiers, including the Zaydovsky or Jewish banking families, castigating them for the refusal of Alphonse de Rothschild, a member of the renowned Rothschild banking dynasty, to participate in the Russian loan. Despite this campaign of hatred, the imperial government found itself compelled to pause the expansion of oppression, at least temporarily, under the weight of international scrutiny. The original plan to reduce the Jewish population in St. Petersburg, where Mikhail Ivanovich Gresser, a brutal police chief, had already demonstrated his hostility through a series of police circulars, had not been abandoned. Following the first wave of Moscow expulsions, Gresser ordered the gendarmes, the armed law enforcement officers, to search the railroad stations of St. Petersburg for Jewish fugitives who might have fled from Moscow and to deport them immediately. Rumors circulated through the city in April of 1891 that the government intended, eventually, to remove all Jews from St. Petersburg, rendering both imperial capitals Judenrein, a term meaning clean of Jews. Yet a financial rebuke from Paris, where international bankers expressed disapproval, cooled the ardor of the St. Petersburg Jew-baiters. For the time being, the administration satisfied itself with the systematic annihilation of Moscow Jewry, carried out under the cloak of bureaucratic secrecy and legal pretenses. Amid this official oppression, street-level violence continued to erupt. On September 29, 1891, in the town of Starodub, located in the Chernihiv Governorate, the echoes of the pogroms of the 1880s returned with a vengeance. Economic jealousy and religious fanaticism combined into a brutal frenzy. Russian merchants, long resentful of the commercial success of their Jewish competitors, enlisted the leadership of a local fanatic named Gladkov, who engineered a regulation through the town council banning all trade on Sundays and Christian holidays. The measure was deliberately aimed at Jewish shopkeepers who, in adherence to the Sabbath and Jewish holy days, could not open their stores on these occasions without risking ruin. When the Jewish community appealed to the governor of Chernihiv to revoke or at least moderate the regulation, the governor permitted them to operate their stores on Christian holidays from noon to 6 o'clock in the evening, a concession that incited the town's anti-Jewish agitators to violence. The day before Yom Kippur, the most solemn day in the Jewish religious calendar, when the Jewish merchants opened their shops for a few hours as permitted, a hired mob from the streets descended upon the Jewish businesses. The rioters smashed display cases, tore clothing from shelves, overturned counters, and looted whatever they could carry. As the shops closed, the violence spread to private residences. Furniture was smashed, bedding torn and thrown into the streets, and the plunder was aided by peasants who had arrived from the surrounding villages. By evening, a drunken mob gathered in the central marketplace, setting fire to Jewish stores and homes, leaving devastation in its wake and inflicting losses calculated in the millions of rubles. The interlude of street pogroms, even under the shadow of official expulsion, demonstrated with horrifying clarity that the machinery of hate operated not only through law and decree, but also through the uncontrolled fury of the mob, reinforcing the message that the Jewish population of the Russian Empire was under siege from all sides. It was on the eve of Yom Kippur, the holiest day in the Jewish calendar, a day devoted to repentance, fasting, and prayer, when terror descended upon the Jewish population with unrelenting force. The faithful, who would normally gather in synagogues to offer their solemn prayers and seek atonement, dared not enter their houses of worship. Many were too afraid even to remain in their own homes, fearful of the mobs that prowled the streets. Families hid in garrets beneath the roofs, in the orchards that skirted the city, and in the homes of strangers willing to offer temporary sanctuary. Some sought refuge in open fields beyond the city limits, shivering from the cold night air, yet forced to bear witness to the unholy spectacle. The glow of flames consuming all their belongings, their livelihoods, and the fragments of their former lives. The police, few in number and poorly organized, proved powerless against the immense throngs of plunderers and incendiaries. They could only watch as the city was engulfed in chaos, as property was looted and burned, as lives were imperiled. By the second day, the pogrom, that orchestrated storm of violence, had run its course, leaving destruction meticulously wrought and fear etched into every survivor's memory. A judicial inquiry that followed revealed what many had long suspected. The pogrom had been orchestrated by one Gladkov, a ringleader whose name would become infamous in the annals of persecution, along with his associates. Local authorities, whether through complicity or willful neglect, could not claim ignorance. Gladkov fled the city to escape retribution, only to return later and pay a paltry penalty for a crime whose scale and horror defied all measure. Yet the central government in St. Petersburg was not indifferent. Though the atrocities recalled the terrible wave of violence that had swept Russia in 1881, they were also a source of embarrassment. The regime feared that the resurgence of such disorder would highlight the underlying system of legal oppression it had imposed, alarming Western Europe and drawing unwanted scrutiny. By the 15th of October, the semi-official Russian newspaper Grazdanin, which reported matters of the empire with a flavor of imperial commentary, noted that the financial markets abroad had been unnerved. Rumors of contemplated measures against the Jews had depressed securities, yet the paper sought to calm the public, declaring these reports entirely unfounded. According to Grazdanin, the government was preoccupied with matters of first-rate national importance. The crop failures of that year and the resulting famine that had swept across the larger part of the Russian Empire. There was supposedly no time to attend to what the paper described as the Jewish question, a matter that required slow and deliberate consideration. The court journalist, Count Meshchersky, who wrote with careful moderation, reflected only part of the truth. While it was accurate that the countrywide distress, the famine and economic collapse, had compelled the enemies of Judaism to pause in the execution of their broader program of oppression, Meshchersky omitted the darker reality. One measure of that program had already begun, and it was enforced with merciless cruelty. The expulsion from Moscow was proceeding according to plan. This human tide, uprooted and displaced, surged outward across the Russian frontier, spilling into the ports of Europe and the Americas. These refugees, victims of terror and systematic persecution, carried with them the cries of anguish and the heavy memory of loss from the land of the czars, re-echoing across the world. And then came another shock, a maneuver unprecedented in its scope. The Russian government entered into negotiations with the prominent Jewish philanthropist Baron Maurice de Hirsch of Paris, discussing the gradual removal of 3 million of its Jewish subjects from Russia to the distant lands of Argentina. The very thought of relocating entire populations across continents, a measure of extraordinary ambition and audacity, stunned the international community. It was an idea born of cruelty and pragmatism, aimed at emptying the empire of its Jewish population while relieving, at least superficially, the pressures of persecution that had drawn the gaze of the world. The Jews of Russia, already beaten down by pogroms, by the harsh temporary rules, and by bureaucratic restrictions on education and residence, now faced the prospect of exile on a continental scale, a human drama unparalleled in the chronicles of history. Chapter 17 focuses on the forcible removal of Jews from Moscow, a vivid example of state-enforced anti-Jewish measures under Alexander III. Dubnow recounts how official orders, backed by local authorities, uprooted entire communities, disrupting families, businesses, and social networks. The expulsion exposed both the arbitrary nature of the policies and the harsh realities of bureaucratic enforcement, highlighting the vulnerability of Jews even in major urban centers. The chapter also examines the broader social and economic consequences, showing how these actions deepened communal insecurity, fueled migration, and reinforced the climate of fear and marginalization that had been building throughout the era. Chapter 18 then shifts to responses from the Jewish community and sympathetic philanthropists, particularly Baron Hirsch's organized immigration schemes, while underscoring that, despite these efforts, immense suffering and hardship persisted across Russian Jewry. Chapter 18. Baron Hirsch's immigration scheme and unrelieved suffering. Towards the close of the 1880s, the idea of promoting the immigration of Russian Jews once more captured the attention of the imperial authorities in St. Petersburg. This notion, which had been temporarily abandoned following the retirement of Count Nicholas Pavlovich Ignatiev, a seasoned diplomat and statesman known for his reactionary policies, found renewed favor among the highest government circles. The sentiments of Emperor Alexander III, the autocratic ruler of the Russian Empire, were made evident in a marginal note he added to the annual report of the governor of Podolia, a southern province of the empire, for the year 1888. In this report, the governor had observed that the removal of the Jewish proletariat from the monarchy would be very desirable, and the emperor added in his own handwriting the emphatic words, "and even very useful." When the governor of Odessa, the major Black Sea port, proposed that Jewish immigrants should be deprived of the right to return to Russia after leaving the empire, the emperor gave his unambiguous approval. According to official Russian chroniclers, the government even saw fit to encourage Jewish immigration through stricter enforcement of military service, a policy that imposed heavy fines and conscription duties on Jewish males, designed to make life increasingly unbearable. From a political perspective, this deliberate imposition of hardships was criminal, and it became one of the driving forces behind the surge of emigration in the years to follow. It was in this atmosphere of enforced oppression that the Russian government welcomed, with surprising enthusiasm, the proposal of the Jewish Colonization Association in London, founded by Baron Maurice de Hirsch in 1891. Baron de Hirsch, a wealthy German Jewish philanthropist and financier, offered a plan to resettle, over the course of 25 years, more than 3,250,000 Jews from the Russian Empire. This figure represented the official estimate of the Jewish population within the empire. In other words, the government's hope of removing the entire Jewish community from Russian soil. The name of Maurice de Hirsch was not unfamiliar to the bureaucrats of St. Petersburg. Only a few years earlier, he had attempted to contribute 50 million French francs to establish schools, workshops, and agricultural training for the Jewish population in Russia. He had intended to provide the means for productive labor, social improvement, and economic stability for the impoverished Jewish masses. Yet the Russian government, bound by the strict ideology of anti-Jewish policies, had insisted that the funds be transferred to the state and spent at its discretion, rather than being administered by Jewish agencies. In a misguided attempt to gain favor with Konstantin Petrovich Pobyedonossev, the chief procurator of the Holy Synod and the most influential advisor on church and state affairs, Hirsch's representatives offered 1 million francs for the support of Russian Greek Orthodox parochial schools, a network of institutions designed to inculcate religious instruction among Christian children. The gift was accepted, yet the original proposal to help Russian Jews in situ was refused. As a result, the Jewish population of Russia was deprived of schools and training centers that could have alleviated poverty and fostered opportunity, while millions of francs intended to uplift Jewish communities were diverted to institutions that propagated both ignorance and anti-Semitic prejudice among the Russian masses. In the end, Baron de Hirsch redirected his vision and resources towards settlements beyond the empire, particularly in regions more welcoming to Jewish colonization. By 1889, small groups of Russian Jews had begun to establish agricultural colonies in Argentina, enduring unimaginable hardships to cultivate land that was distant, unfamiliar, and often inhospitable. Baron de Hirsch, recognizing the immense potential for large-scale immigration, organized an expedition to Argentina, led by Professor Lowenthal, a noted expert in hygiene and public health. The task of this expedition was to survey the land, evaluate its suitability for human settlement, and identify areas where Jewish colonists could establish productive agricultural communities. The expedition returned in March of 1891, bringing detailed reports of fertile plains, climate conditions, and logistical possibilities. Based on these findings, Baron Hirsch resolved to purchase land in Argentina and to initiate a systematic colonization program, one that would provide an escape and a new beginning for thousands of persecuted Jews fleeing the oppression of the Russian Empire. The grand plan of Baron Maurice de Hirsch thus marked a turning point, a shift from attempts to improve life for Russian Jews within the empire to the audacious, far-reaching enterprise of resettling them in distant lands, where they could hope to live in freedom, cultivate the soil, and rebuild their communities beyond the reach of tyrannical laws and pervasive anti-Semitism. It was at the very moment when the catastrophe in Moscow had erupted, an event that plunged the Jewish population into panic, triggering a frenzied flight from the Russian Empire to distant continents. Many sought refuge in the cities and ports of North and South America, while a smaller number turned their eyes toward the ancient lands of Palestine, hoping for a new beginning. Amid this chaos, Baron Maurice de Hirsch, the wealthy Jewish philanthropist based in Paris, recognized the urgent need to bring order to the emigration of Russian Jews. He resolved to take decisive action, believing it to be his moral duty to organize the movement and to ensure the safety and future of those uprooted by the Tsarist decrees. To achieve this goal, Baron Hirsch dispatched his representative to the imperial capital of St. Petersburg, an Englishman named Arnold White, a member of the British Parliament. White was known for his involvement with the Parliamentary Anti-Alien Group, which opposed foreign immigration into England on the grounds that it threatened the economic welfare of native workingmen. Yet White's mission extended beyond politics in England. He was tasked with traveling through the Pale of Settlement, the restricted area of the Russian Empire where Jews were permitted to reside, to determine whether a population suitable for agricultural colonization in Argentina could be found among the Russian Jews. Arnold White arrived in St. Petersburg in the month of May, 1891, at the height of the suffering and terror in Moscow. The city's Jewish population was being systematically expelled under the imperial ukase, while Europe and America echoed with shouts of indignation against the barbarism of the Russian authorities. The international outcry, along with the refusal of Baron James de Rothschild, the French financier, to participate in a Russian government loan, had infuriated the bureaucrats and ministers in the imperial capital. The high dignitaries of St. Petersburg, whose work of orchestrating anti-Jewish measures had been interrupted by this global scrutiny, vented their hatred during conversations with Arnold White. In these private meetings, White was told that the Russian Jew was a compound of thief and usurer, a figure of deceit and exploitation. Konstantin Pogonosev, the Oberprocurator of the Holy Synod and one of the most influential advisors to Tsar Alexander III, went further, declaring, "The Jew is a parasite. Remove him from the living organism in which and on which he exists, and put this parasite on a rock, and he will die." In other words, the ministers framed the systematic removal of 5 million Jewish subjects as both moral and biological necessity, justifying what they considered the cleansing of the empire. Yet despite this rhetoric of extermination, they were willing to cooperate with Baron Hirsch in facilitating the emigration, under the condition that a substantial portion of the Jewish population would be transferred within the next 12 years. During these confidential talks, the number of 3 million immigrants was suggested as the target figure. Equipped with letters of recommendation from Pobyt and Osev and the Minister of the Interior, Arnold White journeyed through the provinces to assess the Jewish population firsthand. He visited Moscow, Kiev, Berdichev, Odessa, Kherson, and the agricultural colonies in southern Russia. Everywhere he went, he observed the resilience and diligence of the Jewish people. The perverted image of Jews he had been presented with in St. Petersburg, he concluded, existed only in the minds of certain Orthodox statesmen. White's final report to Baron Hirsch emphasized that moral courage, patience, hope, and temperance were traits deeply ingrained in the Jewish communities. He wrote that under proper guidance, they were capable of making a success of any colonization effort, whether in Argentina, Siberia, or South Africa. He recommended that the Russian government assist by permitting the establishment of emigration committees, waiving the passport tax, which amounted to 15 rubles equivalent to $7.50, and allowing free passage of immigrants to the Russian border. Following White's recommendations, Baron Hirsch, in consultation with leading Jewish philanthropists of Western Europe, decided to create an organization capable of executing large-scale colonization of Argentina and other territories in the Americas with Russian Jewish immigrants. In the autumn of 1891, the Jewish Colonization Association was established in London as a stock company with a capital of 50 million French francs, almost entirely contributed by Baron Hirsch himself. Arnold White was dispatched a second time to St. Petersburg to secure the Russian government's permission to organize emigration committees and to obtain the necessary privileges for the immigrants. The plan was ambitious. 25,000 Jews were to be transplanted to Argentina in the year 1892, with a progressive increase in the number of immigrants, aiming at the relocation of over 3 million Jews from the Russian Empire over the following 25 years. The scheme represented a monumental undertaking, a coordinated effort to save millions from persecution, while simultaneously easing the tensions that had threatened to engulf the empire. It was a venture born of philanthropy and strategy, a remarkable intersection of international diplomacy, bureaucratic negotiation, and human endurance. The eyes of Europe, the Americas, and the Jewish communities themselves watched as this plan unfolded, offering a faint glimmer of hope amidst the dark shadows of oppression that had long stalked the Pale of settlement. The year 1891 had already burned itself into the collective memory of Russian Jewry as a season of terror, exile, and desperation. In this atmosphere of fear, the brilliant and audacious vision of a Jewish exodus offered a rare spark of hope, and hearts long bowed by suffering began to beat with cautious anticipation. Baron Maurice de Hirsch, a wealthy and far-sighted Jewish philanthropist from Germany, had conceived a plan that seemed almost miraculous: to transplant millions of his persecuted co-religionists from the Pale of Settlement, the legally confined areas of the Russian Empire, to lands where they could live in dignity, earn their livelihood, and cultivate new futures. This vision, though audacious, set the imaginations of both Russian officials and Jewish communities aflame. When the question reached the Committee of Ministers of the Russian Empire, it was met with a mixture of incredulity and pragmatic calculation. The Minister of the Navy, Admiral Ivan Ivanovich Chikachev, a man known for his attention to bureaucracy and imperial logistics, proposed that the Russian government provide a small monetary bonus to the Jewish Colonization Association for each immigrant, thus facilitating the movement of no fewer than 130,000 people in the very first year. The ultimate goal, they reasoned, was to redistribute approximately 3,250,000 Jews over 25 years, so as to gradually empty the overcrowded ghettos and provide relief to both the persecuted and the authorities. Another proposal suggested using the residue of the Jewish meat tax, a levy imposed on kosher slaughter, to fund the immigration. This idea, however, was deemed impractical. The official chronicler of the Russian government noted that the fascinating proposition of Baron Hirsch appeared hardly capable of realization. Yet the authorities, eager to see at least a partial exodus, gave their sanction to the creation of a central committee of the Jewish Colonization Association in St. Petersburg, with provincial branches throughout the empire. The immigrants were to receive free permits to leave the country and, in exchange for their departure, were relieved of future military duty on condition that they never return to Russian soil. In May of 1893, the Constitution of the Jewish Colonization Association received formal ratification from His Imperial Majesty Alexander III. By this time, the immigration tide of the previous year had already begun to ebb, having reached a peak during the summer and autumn of 1891. The expulsion from Moscow, rumors of imminent persecutions, and the tantalizing promises of Baron Hirsch combined to uproot tens of thousands of souls. Refugees poured into European transit centers, Berlin, Hamburg, Antwerp, and London, pleading for passage to the United States or to the colonies in Argentina. Relief committees struggled to provide shelter and sustenance, yet the logistics of transporting tens of thousands of people across oceans, particularly to Argentina, where vast estates purchased by Baron Hirsch were not yet ready to receive them, proved nearly impossible. Despite careful planning, Hirsch's grand vision of relocating millions of Jews with millions of rubles proved to be, in the immediate term, a failure. The initial projection of 25,000 immigrants in the first year shrank dramatically. By the time the first group of selected Jewish colonists reached Argentina, only 2,500 had been dispatched. Between 1892 and 1894, a total of roughly 6,000 people were resettled. Half of these remained in the capital of Argentina, Buenos Aires, while the others endured the hardships of agricultural colonization in remote territories, confronting unfamiliar climates, unforgiving soils, and primitive living conditions. The initial dream of millions had, in the first decade, yielded a mere 10,000 settlers, spread over 6 colonies in Argentina. Meanwhile, the main current of Jewish immigration continued to flow toward North America. In 1891 alone, over 100,000 Russian Jews left for the United States and Canada. Of these, 42,000 managed to reach American shores within the year, while 76,000 were detained in European transit centers, eventually arriving the following year. The pace of immigration in the subsequent years maintained a steady rhythm, with annual departures ranging between 30,000 to 35,000. The year 1891 also witnessed a revival of the dream of settling in the ancestral lands of the Jewish people in Palestine. In the beginning of 1890, the Russian government had legalized the Palestinian colonization movement by sanctioning the Constitution of the Society for granting assistance to Jewish colonists and artisans in Syria and Palestine. With its headquarters in Odessa, a port city on the northwestern shore of the Black Sea. This legal sanction allowed scattered Hobib Zion societies or lovers of Zion societies to consolidate around a recognized center, openly collecting funds for their colonization projects. The immigration panic of 1891 fueled this effort, giving a fresh sense of urgency and purpose to the Zionist propaganda. By the beginning of 1891, delegates from these societies traveled en masse to Palestine, coordinating with representatives in Jaffa, a historic port city on the Mediterranean coast. They feverishly sought to purchase land from local Arab owners. This sudden rush, driven by the hope of creating Jewish agricultural settlements, ignited real estate speculation and caused a sharp inflation of land prices. The Ottoman authorities, who ruled Palestine at the time, grew alarmed at the scale of these transactions and swiftly forbade the wholesale colonization of Jews from Russia. The result was a financial collapse, halting the momentum of this early Zionist enterprise. Dr. Leon Pinsker, a physician and Jewish communal worker in Odessa, who had championed the cause of Jewish national rejuvenation through emigration, held the presidency of the Society for Granting Assistance to Jewish colonists and artisans in Syria and Palestine until his death at the end of 1891. His vision, though ambitious and inspired, had to contend with the harsh realities of finance, geography, and imperial politics, setting the stage for a century-long struggle to translate the dream of return into concrete settlement. The attempt to transplant a large number of Russian Jews to Palestine to resettle them on the harsh and primitive soil of the Holy Land proved, in the end, a failure. The land, still under Ottoman rule, was dominated by a patriarchal society where conditions for survival were rudimentary and unforgiving. Over the following years, colonization proceeded slowly, one colony after another taking shape, each struggling to survive under harsh conditions. A significant portion of these settlements, both the older and the newly established, were administered under the guidance of Baron Edmund James de Rothschild, a wealthy French Jewish philanthropist who dedicated his fortune to the support of Jewish colonies in Palestine. Only 2 or 3 colonies were supported by the Palestine Society, a charitable organization based in Odessa, a major port city in southern Russia. It quickly became evident that the slow pace of Palestinian colonization offered little practical relief to the millions of Russian Jews suffering under the oppressive restrictions of the Tsarist Empire. Its value lay not in immediate political or economic advantage, but in its spiritual significance. On the historic soil of Judaism, a small Jewish center could arise, nurturing a purer expression of national culture than was possible in the diaspora, where centuries of persecution, forced assimilation, and legal restrictions had dulled the continuity of Jewish cultural life. This vision of cultural revival was passionately championed by Ahad Hayam, the pen name of Asher Ginsberg, whose Hebrew pseudonym meant "one of the people." Having made his literary debut in 1889, Ginsberg quickly rose to prominence as the intellectual voice of the Neo-Palestine movement, advocating a spiritual and cultural, rather than purely political, rejuvenation of Jewish life in the ancestral homeland. Meanwhile, in the vast and frozen lands of the Tsar, events continued with ruthless momentum. The tragic events in Moscow, which had uprooted thousands of Jewish families, were approaching their grim conclusion. Yet the final acts were marked by the same cruelty reminiscent of the Spanish Inquisition. After expelling the majority of the Jewish population from Moscow, the Governor-General, Grand Duke Sergei Alexandrovich, sought to humiliate those who remained so thoroughly that their presence in the center of Russian Orthodoxy might go unnoticed by the public. Officials were particularly incensed by the completion of a beautiful new synagogue, finished in the very year of the expulsion, which drew the eyes of passers-by, with its impressive cupola topped by the Shield of David. Orders were first issued to remove the large cupola in an effort to erase its prominence. Soon after, the police closed the synagogue entirely, pending the issuance of a new, special permit to resume religious services. Rabbi Abram Miner of Moscow, the spiritual leader of the synagogue, together with Warden Schneider, the administrative head of the synagogue, petitioned the Governor-General, emphasizing that the synagogue had been legally sanctioned by the authorities and that Judaism was officially a tolerated religion within the Russian Empire. Their petition elicited a stern and uncompromising response from the Ministry of the Interior in St. Petersburg, dated September 23, 1892. The decree, issued by Imperial Command, ordered that Rabbi Miner be dismissed from his post and permanently relocated to the Pale of Jewish Settlement, the designated territory for Jewish residents in Western Russia. Warden Schneider was to be expelled from Moscow for a period of 2 years. Furthermore, the Jewish Synagogue Society was informed that unless the synagogue building was sold or converted into a charitable institution by January 1st, 1893, it would be auctioned by the gubernatorial administration of Moscow. The rabbi and warden were thus exiled, while the building itself, the silent witness to the spiritual life of the community, was spared destruction only because it was repurposed as a school for the Jewish community. The persecution of Jewish places of worship did not end there. In the early years of the reign of Nicholas II, the grandson of Alexander III, the struggle against religious life in Moscow continued. With the principal synagogue closed, the Jews of Moscow were forced to hold services in cramped and unsanitary private dwellings. By the eve of Passover in 1894, 14 such houses of worship had existed across the city, but the governor-general ordered the closure of 9 of them. This left a community of 10,000 souls with only 5 remaining places to pray, all located in narrow and poorly ventilated quarters. The government had achieved its cruel objective. The synagogue, the centerpiece of Jewish religious life, was humbled into the dust, its site erased from the streets to spare the eyes of zealous Greek Orthodox citizens. In these confined and hidden spaces, the Jewish community poured out its prayers, seeking solace before God. Among the worshippers were the Marranos of Moscow, Jews who had survived the wholesale expulsions through fictitious conversion to Christianity, yet still clung to their faith in secret. Their prayers of repentance rose like the murmurs of long-forgotten generations, echoing the clandestine worship of Jewish communities in Seville, Toledo, and Saragossa centuries earlier, when the Spanish Inquisition forced them into hidden and perilous devotion. In Moscow, as in Spain, faith endured in secret, a flickering flame of hope amid the darkness of state-sanctioned persecution. By the early 1890s, the Russian authorities, having abandoned the more brazen assaults upon Jewish communities, reverted to a slower, more insidious method. A state of siege maintained not by open violence, but by bureaucratic suffocation, designed to starve the Jewish population of opportunity and civic influence. The municipal counter-reform of 1892 struck a severe political blow to Russian Jewry. Under the previous law, the number of Jewish aldermen, members of the municipal councils, known as Dumas, had been limited to 1/3 of the total number of councillors, and, in addition, Jews had been explicitly prohibited from holding the office of burgomaster, the chief executive of a municipal government. Despite these restrictions, Jewish citizens had distinguished themselves in municipal self-government, and a number of prominent municipal workers and civic leaders had emerged from their ranks. This visible and active participation in municipal affairs was intolerable to the inquisitorial trio of Konstantin Petrovich Pobedonoscev, the chief procurator of the Holy Synod and the spiritual advisor to the emperor, Count Dmitry Andreevich Durnovo, a reactionary statesman and minister of the interior, and Vladimir Alexandrovich Plev, the assistant minister of the interior and later minister. These men, united by their fanatic opposition to Judaism and democratic principles, resolved to bar the Jews entirely from the municipal electoral process. The reactionary, anti-democratic municipal regulation of 1892 publicly proclaimed this new Jewish disfranchisement. The law deprived Jews of both the right to vote and the right to be elected to the municipal Dumas, granting the local administration the authority to appoint Jewish aldermen at its discretion and limiting their number to a mere 1/10 of the total council. Even these appointed representatives were prohibited, by the grace of the police, from participating in executive organs of the council, the administrative boards, and the various standing committees. Thus, in cities where Jews composed 60 to 70% of the urban population, their representatives in municipal government were not elected leaders, but hand-picked tools of the municipal authorities restricted to 5 or 10% of the total number of aldermen. The law instituted an inverse ratio of popular representation. 4/5 of the population, the Jewish majority, were reduced to 1/10 of the council representation, while the Christian minority, constituting only 1/5 of the population, was granted 9/10 of the municipal authority. The legislation sent a clear message to the Jewish citizens. Though you may bear the overwhelming majority of taxes and contribute most of the labor to the city, the management of municipal property, decisions, and civic resources is reserved for the Christian minority, which will exercise its authority over you as it pleases. It goes without saying that the Christian minority, often openly hostile to Jewish interests, administered city affairs in a manner subversive to the majority. Even taxes imposed for special Jewish needs, such as the meat tax and candle tax, levies that were supposed to benefit Jewish communal institutions, were diverted to the maintenance of schools and other establishments to which Jews were either admitted in minimal numbers or denied entry altogether. This systematic humiliation and legal exclusion was in full accord with medieval church canons, which decreed that a Jew living in a Christian country had no right to property and must remain in subjection to Christian authority. During this period, additional laws were enacted with the clear purpose of insulting and stigmatizing the Jewish population. In 1893, the law concerning names criminalized the use of any personal or family names that differed from those recorded in the official registers. Educated Jews who had adopted Russianized names, such as Gregory instead of Hirsch, Vladimir instead of Wolf, faced the threat of imprisonment. Even correcting the corrupted forms of traditional Jewish names in the official registers, Yozel for Joseph, Sraul for Israel, Itzek for Isaac, was forbidden. In several cities, the police initiated legal proceedings against Jews who had used what were deemed Christianized names on newspaper advertisements, visiting cards, or house signs. The persecution extended into the realm of identification and movement. The passport regulation of 1894 required the insertion of physical descriptions in all Jewish passports, even for literate individuals capable of signing their names. By contrast, literate Christian citizens were not subjected to such measures. In some regions, the police marked Jewish passports with the denomination of their owners in red ink, making them conspicuous targets for scrutiny or harassment. Even reforms that nominally offered relief were manipulated to emphasize Jewish subordination. The law of 1893, which legalized Jewish heaters, traditional elementary school for boys focusing on religious instruction, limited their curriculum to purely religious subjects, forbidding the teaching of Russian language, arithmetic, or other secular knowledge. Cases were recorded in which teachers, known as Malamids, were prosecuted for daring to provide pupils with a basic education in Russian literacy or mathematics. Thus, by the mid-1890s, the Jewish communities of Russia were trapped in a dense network of legal restrictions, discriminatory regulations, and administrative harassment. Their civic influence had been stripped, their personal identities regulated, their movement constrained, and their education circumscribed, all under the guise of law. The municipal councils, the passport regulations, and the name laws combined to create an atmosphere of suffocating control designed to humiliate, segregate, and ultimately break the spirit of the Jewish population. In the year 1893, the most feared instrument of oppression wielded by the Russian government remained the expulsion from the interior provinces, a method that had haunted Jewish families for decades. That year, this grim authority fell upon thousands of Jewish households with merciless force. Peter Dmitrievich Durnovo, the Minister of the Interior, issued a circular that annulled the decree of 1880, which had previously allowed Jews who had settled outside the Pale of Settlement, the designated area of the Russian Empire where Jewish residents was legally permitted to remain in their homes. That earlier decree had been motivated by a pragmatic concern. to prevent the economic annihilation of Jews who had established businesses and industrial enterprises in towns and villages outside the restricted zone. Even the anti-Semitic ministry of Count Demetrius Tolstoy, who had previously governed the interior with harsh policies, had been unwilling to challenge that pragmatic measure. Yet the new ministers, described by contemporaries as modern Hamans, a biblical allusion to the villainous courtier who plotted against the Jews in Persia, had no such scruples. Tens of thousands of Jewish families who had lived for decades beyond the Pale of Settlement now faced the imminent threat of forced exile. The sheer logistical challenge of implementing such a massive removal compelled the government to grant certain concessions. In the Baltic provinces, which included regions such as Livonia, Courland, and Estonia, the expulsion of long-settled Jews was suspended, while in the central Russian governments, the decree was postponed for a year or two. A particularly vindictive measure targeted the Crimean resort city of Yalta, a picturesque town on the southern coast of the Crimean Peninsula, itself part of the government of Tavrida. The imperial ukase of 1893 specifically excluded Yalta from the Pale of Settlement and ordered the expulsion of hundreds of Jewish families who were not registered members of the local town community. No official explanation was offered for this cruel measure, yet its intent was painfully clear to all observers. Near Yalta stood the imperial summer residence of Levadia, a palace favored by Tsar Alexander III for his autumn retreats. The presence of the Tsar demanded, in the eyes of the authorities, a negligible Jewish population in the surrounding area. To mitigate the complete destruction of these families, some were granted temporary reprieves, yet the mercy was fleeting. By October and the beginning of November 1894, the last Jewish families were forcibly expelled from Yalta. This period coincided with the public mourning for the death of Tsar Alexander III, who passed away on October 20th in the very vicinity from which the Jewish populace had been purged for his comfort. As the mortal remains of the emperor traveled by train towards St. Petersburg, parallel railways carried trains filled with Jewish refugees from Yalta, speeding relentlessly back into the confines of the Pale of Settlement. Thus, the reign of Alexander III, which had begun with the horrors of pogroms and state-sanctioned violence, concluded with the quiet brutality of mass expulsions. 14 years of suffering had shaped the lives of millions, and, as the martyred nation stood at the threshold of the new reign, a silent question lingered on their lips. What new trials would the future hold? As the second volume of Simon Dubnow's History of the Jews in Russia and Poland draws to a close, one sees the harrowing arc of Russian Jewry from the death of Emperor Alexander I in the year 1825 to the death of Emperor Alexander III in the year 1894. Across the 18 chapters of this volume, Dubnow has traced a tumultuous century of oppression, reform, reaction, and resilience. From the iron-fisted military despotism of Emperor Nicholas I, through the fleeting hopes of liberal reforms under Emperor Alexander II, to the stifling shadow of reaction and organized anti-Jewish hostility under Emperor Alexander III, the narrative of Russian Jewry is painted in vivid contrasts of aspiration and despair, opportunity and exile, legal codification and violent expulsion. The second volume has carried the listener through generations, showing the inner life of Jewish communities under constant pressure. In the Kingdom of Poland, Jews navigated the overlapping claims of imperial bureaucracy and local authorities. Within the Pale of Settlement, the confines of residence and profession tightened, forcing families into crowded towns, while new educational regulations attempted to reshape their minds, often in opposition to their traditional faith and culture. The reign of Emperor Alexander II, the liberator of the serfs in 1861, brought moments of hope, but also revealed the fragile nature of progress, as reactionary forces swiftly countered reforms, sowing unrest both within Jewish communities and across Russian society. With the accession of Emperor Alexander III in the year 1881, Dubnow narrates a chilling intensification of oppression. The triumph of Judeophobia, hostility toward Jews not only in law but in culture, society, and press, transformed systemic discrimination into a pervasive force shaping every aspect of Jewish existence. Legal restrictions multiplied, professional avenues narrowed, schools and universities imposed quotas, and ordinary life became a continuous negotiation with arbitrary authority. Communities endured pogroms, waves of organized attacks, and public hostility, culminating in dramatic actions such as the expulsion of entire Jewish populations from the city of Moscow in the year 1891. Families were uprooted, businesses destroyed, and neighborhoods emptied, leaving a deep scar on communal life. Amid this turmoil, attempts at relief and adaptation also emerged. Baron Maurice de Hirsch, a wealthy Jewish philanthropist from Europe, developed immigration schemes to facilitate the resettlement of Jews in more hospitable lands, particularly in agricultural colonies abroad. Yet even these measures could only partially alleviate the suffering, as most of the Jewish population remained trapped within the grip of the Russian Empire's restrictive laws, forced to endure economic hardship, social isolation, and the constant threat of violence. Across the volume, the totality of the experience, from the military despotism of one emperor to the unrelenting prejudices institutionalized by the next, paints a comprehensive picture of a people besieged yet enduring, cultivating inner life and communal structures despite relentless external pressures. As listeners prepare to continue into the third volume of Dubnow's monumental history, the stage is set to witness the turn of the century, when new political currents, revolutionary movements, and waves of immigration will collide with traditional Jewish life. The third volume promises to explore the rise of modern political ideologies among Russian Jews, the challenges of urbanization, the escalation of anti-Jewish sentiment into violent mass movements, and the complex negotiations of identity, faith, and survival as the Russian Empire edges toward the upheavals of the 20th century. The drama of survival, resistance, and transformation continues, with the next chapter in history poised to reveal not only the persistence of persecution, but also the resilience and adaptation of a community determined to endure. This is a summary of the previous chapter. Chapter 8, The Inner Life of Russian Jewry During the Reign of Alexander II, turns inward again, away from decrees and ministries, and back to the streets, homes, schools, and synagogues where Jewish life was being reshaped by the mixed legacy of reform and reaction. In the late 1850s and early 1860s, a new atmosphere can be felt in many communities. The easing of some restrictions allows fresh currents to flow into Jewish society. Young people enter new schools, learn new languages, and imagine new futures. In the larger towns and cities, a Jewish intelligentsia begins to take shape, drawn toward literature, science, and public life, while still wrestling with the claims of tradition. At the same time, the older world does not disappear. Study houses remain full, religious life continues, and communal charities still carry much of the burden of poverty and social need. What changes is the tone of inner life. Debates grow sharper, questions of identity more urgent. How far can one go toward integration without losing oneself? What must be preserved and what can be adapted? These arguments are carried on in families, in community councils, and in the growing Jewish press. By the mid to late 1860s, social divisions become more visible. A layer of Jews moves toward professional careers, higher education, and cultural participation in broader society, while large numbers remain trapped in poverty, restricted trades, and overcrowded towns. The gap between hope and reality widens, and with it comes frustration as well as ambition. In the 70s, the mood grows more unsettled. The partial rollback of reforms and the return of suspicion from the authorities cast a shadow over earlier optimism. Yet the inner life of the community is more complex and more dynamic than before. New ideas circulate, new forms of organization appear, and a generation has grown up that no longer sees the old boundaries in quite the same way. The chapter, taken as a whole, paints a portrait of a society in transition, no longer sealed off as it had been under Nicholas I, but not yet secure or accepted. It is a world full of movement, argument, and creative tension, balanced uneasily between tradition and change. With this inner story in mind, the narrative now turns sharply outward and darkens. Chapter 9, The Accession of Alexander III and the Inauguration of Pogroms, marks a brutal break in the course of events as political reaction and violence shatter the fragile hopes of the previous decades and open one of the most tragic chapters in this history. Chapter 9, The Accession of Alexander III and the Inauguration of Pogroms. On the first day of March in the year 1881, the streets of St. Petersburg were shaken by an explosion that changed the fate of an empire. Alexander II, the ruler of the Russian state, was struck down on one of the city's main avenues by dynamite bombs thrown by a small group of conspirators. This was the same emperor who had once freed the Russian peasants from personal bondage, ending centuries of legal serfdom. Yet he had refused to free the nation from political bondage and from the heavy hand of police rule. The price of that refusal was his life. For many years before that terrible day, two kinds of terror had faced each other across Russia. On one side stood the terror of the authorities, the power of the state that crushed even the faintest desire for liberty, that filled prisons and labor camps, and that sent men and women to the frozen distances of Siberia simply for speaking about constitutional government or social reform. On the other side rose the terror of the revolutionaries, men and women driven underground by police persecution, who believed that only violence could break the iron walls around them. Forced into secrecy, these hidden societies turned more and more to bombs and assassinations. During the final years of the reign of Alexander II, there were repeated attempts on his life, until at last, on that March day, the struggle ended in blood and smoke. Among those secret circles were also a few young Jews, mostly students from universities and colleges, swept along by the dreams and ideals of their Russian friends. Only a small number of them ever became active participants in violence. In the specific group that prepared the murder of the emperor, there was only one Jewish member, a young woman named Hija Helfman. Even she did not throw a bomb. Her role was secondary and hidden, keeping a safe house where the conspirators could meet and hide. Yet in the offices of the government, among officials eager to defend their harsh policies toward the Jews, it became common to speak of the supposed important role of Jews in the Russian revolutionary movement, as if a convenient legend could replace the truth. It was under the shadow of these ideas that Alexander III took the throne. He inherited unlimited power over a vast empire, but his political vision was narrow and rigid. He was a man shaped by old traditions, a devoted supporter of the Greek Orthodox Church, and he shared the deep anti-Jewish prejudices of the circle in which he had been raised. Even before he became emperor, while he was still crown prince, he ordered that money be given as a reward to Lido Stansky, a notorious agitator who had presented him with a slanderous pamphlet accusing Jews of using Christian blood for ritual purposes, a lie that had poisoned minds for centuries. A few years earlier, during the war between Russia and the Ottoman Empire in the year 1877, when he commanded one of the Russian armies in the Balkan lands, he had allowed himself to believe another false story. He was told that corruption and failures in the military supply system were the fault of Jewish suppliers. In reality, the firm involved was owned by Gregor, Horvitz, and Cohen, men of mixed backgrounds, not the simple caricature his advisors painted. But such details were ignored. This thin and distorted picture of Jewish life was almost all that the new ruler, who now governed millions of Jewish subjects, knew about them. And from this narrow understanding, heavy storms were already gathering over the empire. In the early spring months of March and April in the year 1881, the fate of the vast Russian Empire hung in the balance. Behind guarded doors, far from the noise of the capital, secret conferences were held between the new ruler and the highest officials of the state. These tense and decisive meetings took place in the palace at the quiet town of Gachina, where the new emperor had withdrawn after the violent death of his father. The assassination of the previous ruler had shaken the empire to its core, and fear walked through the corridors of power. The new sovereign, Alexander III of Russia, sat at the center of these deliberations, surrounded by ministers, advisors, and guardians of the old order. Two opposing camps struggled fiercely for control of the future direction of the empire. Each side brought with it a program, a philosophy, and a warning of disaster should the other prevail. On one side stood the party of moderate reform, led by the Minister of the Interior, Mikhail Loris-Melikov, a statesman who believed that limited change could save the monarchy. His proposal was cautious, even timid by democratic standards. He urged the creation of an advisory commission made up of deputies drawn from rural councils and city administrations. This body would review proposed laws before they were sent to the supreme legislative authority, the Council of State. It was not a parliament with real power, not a true representative assembly, but merely a consultative organ meant to give educated society a voice. Even this small step toward public participation had been approved in principle by the murdered emperor during the final days of his life. Yet to the opposing camp, this modest proposal appeared as a mortal threat. They denounced it as the beginning of a constitution, a word that to them sounded like rebellion, weakness, and the end of sacred autocratic rule. They believed that any concession would open the floodgates to revolution. The leader of the hardline reactionary camp was Konstantin Petrovich Pobedonoscev, the powerful chief procurator, meaning chief overseer of the Holy Synod, the supreme administrative body of the Russian Orthodox Church. He had once been a professor of law at Moscow State University and had personally instructed the future emperor in political philosophy when the latter was still crown prince. His influence over the new ruler was deep and personal. Pobedonoscev preached a stern doctrine. He argued that enlightenment, political liberty, and representative government were poisonous to Russia. In his view, the people must remain in obedient, patriarchal submission to the throne and the church. He envisioned a tightly controlled state guided by religious authority and police power. He warned that foreign ideas, foreign religions, and foreign peoples were dangers to the unity of the empire. Non-Orthodox and non-Russian populations, he insisted, must occupy a subordinate position beneath the dominant Russian Orthodox nation. His critics, alarmed by his severity, nicknamed him the Grand Inquisitor. In bitter wordplay, common people twisted his family name, which meant victory bearer, into a darker version meaning misfortune bearer. At the Gachina meetings, it was this severe vision that triumphed. The reform proposals were rejected. The emperor and his advisors resolved not to grant even the smallest political concession to revolutionary pressure. Instead, they chose to strengthen the machinery of control and repression. They would defend the police state at any cost, presenting it as a necessary shield against what they described as the corrupt and decaying constitutional systems of Western Europe. On the 29th day of April in the year 1881, an imperial proclamation was issued to the population of the empire. Such a proclamation, known as a manifesto, was a solemn declaration by the emperor on great occasions, such as accession to the throne or national crisis. This manifesto announced that Divine will have commanded the ruler to take up the reins of government with iron determination. It proclaimed faith in the strength and truth of unlimited autocratic power and called upon loyal subjects to crush sedition and restore morality and religious devotion. The practical meaning of these lofty words soon appeared. In August of the same year, a sweeping security law was introduced under the title the Statute Concerning Enforced Public Safety. In reality, it functioned as a police constitution. It granted extraordinary powers to the governors general and governors of major cities and provinces, including the capitals of St. Petersburg and Moscow. These officials could now issue special regulations that overrode existing laws. They could order arrests, exile individuals to Siberia, and impose punishments without normal judicial process on anyone merely suspected of political unreliability. This system mocked the principle known in English law as protection against unlawful imprisonment. Instead of protecting citizens from arbitrary arrest, it protected the police and the secret gendarmerie. Large parts of the empire were placed under what was essentially permanent emergency rule. Though formally temporary, these powers were renewed year after year by special imperial decrees and remained active for decades, even surviving later attempts at constitutional reform. The shock of the assassination that had taken place on the first day of March in the year 1881 did not only harden the government, it also frightened broad layers of Russian society. Many people, terrified by revolutionary violence and rumors of chaos, turned toward reactionary ideas and strong authority. In this atmosphere of fear, hostility toward minorities increased sharply, and the long-standing prejudice against Jews gained new force. Anti-Jewish sentiment, often described at the time with a term meaning fear or hatred of Jews, began to spread more openly through newspapers and public discussion. Influential press outlets with close ties to government circles shifted their tone. One of the most important was the metropolitan newspaper Novoye Vremya, meaning the New Time, which began its notorious career as a semi-official voice of reactionary politics. Along with several provincial newspapers that received government support, it started portraying the Jewish population as dangerous and conspiratorial, hinting darkly that they possessed hidden and threatening secrets. The printed word became a drumbeat, preparing the public mind for harsher measures and darker events that were already beginning to gather on the horizon. On the first day of March in the year 1881, Emperor Alexander II of Russia, the sovereign who had emancipated the serfs and introduced cautious reforms into the vast empire, fell mortally wounded beneath the bombs of revolutionaries in the streets of St. Petersburg. The assassination sent a shock through the empire. Fear, anger, and suspicion spread like wildfire. Almost immediately, certain newspapers began to whisper dark insinuations that the Jews had played a hidden role in the crime. Though no evidence supported such claims, the suggestion alone was enough to inflame passions. Within days, the South Russian press began to circulate alarming rumors. Organized attacks upon the Jews were being prepared in the southern provinces of the empire. These rumors were not idle gossip. A sinister agitation was spreading among the lowest and most volatile elements of the population. At the same time, unseen forces appeared to encourage this unrest from above. During that same month of March, mysterious emissaries from St. Petersburg arrived in the major cities of South Russia, Yelisavetgrad, Kiev, and Odessa. They entered into confidential discussions with high-ranking police officials, speaking of a possible outburst of popular indignation against the Jews that might erupt in the context of economic tensions. They hinted that it would be unwise to obstruct the will of the Russian people by force of arms. Meanwhile, figures described locally as great Russian tradesmen and laborers, called catsaps in the Little Russian South, began appearing in railway carriages and at railway stations. They addressed crowds of common people, reading aloud inflammatory anti-Jewish articles from newspapers, proclaiming that punishment would soon be inflicted upon Jews. They even spread the rumor that an imperial decree, an ukase, had been issued, calling upon Christians to rise against the Jews during the approaching days of the Greek Orthodox Easter. To this day, historians have not been able to determine with certainty which particular agency orchestrated this agitation. Nor is it fully known to what extent a secret organization formed in March of 1881, known as the Sacred League, may have been involved. The Sacred League had been created by high officials with the declared purpose of defending the person of the Tsar and combating enemies of public order through clandestine and even terroristic means. Among its members were Konstantin Pobedonoscev, the powerful Oberprocurator of the Holy Synod and an influential advisor to the new Emperor Alexander III, and Count Nikolai Ignatiev, a minister known for his hostility toward the Jews. The League existed until the autumn of 1882. Whether directly involved or not, the pattern of events suggests preparation and coordination. Pogroms erupted almost simultaneously across many towns of the Russian south. Everywhere, they followed a similar pattern: organized violence from a mob and a conspicuous passivity from the authorities. The first great explosion occurred in Yelisavetgrad, also known as Elizabethgrad, a large city in the region historically called New Russia, territories conquered from the Ottoman Empire and settled in the 18th century. The city was home to approximately 15,000 Jewish residents. On the eve of Greek Orthodox Easter in April of 1881, Christians were heard murmuring in the streets and shops that the Jews are about to be beaten. Anxiety spread through the Jewish quarter. The local police, anticipating unrest during the Jewish festival of Passover, summoned a small detachment of soldiers to patrol the streets. For the first 3 days of the festival, which coincided with the Orthodox Easter celebrations, calm prevailed. On the fourth day, April the 15th, the troops were withdrawn. It was at that very moment that the storm broke. The organizers of the riot executed a prearranged plan. A drunken Russian was sent into a tavern owned by a Jewish proprietor. He behaved provocatively, creating a disturbance. When the tavern keeper forced him out into the street, a waiting crowd erupted in shouts. "The Jews are beating our people." The cry was the signal. The mob surged forward, attacking Jews who happened to be nearby. The marketplace became the first target. Jewish shops were smashed, their windows shattered, their doors broken. Goods were looted or destroyed. At first, the police, aided by the remaining soldiers, managed to scatter the rioters. But this was only the beginning. On the second day, April the 16th, the pogrom resumed with greater organization and ferocity. Now the military and police displayed a troubling inactivity. An official investigative record, never intended for public release and therefore free from the usual bureaucratic distortions, paints a stark picture. During the night between April the 15th and April the 16th, attacks were launched against Jewish homes, especially taverns on the outskirts of the city. One Jew was killed. At approximately 7 o'clock in the morning on April the 16th, the violence erupted again, spreading with extraordinary force throughout the city. Clerks, waiters from saloons and hotels, artisans, coach drivers, servants, day laborers employed by government offices, and even soldiers on leave joined the rioters. The city presented a horrifying spectacle. Streets were covered with feathers torn from bedding, mingled with splintered furniture hurled from broken homes. Doors and windows lay smashed. The mob ran through the streets, yelling and whistling, destroying property methodically, unchecked and unchallenged. Equally striking was the indifference of the non-Jewish townspeople, who observed the devastation without intervening. The troops that had been summoned to restore order stood uncertain. They had received no clear instructions. When the mob attacked another house, the soldiers waited for explicit command from their superiors. None came. Watching this hesitation, the rioters drew their own conclusion. If the authorities did not intervene, perhaps the violence was not illegal. Perhaps it even had the tacit approval of the government. As evening approached, the disorder intensified. Peasants from nearby villages poured into Yelisavetgrad, eager to claim a share of the plunder. The local forces were overwhelmed. Police and soldiers alike lost heart, convinced that they lacked the means to suppress the chaos. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a cold rain began to fall, driven by a sharp wind. Nature itself seemed to intervene, dispersing the crowds more effectively than the authorities had managed to do. Around 11 o'clock that night, reinforcements finally arrived. The following morning, April the 17th, an additional battalion of infantry entered the city. Only then did the violence subside, and public order was restored in Yelisavetgrad. The news that the Jews of the city of Yelisavetgrad had been so easily overwhelmed spread with alarming speed. What some called a victory did not quiet the countryside. Instead, it awakened something dark and dormant in the less educated strata of the Russian population. Rumors traveled faster than reason. In the latter part of April in the year 1881, unrest flared across the district surrounding Yelisavetgrad and in neighboring towns and villages of the government of Kherson, a large administrative province in the southern part of the Russian Empire. In the villages, the violence followed a grim logic. Jewish-owned inns, which often served as the only taverns and trading posts in rural communities, became the primary targets. Many peasants believed, or convinced themselves, that they were acting under the authority of imperial command. They imagined that the emperor himself had sanctioned punishment against the Jews. In their minds, smashing a tavern window or looting a store was obedience, not crime. In the towns and smaller townlets, the fury widened. Jewish homes were broken into, shops were destroyed, and goods were carried off openly in the streets. In the town of Ananyev, located within the government of Kherson, agitation reached a fever pitch. A local resident named Lashchenko inflamed his fellow townsmen with a terrifying rumor. He claimed that the central government in St. Petersburg had secretly ordered the massacre of the Jews, accusing them of having murdered the Emperor Alexander II, who had indeed been assassinated in March of the year 1881 by revolutionaries. Lashchenko insisted that local officials were concealing these orders and that loyal subjects must carry out the will of the new emperor. The police initially arrested Lashchenko, recognizing him as an instigator. Yet the crowd, already intoxicated by rumor and rage, tore him from police custody. Authority crumbled before mob force. What followed was devastation. Nearly 200 houses and shops were wrecked in the poorer outskirts of Ananyev, where the Jewish working class lived in cramped quarters. In the central district, however, where wealthier Jewish families resided, police forces and a military detachment stood guard. There the buildings remained intact. Protection, it seemed, depended on geography and status. But the violence did not remain confined to provincial towns. The movement gathered strength like a storm front rolling across the plains. Restraint weakened, and the instincts of the mob grew more brazen. Soon even the ancient city of Kiev, often called the mother of Russian cities because of its central place in early East Slavic history, became the stage for a carefully prepared outbreak. Kiev was no obscure settlement. It was a city layered with history, where centuries earlier Jews and the Khazars had participated in trade and cultural exchange at the dawn of Russian civilization. Now, in April of the year 1881, it was transformed into a theater of lawlessness. The pogrom in Kiev was not entirely spontaneous. It was organized in secret by groups that spread calculated rumors among the populace. They whispered that the new emperor, Alexander III, had ordered the extermination of the Jews as revenge for the assassination of his father. They assured listeners that civil and military authorities would assist in carrying out this supposed decree. Those who refused to act, they warned, would face punishment for disobedience to the throne. The local administration was not ignorant of the danger. At its head stood Governor General Alexander Drenel, a reactionary official known for his hostility toward Jews. He and his subordinates were aware not only that violence was imminent, but even of the specific day chosen for it. Sunday, April 26, in the year 1881. Tension rose in the days preceding that Sunday. On April 23, a street altercation erupted, during which Jewish pedestrians were assaulted. It was a grim rehearsal for what was to come. On the day before the appointed Sunday, police officers went to Jewish homes and issued a strange warning. Do not leave your houses and do not open your shops the next day. The Jewish residents were bewildered. Kiev was the administrative center of the region, filled with soldiers and under the direct authority of the Governor General. If the authorities knew of impending unrest, why were they advising peaceful citizens to hide rather than taking decisive action to prevent disorder? Why was the burden of safety placed on the potential victims? Nevertheless, fear overcame doubt. On Sunday, April 26, Jewish streets were largely empty. Shutters were closed, doors were barred, but the absence of Jewish passers-by did not deter the rioters. Bands of men and boys gathered openly, moving through the city with growing boldness. The pogrom began in Podol, a district of Kiev densely populated by Jews and known for its narrow streets and bustling markets. Around noon, the air was shattered by wild cries, whistles, jeers, and laughter. An immense crowd surged forward, composed largely of young laborers, apprentices, and street boys. They were known by a mocking nickname, the Barefooted Brigade, a term used in Russian slang to describe tramps and rough elements of the urban poor. Window panes shattered in rapid succession. Doors were torn from hinges. Once inside Jewish homes and shops, the mob hurled furniture, utensils, bedding, and merchandise into the streets. Feathers from ripped pillows and mattresses swirled through the air like a grotesque snowstorm. The crashing of glass mixed with screams of despair from the victims and triumphant howls from the attackers. To some who had witnessed the recent war between the Russian Empire and the Ottoman Empire, which had ended in the year 1878, the scene recalled the ferocity of the Bolsheviks, irregular Ottoman troops infamous for their brutality against Bulgarian villages. The comparison was chilling. What had once been described as foreign savagery now unfolded in a Russian city. The rioters soon turned their fury toward a Jewish synagogue. Despite its heavy iron bars, strong locks, and shuttered windows, it was forced open and ravaged within moments. Torah scrolls, the sacred handwritten parchments containing the 5 books of Moses, were dragged from the ark. The mob tore them apart, trampled them into the mud, and destroyed them with shocking passion. It was not only property that was attacked, but symbols, identity, and faith. Within 2 hours, the transformation was grotesque and visible. Many members of the Barefooted Brigade emerged dressed in fine garments stolen from shops selling ready-made clothing. Some wore 3 or 4 suits layered upon their bodies, padding their figures into sudden corpulence. Others stuffed coats and trousers under their arms. Carts and wagons rolled away piled high with sacks of plunder. Christian households, desperate to avoid similar destruction, displayed holy icons in their windows and painted crosses on their gates. These visible signs of Christian faith served as shields, signaling to the mob that the inhabitants were not Jewish. While some of the bands of robbers were busy in Podol, others were raging in the main avenues of Kiev. In every quarter, the same scene repeated itself. The mob, savage and drunk, and, as one eyewitness said, not a single sober person could be found among them, did its hideous work in full view of soldiers and policemen. In a few cases, the troops drove the rioters away, but more often they moved alongside them from street to street, almost like an escort of honor. From time to time, the Governor General, Drentel, appeared in the streets, surrounded by an impressive military retinue that included the provincial governor and the chief of police. These men, who represented the full authority of the state, spoke words of warning to the crowd. The people, keeping what witnesses called a funeral silence, stepped back for a moment, only to return to their crimes as soon as the officials had gone. In some districts, there were no troops and no police at all, and there the rioters gave free rein to their worst instincts. Demyavka, a working-class suburb, was invaded by a horde during the night. First, they smashed the drinking houses and filled themselves with alcohol. Then they turned on the Jewish homes and set them on fire. Under cover of darkness, horrors beyond easy description were committed. Many Jewish men were beaten to death or thrown into the flames. Many women were violated. A private investigation later uncovered more than 20 cases of rape committed against Jewish girls and married women. Only 2 of the victims found the strength to speak publicly to the state prosecutor. The others admitted what had happened only in secret or hid it completely, fearing that their lives and reputations would be destroyed a second time by shame and gossip. It was only on the 27th day of April, when the violence broke out again, that the authorities finally decided to stop it. Wherever a disorderly band appeared, it was immediately surrounded by soldiers and by mounted Cossack troops and driven off with the blunt ends of rifles. In some places, it became necessary to fire shots at what witnesses called human beasts, and some of the attackers were wounded or killed. The speed with which the violence was crushed on this second day proved beyond any doubt that, if the authorities had truly wished, the excesses could have been stopped on the first day and the crime strangled at its birth. The indifference of those in power led to the destruction of about 1,000 Jewish houses and places of business, with losses counted in many millions of rubles, not to mention the dozens of Jews killed and wounded and the many women who were violated. In official language, these nights of terror were politely called disorders. The government newspaper, the Imperial Messenger, reduced the horrors in Kiev to a short and misleading report. It stated that on the 26th day of April, disorders had broken out in Kiev directed against the Jews, that several Jews had been struck, and that their shops and warehouses had been plundered, and that on the next morning the troops had restored order and 500 rioters had been arrested. Later reports were slightly closer to the truth. They raised the number of arrested attackers to about 1,400 and mentioned that several people had been wounded during the suppression, including 1 student from a classical secondary school and 1 student from university. Even these later reports, however, said nothing about the Jewish dead, the Jewish wounded, and the violated women. The barbarism displayed in the great city of the Southwest spread like an infection across the whole region. During the following days, from the end of April into the month of May, about 50 villages and several small towns in the province of Kiev and in the neighboring provinces of Volhynia and Podolia were swept by the same wave of violence. The Jewish population of the town of Smyla, together with the surrounding villages, numbering about 10,000 men, women, and children, experienced on a smaller scale all the horrors that had taken place in Kiev. It was not until the 4th day of May, the second day of the attack, that troops finally moved in to stop the violence and the looting that had already caused deaths and many injuries. In a nearby village, a Jewish woman of 30 years was attacked and tortured to death. In another place, the 7-year-old son of a woman who had managed to escape was killed in a monstrous way because he refused to make the sign of the cross. In many cases, these outbreaks were started by newly arrived bands from Central Russia, rough laborers known among the people as the Barefoot Brigade. After they had finished their work of destruction, they disappeared as suddenly as they had come, leaving behind burned houses, broken lives, and a silence heavy with fear. At the height of the violent unrest, when rumor and hatred traveled faster than truth, bands of wandering rioters moved from town to town by rail, like dark storm clouds carried on iron tracks. One such horde arrived at the railway station of Berdichev, a large commercial town well known across the region for its dense and deeply rooted Jewish population, its markets, its schools, and its religious life. The attackers expected another easy victim, another frightened community caught unprepared. But this time the scene unfolded differently. As the train doors opened, the newcomers saw not a scattered and terrified crowd, but an organized line of Jewish defenders waiting on the platform. These were local residents who had formed a guard unit. They stood shoulder to shoulder, holding heavy clubs, their faces tense but resolute. They did not rush forward wildly. They simply blocked every exit. The message was clear and unmistakable. No one would leave those railway cars to begin destruction. The would-be attackers hesitated. They shouted threats, but they did not advance. Minutes stretched in silence and anger. Finally, seeing no opening and no support, the rioters withdrew and the train carried them away. It was one of the rare moments in that terrible season when Jewish self-defense succeeded. This unusual success was not only due to courage. It was made possible because the local district police chief, known in the Russian administrative system as an ispravnik, chose to look the other way. For a substantial payment, he ignored the regulations that normally forbade Jews to organize armed defense. His corruption, in this one moment, saved lives and homes. In many other places, when Jewish communities tried to defend themselves, the authorities acted very differently. Police units often blocked or disarmed the defenders. Sometimes their interference made the violence worse. Such tragedy struck in the town of Konotop, located in the province then called the government of Chernihiv. There, Jewish residents attempted to resist the attacking crowd. Instead of dispersing the mob, the intervention of authorities inflamed the situation. The rioters, enraged by resistance, escalated from plunder and vandalism to outright killing. What began as robbery turned into bloodshed. In the surrounding villages, the violence took on an even more disturbing character. Many peasants, poorly educated and cut off from reliable information, sincerely believed that they were carrying out the will of the emperor. They had heard that an order had been given from above to punish the Jews. They treated destruction as a duty. In one village in the Chernihiv province, the peasants gathered with tools, axes, and torches, preparing to attack Jewish homes. The elected head of the village assembly, known as the elder, tried to stop them and told them to disperse. The peasants refused. They demanded a written guarantee that they would not be punished later for disobeying what they believed were imperial commands to beat and rob the Jews. Only after receiving such a written assurance did some of them hesitate. Yet suspicion still ruled their minds. To be completely safe, they went ahead and destroyed 6 Jewish houses anyway. In village after village, local priests struggled desperately to convince their parishioners that no royal order had ever been issued to attack Jewish neighbors. The wave of spring violence reached its most dramatic urban climax in the great southern port city of Odessa between the 3rd and the 5th days of May in the year 1881. This city, a major gateway of trade and migration on the Black Sea, was home to about 100,000 Jewish residents. Ports of this size always contained a large floating population of dock workers, smugglers, drifters, and criminal elements. When unrest broke out, such groups could quickly become a destructive force. The mob surged through the streets, smashing and looting. Given the size and rough character of the port underclass, the devastation might have grown into an uncontrollable massacre. But unlike the earlier events in Kiev, where officials had practically escorted rioters through Jewish neighborhoods, the authorities in Odessa reacted with greater force. Police units and army detachments moved against the crowds, attacking and dispersing them in many districts. Jewish self-defense groups also appeared. They had been organized and led in part by Jewish students from University of Odessa, young men shaped by higher education and a sense of civic responsibility. In several neighborhoods, these defenders fought back with determination, driving attackers away from houses and courtyards. Yet even here, injustice followed courage. When the police began mass arrests, they did not clearly separate attackers from defenders. Anyone found with a weapon was seized. Out of about 800 arrested persons, 150 were Jews. They were charged with illegal possession of firearms. In reality, most of their weapons were simple sticks and iron bars, with only a very small number carrying pistols. Still, they were treated as criminals. The arrested were loaded onto 3 large river barges and towed out from shore, held for days in these floating prisons under guard. Large sections of the poorer Jewish quarters of Odessa were left shattered. Homes were wrecked, shops emptied, families ruined. Yet even this destruction did not satisfy the most violent elements. Their imaginations have been inflamed by exaggerated tales of even greater successes in other cities. They spread new threats, promising a second outbreak, an even bloodier assault. Fear spread quickly. Many Jewish families packed what little they had and fled to quieter towns. Others made the painful decision to leave the Russian Empire entirely, setting their faces toward distant lands. Similar but less extensive outbreaks flared at the same time in several other cities under the authority of the Governor-General of the region, officially known as New Russia, the southern territory of the empire along the Black Sea coast. By the beginning of May, however, the first furious wave of destruction began to lose momentum. The violent energy that had driven the attackers slowly ebbed. A tense and uneasy pause settled over the region, a lull in the campaign of terror that lasted until the month of July in that same troubled year.